Section 12 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. London, a Poem, Anno Domini 1738. Thus was Johnson employed during some of the best years of his life as a mere literary labourer, for gain, not glory. Footnote: Pope, Imitations of Horace, Book 2, Epistle 1, 971, end of footnote. Solely to gain an honest support. He, however, indulged himself in occasional little sallies, which the French so happily express by the term jeu d'esprit, and which will be noticed in their order in the progress of this work. Oldham and Johnson compared. Itart 29. But what first displayed his transcendent powers and gave the world assurance of the man, footnote, to give the world assurance of a man, Hamlet Act 3, Scene 4, end of footnote, was his London, a Poem, in imitation of the third satire of Juvenal, which came out in May this year, and burst forth with a splendour, the rays of which will forever encircle his name. Boileau had imitated the same satire with great success, applying it to Paris. But an attentive comparison will satisfy every reader that he is much excelled by the English Juvenal. Oldham had also imitated it and applied it to London. All which performances concur to prove that great cities in every age and in every country will furnish similar topics of satire. Footnote: in his Life of Pope, Johnson says, "This mode of imitation was first practised in the reign of Charles II by Oldham and Rochester. At least I remember no instances more ancient. It is a kind of middle composition between translation and original design, which pleases when the thoughts are unexpectedly applicable, and the parallels lucky." It seems to have been Pope's favourite amusement, for he has carried it farther than any former poet. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 295, end of footnote. Whether Johnson had previously read Oldham's imitation I do not know, but it is not a little remarkable that there is scarcely any coincidence found between the two performances, though upon the very same subject. The only instances are in describing London as the sink of foreign worthlessness, the common shore where France does all her filth and ordure pour, Oldham, the common shore of Paris and of Rome, Johnson, and no calling or profession comes amiss, a needy monsieur can be what he please, Oldham, all sciences a fasting monsieur knows, Johnson. The particulars which Oldham has collected, both as exhibiting the horrors of London and of the times, contrasted with better days, are different from those of Johnson, and in general well chosen and well expressed. Footnote: I own it pleased me to find amongst them one trait of the manners of the age in London in the last century, to shield from the sneer of English ridicule, which was some time ago too common a practice in my native city of Edinburgh. If what I've said can't from the town affright, consider other dangers of the night, when brickbats are from upper stories thrown, and emptied chamber pots come pouring down from garret windows. Boswell. See Boswell's Hebrides, August 14, 1773, where Johnson, on taking his first walk in Edinburgh, grumbled in Boswell's ear, "I smell you in the dark." I once spent a night in a town of Corsica, on the great road between Ajaccio and Bastia, where I was told this Edinburgh practice was universal. It certainly was the practice of the hotel. End of footnote. Publication of London, Anno Domini 1738. There are in Oldham's imitation many prosaic verses and bad rhymes, and his poem sets out with a strange inadvertent blunder. Though much concerned to leave my dear old friend, I must, however, his design commend of fixing in the country. It is plain he was not going to leave his friend was going to leave him. A young lady at once corrected this with good critical sagacity to, though much concerned to lose my dear old friend. There is one passage in the original better transfused by Oldham than by Johnson. Nil habet infelix paupetas durius in se, quam quod ridiculos homines facet, which is an exquisite remark on the galling meanness and contempt annexed to poverty. Johnson's imitation is, of all the griefs that harass the distressed, sure the most bitter is a scornful jest. Oldham's, though less elegant, is more just. Nothing in poverty so ill is borne as its exposing men to grinning scorn. Where or in what manner this poem was composed, I am sorry that I neglected to ascertain with precision from Johnson's own authority. He has marked upon his corrected copy of the first edition of it, written in 1738. And as it was published in the month of May in that year, it is evident that much time was not employed in preparing it for the press. The history of its publication I am enabled to give in a very satisfactory manner, and, judging for myself and many of my friends, I trust it will not be uninteresting to my readers. Johnson's Letters to Cave, Itart 29. We may be certain, though it is not expressly named in the following letters to Mr. Cave in 1738, that they all relate to it. To Mr. Cave, Castle Street, Wednesday morning, no date, 1738. Sir, when I took the liberty of writing to you a few days ago, I did not expect a repetition of the same pleasure so soon. For a pleasure I shall always think it, to converse in any manner with an ingenious and candid man. But having the enclosed poem in my hands to dispose of for the benefit of the author, of whose abilities I shall say nothing, since I send you his performance, I believed I could not procure more advantageous terms from any person than from you, who have so much distinguished yourself by your generous encouragement of poetry, and whose judgment of that art nothing but your commendation of my trifle can give me any occasion to call in question. Footnote, his Ode ad Urbanum, probably, Nichols, Boswell, end of footnote. I do not doubt but you will look over this poem with another eye, and reward it in a different manner from a mercenary bookseller, who counts the lines he is to purchase, and considers nothing but the bulk. Footnote, Johnson on his deathbed had to own that Cave was a penurious paymaster. He would contract for lines by the 100, and expect the long 100. See post, December 1784, end of footnote. I cannot help taking notice that, besides what the author may hope for on account of his abilities, he has likewise another claim to your regard, as he lies at present under very disadvantageous circumstances of fortune. I beg, therefore, that you will favour me with a letter tomorrow, that I may know what you can afford to allow him, that he may either part with it to you, or find out, which I do not expect, some other way more to his satisfaction. I have only to add that, as I am sensible I have transcribed it very coarsely, which, after having altered it, I was obliged to do, I will, if you please to transmit the sheets from the press, correct it for you, and take the trouble of altering any stroke of satire which you may dislike. By exerting on this occasion your usual generosity, you will not only encourage learning and relieve distress, but, though it be in comparison of the other motives of very small account, oblige in a very sensible manner, Sir, your very humble servant, Samuel Johnson. To Mr. Cave, Monday, No. 6, Castle Street. Sir, I am to return you thanks for the present you were so kind as to send by me. Footnote. Cave sent the present by Johnson to the unknown author. End of footnote. And to entreat that you will be pleased to inform me by the penny post whether you resolve to print the poem. If you please to send it me by the post with a note to Dodsley, I will go and read the lines to him, that we may have his consent to put his name on the title page. As to the printing, if it can be set immediately about, I will be so much the author's friend as not to content myself with mere solicitations in his favour. I propose, if my calculation be near the truth, to engage for the reimbursement of all that you shall lose by an impression of 500, provided, as you so very generously propose, that the profit, if any, be set aside for the author's use, excepting the present you made, which, if he be the gainer, it is fit he should repay. I beg that you will let one of your servants write an exact account of the expense of such an impression, and send it with the poem, that I may know what I engage for. I am very sensible, from your generosity on this occasion, of your regard to learning, even in its unhappiest state, and cannot but think such a temper deserving of the gratitude of those who suffer so often from a contrary disposition. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. Footnote. The original letter has the following additional paragraph: I beg that you will not delay your answer. End of footnote. To Mr. Cave, no date. Footnote. In later life, Johnson strongly insisted on the importance of fully dating all letters. After giving a date in a letter to Mrs. Thrale, he would add, "Now, there is a date. Look at it." Piozzi Letters, Volume 2, page 109. Or, "Mark that. You did not put the year to your last." Ibid, page 112. Or, "Look at this and learn." Ibid, page 138. She never did learn. The arrangement of the letters in the Piozzi Letters is often very faulty. For an omission of the date by Johnson in late life, see post under March the 5th, 1774. End of footnote. Mrs. Carter, Anno Domini 1738. Sir, I waited on you to take the copy to Dodsley's. As I remember the number of lines which it contains, it will be no longer than Eugenio, footnote, a poem published in 1737, of which see an account under April 30th, 1773, Boswell, end of footnote, with the quotations, which must be subjoined at the bottom of the page, part of the beauty of the performance, if any beauty be allowed it, consisting in adapting juvenile sentiments to modern facts and persons. It will, with those additions, very conveniently make 5 sheets, and since the expense will be no more, I shall contentedly insure it, as I mentioned in my last. If it be not therefore gone to Dodsley's, I beg it may be sent me by the penny post, that I may have it in the evening. I have composed a Greek epigram to Eliza, footnote, the learned Mrs. Elizabeth Carter, Boswell. She was born in December 1717, and died February the 19th, 1806. She never married. Her father gave her a learned education. Dr. Johnson, speaking of some celebrated scholar, perhaps Langton, said that he understood Greek better than anyone whom he had ever known except Elizabeth Carter. Pennington's Carter, Volume 1, page 13. Writing to her in 1756, he said, "Poor dear Cave, I owed him much, for to him I owe that I have known you." Ibid, page 40. Her father wrote to her on June the 25th, 1738, "You mention Johnson, but that is a name with which I am utterly unacquainted. Neither his scholastic, critical, or poetical character ever reached my ears. I a little suspect his judgment, if he is very fond of Martial. Ibid, page 39. Since 1734 she had written verses for the Gentleman's Magazine under the name of Eliza. Ibid, page 37. They are very poor. Her Ode to Melancholy, her biographer calls her best. How bad it is, 3 lines will show. Here, cold to pleasure's airy forms, consociate with my sister worms, and mingle with the dead. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 9, page 599. Hawkins records that Johnson, upon hearing a lady commended for her learning, said, "A man is in general better pleased when he has a good dinner upon his table than when his wife talks Greek. My old friend Mrs. Carter could make a pudding as well as translate Epictetus." Johnson's work, 1787, volume 11, page 205. Johnson, joining her with Hannah More and Fanny Burney, said, "3 such women are not to be found." Post, May 15, 1784, end of footnote. And think she ought to be celebrated in as many different languages as Louis le Grand. Footnote. See Voltaire's Siècle de Louis XIV, chapter 25, end of footnote. Pray send me word when you will begin upon the poem, for it is a long way to walk. I would leave my epigram, but have not daylight to transcribe it. Footnote. At the end of his letter to Cave, quoted post 1742, he says, "The boy found me writing this almost in the dark, when I could not quite easily read yours. A man who at times was forced to walk the streets for want of money to pay for a lodging, was likely also at times to be condemned to idleness for want of a light." End of footnote. I am, sir, yours, etc., Samuel Johnson. Footnote. At the back of this letter is written, "Sir, please to publish the enclosed in your paper of 1st, and place to account of Mr. Edward Cave, for whom I am, sir, your humble servant, J. Bland, St. John's Gate, April the 6th, 1738. London, therefore, was written before April the 6th. End of footnote. Negotiations with Dodsley, ITART 29. To Mr. Cave, no date. Sir, I am extremely obliged by your kind letter, and will not fail to attend you tomorrow with Irene, who looks upon you as one of her best friends. I was today with Mr. Dodsley, who declares very warmly in favour of the paper you sent him, which he desires to have a share in, it being, as he says, a creditable thing to be concerned in. I knew not what answer to make till I had consulted you, nor what to demand on the author's part, but am very willing that, if you please, he should have a part in it, as he will undoubtedly be more diligent to disperse and promote it. If you can send me word tomorrow what I shall say to him, I will settle matters and bring the poem with me for the press, which, as the town empties, we cannot be too quick with. I am, sir, yours, etc., Samuel Johnson. Payment for London, Anno Domini 1738. To us who have long known the manly force, bold spirit, and masterly versification of this poem, it is a matter of curiosity to observe the diffidence with which its author brought it forward into public notice, while he is so cautious as not to avow it to be his own production, and with what humility he offers to allow the printer to alter any stroke of satire which he might dislike. Footnote. Boswell misread the letter. Johnson does not offer to allow the printer to make alterations. He says, "I will take the trouble of altering any stroke of satire which you may dislike." The law against libel was as unjust as it was severe, and printers ran a great risk. End of footnote. That any such alteration was made, we do not know. If we did, we could not but feel an indignant regret. But how painful it is to see that a writer of such vigorous powers of mind was actually in such distress that the small profit which so short a poem, however excellent, could yield, was courted as a relief. It has been generally said, I know not with what truth, that Johnson offered his London to several booksellers, none of whom would purchase it. To this circumstance Mr. Derrick alludes in the following lines of his Fortune, a Rhapsody. Will no kind patron Johnson own? Shall Johnson friendless range the town, and every publisher refuse the offspring of his happy muse? Footnote. Derrick was not merely a poet, but also master of the ceremonies at Bath, post May 16, 1763. For Johnson's opinion of his muse, see post under March 30, 1783. Fortune, a Rhapsody was published in November 1751, Gentleman's Magazine, volume 21, page 527. He is described in Humphrey Clinker in the letters of April 6th and May 6th. End of footnote. But we have seen that the worthy, modest, and ingenious Mr. Robert Dodsley had taste enough to perceive its uncommon merit, and thought it creditable to have a share in it. The fact is that at a future conference he bargained for the whole property of it, for which he gave Johnson 10 guineas. Footnote. 6 years later, Johnson thus wrote of Savage's Wanderer: "From a poem so diligently laboured and so successfully finished, it might be reasonably expected that he should have gained considerable advantage. Nor can it without some degree of indignation and concern be told that he sold the copy for 10 guineas." Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 131. Mrs. Piozzi sold in 1788 the copyright of her collection of Johnson's letters for £500, post February 1767. End of footnote. Who told me, "I might perhaps have accepted of less, but that Paul Whitehead had a little before got 10 guineas for a poem, and I would not take less than Paul Whitehead." Paul Whitehead, ITUT 29. I may here observe that Johnson appeared to me to undervalue Paul Whitehead upon every occasion when he was mentioned, and in my opinion did not do him justice. But when it is considered that Paul Whitehead was a member of a riotous and profane club, footnote, the monks of Medmenham Abbey, see Ormond's Life of Wilkes, volume 3, page 60, for Wilkes's account of this club. Horace Walpole, Letters, volume 1, page 92, calls Whitehead an infamous, but not despicable, poet. End of footnote. We may account for Johnson's having a prejudice against him. Paul Whitehead was indeed unfortunate in being not only slighted by Johnson, but violently attacked by Churchill, who utters the following imprecation: "May I, can worse disgrace on manhood fall, be born a Whitehead and baptized a Paul." Footnote from the Conference, Churchill's Poems, volume 2, page 15. End of footnote. Yet I shall never be persuaded to think meanly of the author of so brilliant and pointed a satire as Manners. Footnote. In the Life of Pope, Johnson writes, "Paul Whitehead, a small poet, was summoned before the Lords for a poem called Manners, together with Dodsley, his publisher. Whitehead, who hung loose upon society, skulked and escaped, but Dodsley's shop and family made his appearance necessary." Johnson's Works, volume 8, page 297. Manners was published in 1739. Dodsley was kept in custody for a week. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 9, page 104. The whole process was supposed to be intended rather to intimidate Pope, who in his 1738 had given offence, than to punish Whitehead, and it answered that purpose. Chalmers quoted in Parliamentary History, Volume 10, page 1325, end of footnote. Was Richard Savage, Thales, Anno Domini 1738. Johnson's London was published in May 1738. Footnote. Sir John Hawkins, page 86, tells us, the event is antedated in the poem of London, but in every particular except the difference of a year, what is there said of the departure of Thales must be understood of Savage and looked upon as true history. This conjecture is, I believe, entirely groundless. I have been assured that Johnson said he was not so much as acquainted with Savage when he wrote his London. If the departure mentioned in it was the departure of Savage, the event was not antedated but foreseen, for London was published in May 1738, and Savage did not set out for Wales till July 1739. However well Johnson could defend the credibility of second sight, see post February 1766, he did not pretend that he himself was possessed of that faculty. Boswell. I am not sure that Hawkins is altogether wrong in his account. Boswell does not state of his own knowledge that Johnson was not acquainted with Savage when he wrote London. The death of Queen Caroline in November 1737 deprived Savage of her yearly bounty, and abandoned him again to fortune. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 166. The elegy on her that he composed on her birthday, March the 1st, brought him no reward. He was for some time in suspense, but nothing was done. He was in a short time reduced to the lowest degree of distress, and often wanted both lodging and food. Ibid, page 169. His friends formed a scheme that he should retire into Wales. While this scheme was ripening, he lodged in the liberties of the Fleet, that he might be secure from his creditors. Ibid, page 170. After many delays, a subscription was at length raised to provide him with a small pension, and he left London in July 1739. Ibid, page 173. London, as I have shown, was written before April the 6th, 1738. That it was written with great rapidity we might infer from the fact that 100 lines of The Vanity of Human Wishes were written in a day. At this rate, London might have been the work of 3 days. That it was written in a very short time seems to be shown by a passage in the first of these letters to Cave. Johnson says, "When I took the liberty of writing to you a few days ago, I did not expect a repetition of the same pleasure so soon, but having the enclosed poem," etc. It is probable that in these few days the poem was written. If we can assume that Savage's elegy was sent to the court not later than March the 1st, it may have been sent earlier, and that Johnson's poem was written in the last 10 days of March, we have 3 weeks for the intervening events. They are certainly not more than sufficient, if indeed they are sufficient. The coincidence is certainly very striking between Thales' retirement to Cambria's solitary shore and Savage's retirement to Wales. There are, besides lines in the poem, additions to Juvenal, and not translations, which curiously correspond with what Johnson wrote of Savage in his Life. Thus he says that Savage imagined that he should be transported to scenes of flowery felicity. He could not bear to lose the opportunity of listening without intermission to the melody of the nightingale, which he believed was to be heard from every bramble, and which he did not fail to mention as a very important part of the happiness of a country life. Ibid, page 170. In like manner, Thales prays to find some pleasing bank where verdant osiers play, some peaceful vale with nature's paintings gay. There every bush with nature's music rings, there every breeze bears health upon its wings. Mr. Croker objects that if Thales had been savage, Johnson could never have admitted into his poem 2 lines that point so forcibly at the drunken fray in which Savage stabbed a Mr. Sinclair, for which he was convicted of murder. Some frolic drunkard reeling from a feast provokes a broil and stabs you in a jest. But here Johnson is following Juvenal. Mr. Croker forgets that if Savage was convicted of murder, he was soon after admitted to bail and pleaded the king's pardon. Persons of distinction testified that he was a modest, inoffensive man, not inclined to broils or to insolence. The witnesses against him were of the lowest character, and his judge had shown himself as ignorant as he was brutal. Sinclair had been drinking in a brothel, and Savage asserted that he had stabbed him by the necessity of self-defence. Ibid, page 117. It is, however, not unlikely that Wales was suggested to Johnson as Thales' retreat by Swift's lines on steel in Miscellanies in Prose and Verse, verse 181, published only 3 years before London. Thus Steele, who owned what others writ, and flourished by imputed wit, from perils of 100 jails withdrew to starve and die in Wales. End of footnote. And it is remarkable that it came out on the same morning with Pope's satire entitled 1738. Footnote. The first dialogue was registered at Stationers' Hall, 12th of May 1738, under the title 1738. The second dialogue was registered 17th of July 1738 as 1738 Dialogue 2. Elwyn's Pope, Volume 3, page 455. David Hume was in London this spring, finding a publisher for his first work, A Treatise of Human Nature. J. H. Burton's Hume, Volume 1, page 66, end of footnote. So that England had at once its Juvenal and Horace as poetical monitors. Footnote. Pope had published Imitations of Horace. End of footnote. The Reverend Dr. Douglas, now Bishop of Salisbury, to whom I am indebted for some obliging communications, was then a student at Oxford, and remembers well the effect which London produced. Everybody was delighted with it, and there being no name to it, the first buzz of the literary circles was, "Here is an unknown poet greater even than Pope." And it is recorded in the Gentleman's Magazine of that year that it got to the second edition in the course of a week. Footnote, page 269, Boswell. Short extracts from London a Poem became remarkable for having got to the second edition in the space of a week. Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 8, page 269. The price of the poem was 1 shilling. Pope's satire, though sold at the same price, was longer in reaching its second edition. Ibid, page 280, end of footnote. General Oglethorpe, ITART 29. One of the warmest patrons of this poem on its first appearance was General Oglethorpe, whose strong benevolence of soul, footnote, one driven by strong benevolence of soul shall fly like Oglethorpe from pole to pole. Pope's Imitations of Horace, Book 2, Satire 2, line 276. General Oglethorpe died 1785, earned commemoration in Pope's Gallery of Worthies by his Jacobite politics. He was, however, a remarkable man. He first directed attention to the abuses of the London jails. His relinquishment of all the attractions of English life and fortune for the settlement of the colony of Georgia is as romantic a story as that of Bishop Berkeley. Patterson's Pope, page 152. It is very likely that Johnson's regard for Oglethorpe was greatly increased by the stand that he and his brother trustees in the settlement of Georgia made against slavery. See post, September 23, 1777. The first principle which they laid down in their laws was that no slave should be employed. This was regarded at the time as their great and fundamental error. It was afterwards repealed. Southey's Wesley, Volume 1, page 75. In spite, however, of Oglethorpe's strong benevolence of soul, he at one time treated Charles Wesley, who was serving as a missionary in Georgia, with great brutality. Ibid, page 88. According to Benjamin Franklin, Memoirs, Volume 1, page 162, Georgia was settled with little forethought. Instead of being made with hardy, industrious husbandmen, it was with families of broken shopkeepers and other insolvent debtors, many of idle habits, taken out of the jails, who, being set down in the woods, unqualified for clearing land, and unable to endure the hardships of a new settlement, perished in numbers, leaving many helpless children unprovided for. Johnson wished to write Oglethorpe's life, post April 10, 1775, end of footnote, was unabated during the course of a very long life. Footnote. Horace Walpole, Letters, Volume 8, page 548, writing of him 47 years after London was published, when he was 87 years old, says, "His eyes, ears, articulation, limbs, and memory would suit a boy, if a boy could recollect a century backwards. His teeth are gone, he is a shadow and a wrinkled one, but his spirits and his spirit are in full bloom. 2 years and a half ago he challenged a neighbouring gentleman for trespassing on his manor." End of footnote. Though it is painful to think that he had but too much reason to become cold and callous and discontented with the world, from the neglect which he experienced of his public and private worth by those in whose power it was to gratify so gallant a veteran with marks of distinction. This extraordinary person was as remarkable for his learning and taste as for his other eminent qualities, and no man was more prompt, active, and generous in encouraging merit. I have heard Johnson gratefully acknowledge in his presence the kind and effectual support which he gave to his London, though unacquainted with its author. Pope admires London, Anno Domini 1738. Pope, who then filled the poetical throne without a rival, it may reasonably be presumed must have been particularly struck by the sudden appearance of such a poet, and to his credit let it be remembered that his feelings and conduct on the occasion were candid and liberal. He requested Mr. Richardson, son of the painter, footnote, once Johnson being at dinner at Sir Joshua's in company with many painters, in the course of conversation Richardson's Treatise on Painting happened to be mentioned. "Ah," said Johnson, "I remember. When I was at college, I by chance found that book on my stairs. I took it up with me to my chamber and read it through, and truly I did not think it possible to say so much upon the art." Sir Joshua desired of one of the company to be informed what Johnson had said, and it being repeated to him so loud that Johnson heard it, the doctor seemed hurt, and added, "But I did not wish, sir, that Sir Joshua should have been told what I then said." Northcote's Reynolds, Volume 1, page 236. Jonathan Richardson, the painter, had published several works on painting before Johnson went to college. He and his son, Jonathan Richardson, Jr., brought out together explanatory notes on Paradise Lost, end of footnote, to endeavour to find out who this new author was. Mr. Richardson, after some inquiry, having informed him that he had discovered only that his name was Johnson, and that he was some obscure man, Pope said, "He will soon be déterré." Footnote: Sir Joshua Reynolds, from the Information of the younger Richardson, Boswell. See Post, October 16, 1769, where Johnson himself relates this anecdote. According to Murphy, Pope said, "The author, whoever he is, will not be long concealed," alluding to the passage in Terence, the Eunuch, Act 2, Scene 3, line 4, ubi est, diu celare non potest. Murphy's Johnson, page 35. End of footnote. We shall presently see from a note written by Pope that he was himself afterwards more successful in his inquiries than his friend. Johnson, a true-born Englishman, Itart 29. That in this justly celebrated poem may be found a few rhymes, footnotes such as far and air, which comes twice, vain and man, despair and bar, end of footnote, which the critical precision of English prosody at this day would disallow, cannot be denied. But with this small imperfection, which in the general blaze of its excellence is not perceived till the mind has subsided into cool attention, it is undoubtedly one of the noblest productions in our language, both for sentiment and expression. The nation was then in that ferment against the court and the ministry which, some years after, ended in the downfall of Sir Robert Walpole. And as it has been said that Tories are Whigs when out of place, and Whigs Tories when in place, so, as a Whig administration ruled with what force it could, a Tory opposition had all the animation and all the eloquence of resistance to power, aided by the common topics of patriotism, liberty, and independence. Accordingly, we find in Johnson's London the most spirited invectives against tyranny and oppression, the warmest predilection for his own country, and the purest love of virtue interspersed with traits of his own particular character and situation, not omitting his prejudices as a true-born Englishman. Footnote: It is, however, remarkable that he uses the epithet, which undoubtedly, since the union between England and Scotland ought to denominate the natives of both parts of our island, was early taught a Britons, writes to prize Boswell. Swift, in his Journal to Stella, November 23, 1711, having to mention England, continues, "I never will call it Britain. Pray don't call it Britain." In a letter written on August 8, 1738, again mentioning England, he adds "pox" on the modern phrase Great Britain, which is only to distinguish it from Little Britain, where old clothes and old books are to be bought and sold. Swift's Works, 1803, volume 20, page 185. George III gloried in being born a Briton, post 1760. Boswell thrice more at least describes Johnson as a true-born Englishman, post under February 7, 1775, under March 30, 1783, and Boswell's Hebrides under August 11, 1773. The quotation is from Richard II, Act 1, Scene 3, end of footnote. Not only against foreign countries, but against Ireland and Scotland. Footnote: For who would leave unbribed Hibernia's land, or change the rocks of Scotland for the strand? There none are swept by sudden fate away, but all, whom hunger spares, with age decay. London, 1 lines 9 to 12. On some of these topics I shall quote a few passages. Passages from London, Anno Domini 1738. The cheated nations happy favourites see, mark whom the great caress, who frown on me. Has heaven reserved in pity to the poor no pathless waste or undiscovered shore? No secret island in the boundless main, no peaceful desert yet unclaimed by Spain. Quick, let us rise, the happy seats explore, and bear oppression's insolence no more. Footnote: in the Life of Savage, Johnson, criticizing the settlement of colonies, as it is considered by the poet and the politician, seems to be criticizing himself. The politician, when he considers men driven into other countries for shelter, and obliged to retire to forests and deserts, and pass their lives and fix their posterity in the remotest corners of the world, to avoid those hardships which they suffer or fear in their native place, may very properly inquire why the legislature does not provide a remedy for their miseries, rather than encourage an escape from them. He may conclude that the flight of every honest man is a loss to the community. The poet guides the unhappy fugitive from want and persecution to plenty, quiet, and security, and seats him in scenes of peaceful solitude and undisturbed repose. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 156, end of footnote. How, when competitors like these contend, can surly virtue hope to fix a friend? This mournful truth is everywhere confessed: slow rises worth, by poverty depressed. Footnote: 3 years later, Johnson wrote, "Mere unassisted merit advances slowly if, what is not very common, it advances at all." Ibid, Volume 6, page 393. End of footnote. We may easily conceive with what feeling a great mind like his, cramped and galled by narrow circumstances, uttered this last line, which he marked by capitals. The whole of the poem is eminently excellent, and there are in it such proofs of a knowledge of the world and of a mature acquaintance with life as cannot be contemplated without wonder when we consider that he was then only in his 29th year, and had as yet seen so little in the busy haunts of men. Footnote: the busy hum of men. Hilton's L'Allegro, 1 line 118. End of footnote. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sir Robert Walpole, Itart 29. Yet while we admire the poetical excellence of this poem, candour obliges us to allow that the flame of patriotism and zeal for popular resistance with which it is fraught had no just cause. There was in truth no oppression. The nation was not cheated. Sir Robert Walpole was a wise and benevolent minister who thought that the happiness and prosperity of a commercial country like ours would be best promoted by peace, which he accordingly maintained with credit during a very long period. Johnson himself afterwards honestly acknowledged the merit of Walpole, whom he called a fixed star, while he characterized his opponent Pitt as a meteor. Footnote: see Boswell's Hebrides, October 21, 1773, and Post, March 21, 1775, for Johnson's attack on Lord Chatham. In the Life of Thomson, Johnson wrote, "At this time a long course of opposition to Sir Robert Walpole had filled the nation with clamours for liberty, of which no man felt the want, and with care for liberty, which was not in danger." Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 370. Hawkins says, Life, page 514, of Walpole he had a high opinion. He said of him that he was a fine fellow, and that his very enemies deemed him so before his death. He honoured his memory for having kept his country in peace for many years, as also for the goodness and placability of his temper. Horace Walpole, Letters, Volume 5, page 509, says, "My father alone was capable of acting on one great plan of honesty from the beginning of his life to the end. He could forever wage war with knaves and malice, and preserve his temper, could know men and yet feel for them, could smile when opposed, and be gentle after triumph." End of footnote. But Johnson's juvenile poem was naturally impregnated with the fire of opposition, and upon every account was universally admired. Appleby's School, Anno Domini 1738. Though thus elevated into fame and conscious of uncommon powers, he had not that bustling confidence, or I may rather say that animated ambition, which one might have supposed would have urged him to endeavour at rising in life. But such was his inflexible dignity of character that he could not stoop to court the great, without which hardly any man has made his way to a high station. Footnote: Johnson, in the Life of Milton, describes himself. Milton was naturally a thinker for himself, confident of his own abilities, and disdainful of help or hindrance. From his contemporaries he neither courted nor received support. There is in his writings nothing by which the pride of other authors might be gratified or favour gained, no exchange of praise nor solicitation of support. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 142. See post February 1766 for Johnson's opinion on courting great men. End of footnote. He could not expect to produce many such works as his London, and he felt the hardships of writing for bread. He was therefore willing to resume the office of a schoolmaster, so as to have a sure, though moderate, income for his life, and an offer being made to him of the mastership of a school. Footnote: in a billet written by Mr. Pope in the following year, the school is said to have been in Shropshire; but as it appears from a letter from Earl Gower that the trustees of it were some worthy gentlemen in Johnson's neighbourhood, I in my first edition suggested that Pope must have by mistake written Shropshire instead of Staffordshire. But I have since been obliged to Mr. Spearing, attorney at law, for the following information. William Adams, formerly citizen and haberdasher of London, founded a school at Newport in the county of Salop, by deed dated 27th of November 1656, by which he granted the yearly sum of £60 to such able and learned schoolmaster from time to time, being of godly life and conversation, who should have been educated at one of the universities of Oxford or Cambridge, and had taken the degree of Master of Arts, and was well read in the Greek and Latin tongues, as should be nominated from time to time by the said William Adams during his life, and after the decease of the said William Adams by the governors, namely the Master and Wardens of the Haberdashers' Company of the City of London, and their successors. The manor and lands out of which the revenues for the maintenance of the school were to issue are situate at Knighton and Adbaston in the county of Stafford. From the foregoing account of this foundation, particularly the circumstances of the salary being £60, and the degree of Master of Arts being a requisite qualification in the teacher, it seemed probable that this was the school in contemplation, and that Lord Gower erroneously supposed that the gentlemen who possessed the lands out of which the revenues issued were trustees of the charity. Such was the probable conjecture. But in the Gentleman's Magazine for May 1793 there is a letter from Mr. Henn, one of the masters of the school of Appleby in Leicestershire, in which he writes as follows: "I compared time and circumstance together, in order to discover whether the school in question might not be this of Appleby. Some of the trustees at that period were worthy gentlemen of the neighbourhood of Lichfield. Appleby itself is not far from the neighbourhood of Lichfield. The salary, the degree requisite, together with the time of election, all agreeing with the statutes of Appleby. The election, as said in the letter, could not be delayed longer than the 11th of next month, which was the 11th of September, just 3 months after the annual audit day of Appleby School, which is always on the 11th of June. And the statutes enjoin ne ullius praeceptorum electio diutibus tribus mensibus moraretur, etc. These I thought to be convincing proofs that my conjecture was not ill-founded, and that in a future edition of that book the circumstance might be recorded as fact. But what banishes every shadow of doubt is the minute book of the school, which declares the headmastership to be at that time vacant." I cannot omit returning thanks to this learned gentleman for the very handsome manner in which he has, in that letter, been so good as to speak of this work. Boswell. End of footnote. And an offer being made to him of the mastership of a school, provided he could obtain the degree of Master of Arts, Dr. Adams was applied to by a common friend, to know whether that could be granted him as a favour from the University of Oxford. But though he had made such a figure in the literary world, it was then thought too great a favour to be asked. Pope's letter of recommendation. Hawkins' Life, page 61, says that Johnson went to Appleby in August 1738, and offered himself as a candidate for the mastership. The date of 1738 seems to be Hawkins's inference. If Johnson went at all, it was in 1739. Pope, the friend of Swift, would not, of course, have sought Lord Gower's influence with Swift. He applied to his lordship, no doubt, as a great Midland county landowner likely to have influence with the trustees. Why, when the difficulty about the degree of Master of Arts was discovered, Pope was not asked to solicit Swift cannot be known. See post, beginning of 1780, in Boswell's account of the Life of Swift. Pope, without any knowledge of him but from his London, recommended him to Earl Gower, who endeavoured to procure for him a degree from Dublin by the following letter to a friend of Dean Swift. Sir, Mr. Samuel Johnson, author of London, a Satire, and some other poetical pieces, is a native of this country, and much respected by some worthy gentlemen in his neighbourhood, who are trustees of a charity school now vacant. The certain salary is £60 a year, of which they are desirous to make him master, but unfortunately he is not capable of receiving their bounty, which would make him happy for life, by not being a Master of Arts, which by the statutes of this school the master of it must be. Now these gentlemen do me the honour to think that I have interest enough in you to prevail upon you to write to Dean Swift, to persuade the University of Dublin to send a diploma to me constituting this poor man Master of Arts in their University. They highly extol the man's learning and probity, and will not be persuaded that the University will make any difficulty of conferring such a favour upon a stranger, if he is recommended by the Dean. They say he is not afraid of the strictest examination, though he is of so long a journey, and will venture it if the Dean thinks it necessary, choosing rather to die upon the road than be starved to death in translating for booksellers, which has been his only subsistence for some time past. I fear there is more difficulty in this affair than those good-natured gentlemen apprehend, especially as their election cannot be delayed longer than the 11th of next month. If you see this matter in the same light that it appears to me, I hope you will burn this, and pardon me for giving you so much trouble about an impracticable thing. But if you think there is a probability of obtaining the favour asked, I am sure your humanity and propensity to relieve merit in distress will incline you to serve the poor man without my adding any more to the trouble I have already given you. Then assuring you that I am, with great truth, sir, your faithful servant, Gower. Trentham, August 1st, 1739. Johnson's wish to practise law, Anno Domini 1738. It was perhaps no small disappointment to Johnson that this respectable application had not the desired effect. Yet how much reason has there been, both for himself and his country, to rejoice that it did not succeed, as he might probably have wasted in obscurity those hours in which he afterwards produced his incomparable works. About this time he made one other effort to emancipate himself from the drudgery of authorship. He applied to Dr. Adams to consult Dr. Smulbroke of the Commons, whether a person might be permitted to practise as an advocate there without a doctor's degree in civil law. I am, said he, a total stranger to these studies, but whatever is a profession and maintains numbers must be within the reach of common abilities and some degree of industry. Dr. Adams was much pleased with Johnson's design to employ his talents in that manner, being confident he would have attained to great eminence, and indeed I cannot conceive a man better qualified to make a distinguished figure as a lawyer, for he would have brought to his profession a rich store of various knowledge, an uncommon acuteness, and a command of language in which few could have equalled, and none have surpassed him. Footnote: What a pity it is, sir, said to him Sir William Scott, afterwards Lord Stowell, that you did not follow the profession of the law. You might have been Lord Chancellor of Great Britain. Post, April 17, 1778. End of footnote. He who could display eloquence and wit in defence of the decision of the House of Commons upon Mr. Wilkes's election for Middlesex, and of the unconstitutional taxation of our fellow subjects in America, must have been a powerful advocate in any cause. But here also the want of a degree was an insurmountable bar. Paul Sarpi's History, ITART 29. He was therefore under the necessity of persevering in that course into which he had been forced, and we find that his proposal from Greenwich to Mr. Cave for a translation of Father Paul Sarpi's History was accepted. Footnote: In the Weekly Miscellany, October 21, 1738, there appeared the following advertisement: Just published. Proposals for printing the history of the Council of Trent, translated from the Italian of Father Paul Sarpi, with the author's life and notes theological, historical, and critical from the French edition of Dr. Le Correia, to which are added observations on the history and notes and illustrations from various authors, both printed and manuscript, by S. Johnson. 1. The work will consist of 200 sheets and be 2 volumes in quarto, printed on good paper and letter. 2. The price will be 18 shillings each volume, to be paid half a guinea at the delivery of the first volume, and the rest at the delivery of the second volume in sheets. 3. Tuppence to be abated for every sheet less than 200. It may be had on a large paper in 3 volumes at the price of 3 guineas, one to be paid at the time of subscribing, another at the delivery of the first, and the rest at the delivery of the other volumes. The work is now in the press and will be diligently prosecuted. Subscriptions are taken in by Mr. Dodsley in Pall Mall, Mr. Rivington in St. Paul's Churchyard, and by E. Cave at St. John's Gate, and the translator at No. 6 in Castle Street by Cavendish Square. Boswell. End of footnote. Some sheets of this translation were printed off, but the design was dropped, for it happened, oddly enough, that another person of the name of Samuel Johnson, librarian of St. Martin's in the Fields and curate of that parish, engaged in the same undertaking, and was patronized by the clergy, particularly by Dr. Pierce, afterwards Bishop of Rochester. Several light skirmishes passed between the rival translators in the newspapers of the day, and the consequence was that they destroyed each other, for neither of them went on with the work. It is much to be regretted that the able performance of that celebrated genius, Fra Paolo, lost the advantage of being incorporated into British literature by the masterly hand of Johnson. Mr. Cave's Insinuation, Anno Domini 1738. I have in my possession, by the favour of Mr. John Nichols, a paper in Johnson's handwriting entitled Account between Mr. Edward Cave and Samuel Johnson in relation to a version of Father Paul, etc., begun August 2nd, 1738, by which it appears that from that day to the 21st of April, 1739, Johnson received for this work £49 7s, in sums of 1, 2, 3, and sometimes 4 guineas at a time, most frequently 2. And it is curious to observe the minute and scrupulous accuracy with which Johnson has pasted upon it a slip of paper which he has entitled Small Account, and which contains one article, September 9th, Mr. Cave laid down 2 and 6d. There is subjoined to this account a list of some subscribers to the work, partly in Johnson's handwriting, partly in that of another person, and there follows a leaf or two on which are written a number of characters which have the appearance of a shorthand, which perhaps Johnson was then trying to learn. To Mr. Cave, Wednesday, Sir. I did not care to detain your servant while I wrote an answer to your letter, in which you seem to insinuate that I had promised more than I am ready to perform. If I have raised your expectations by anything that may have escaped my memory, I am sorry, and if you remind me of it, shall thank you for the favour. If I made fewer alterations than usual in the debates, it was only because there appeared, and still appears to be, less need of alteration. The verses to Lady Firebrace, footnote, they afterwards appeared in the Gentleman's Magazine with this title, Verses to Lady Firebrace at various sizes, Boswell, end of footnote, may be had when you please, for you know that such a subject neither deserves much thought nor requires it. The Chinese stories, footnote, Du Halde's description of China was then publishing by Mr. Cave in weekly numbers, whence Johnson was to select pieces for the embellishment of the magazine. Nichols, Boswell, end of footnote, may be folded down when you please to send, in which I do not recollect that you desired any alterations to be made. An answer to another query I am very willing to write, and had consulted with you about it last night, if there had been time, for I think it the most proper way of inviting such a correspondence as may be an advantage to the paper, not a load upon it. As to the prize verses, a backwardness to determine their degrees of merit is not peculiar to me. You may, if you please, still have what I can say, but I shall engage with a little spirit in an affair which I shall hardly end to my own satisfaction, and certainly not to the satisfaction of the parties concerned. Footnote. The premium of £40 proposed for the best poem on the divine attributes is here alluded to. Nicholas, Boswell, end of footnote. As to Father Paul, I have not yet been just to my proposal, but have met with impediments which I hope are now at an end, and if you find the progress hereafter not such as you have a right to expect, you can easily stimulate a negligent translator. If any or all of these have contributed to your discontent, I will endeavour to remove it, and desire you to propose the question to which you wish for an answer. I am, Sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson. Impransus, Itart 29. To Mr. Cave, no date. Sir, I am pretty much of your opinion that the commentary cannot be prosecuted with any appearance of success, for, as the names of the authors concerned are of more weight in the performance than its own intrinsic merit, the public will be soon satisfied with it. And I think the examen should be pushed forward with the utmost expedition. Thus, this day, etc., an examen of Mr. Pope's essay, etc., containing a succinct account of the philosophy of Mr. Leibnitz on the system of the fatalists, with a confutation of their opinions, and an illustration of the doctrine of free will, with what else you think proper. It will above all be necessary to take notice that it is a thing distinct from the commentary. I was so far from imagining they stood still. Footnote. The compositors in Mr. Cave's printing office, who appear by this letter to have then waited for copy. Nicholas, Boswell, end of footnote. That I conceived them to have a good deal beforehand, and therefore was less anxious in providing them more. But if ever they stand still on my account, it must doubtless be charged to me, and whatever else shall be reasonable I shall not oppose. But beg a suspense of judgment till morning, when I must entreat you to send me a dozen proposals, and you shall have then copy to spare. I am, Sir, yours, Impransus. Footnote. 20 years later, when he was lodging in the Temple, he had fasted for 2 days at a time. He had drunk tea, but eaten no bread. This was no intentional fasting, but happened just in the course of a literary life. Boswell's Hebrides, October 4th, 1773. See Post, August 5th, 1763. End of footnote. Samuel Johnson. Pray muster up the proposals if you can, or let the boy recall them from the booksellers. Mr. Macbean, Anno Domini 1738. But although he corresponded with Mr. Cave concerning a translation of Crousaz's Examen of Pope's Essay on Man, and gave advice as one anxious for its success, I was long ago convinced by a perusal of the preface that this translation was erroneously ascribed to him, and I have found this point ascertained beyond all doubt by the following article in Dr. Birch's Manuscripts in the British Museum. Alisae Carterae, SPD, Thomas Birch. Versionem tuam examinis Crousasiani jam perlegi. Summam stili et elegantiam, et in re differitissima proprietatem. Admiratus. Dabam, November 27, 1738. Indeed, Mrs. Carter has lately acknowledged to Mr. Seward that she was the translator of the Examen. It is remarkable that Johnson's last quoted letter to Mr. Cave concludes with a fair confession that he had not a dinner, and it is no less remarkable that, though in this state of want himself, his benevolent heart was not insensible to the necessities of an humble labourer in literature, as appears from the very next letter. To Mr. Cave, no date. Dear Sir, you may remember I have formerly talked to you about a military dictionary. The eldest Mr. Macbean, who was with Mr. Chambers, has very good materials for such a work, which I have seen, and will do it at a very low rate. Footnote, this book was published. Boswell. I have not been able to find it. End of footnote. I think the tomes of war and navigation might be comprised, with good explanations, in one octavo pica, which he is willing to do for 12 shillings a sheet, to be made up a guinea at the second impression. If you think on it, I will wait on you with him. I am, Sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson. Pray lend me Topsell on Animals. Footnote, The History of Four-footed Beasts and Serpents, by Edward Topsell, London, 1607. Isaac Walton, in the Complete Angler, more than once quotes Topsell. See page 99 in the reprint of the first edition, where he says, "As our Topsell hath with great diligence observed." End of footnote. I must not omit to mention that this Mr. Macbean was a native of Scotland. In the Gentleman's Magazine of this year, Johnson gave a life of Father Paul, and he wrote the preface to the volume. Footnote. In this preface he describes some pieces as deserving no other fate than to be hissed, torn, and forgotten. Johnson's Works, B. 346. End of footnote. Dagger, which, though prefixed to it when bound, is always published with the appendix, and is therefore the last composition belonging to it. The ability and nice adaptation with which he could draw up a prefatory address was one of his peculiar excellencies. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boethius de Consolatione, ITAR 29. It appears, too, that he paid a friendly attention to Mrs. Elizabeth Carter, for in a letter from Mr. Cave to Dr. Birch, November the 28th this year, I find, Mr. Johnson advises Miss C. to undertake a translation of Boethius de Cons, because there is prose and verse, and to put her name to it when published. This advice was not followed, probably from an apprehension that the work was not sufficiently popular for an extensive sale. How well Johnson himself could have executed a translation of this philosophical poet we may judge from the following specimen, which he has given in the Rambler. Motto to number 7. O qui perpetua mundum ratione gubernast rarum celi quesatur, disicet rene nebulas et pondera moles atque tua splendore mica, tu namque serenum tu requies tranquilla piis, tu ceneri finis principium vector dux semita terminus idem. O thou, whose power over moving worlds presides, whose voice created and whose wisdom guides, on darkling man in pure effulgence shine, and cheer the clouded mind with light divine. 'Tis thine alone to calm the pious breast with silent confidence and holy rest. From thee, great God, we spring, to thee we tend, path, motive, guide, original, and end. In 1739, beside the assistance which he gave to the parliamentary debates, his writings in the Gentleman's Magazine, footnote, the letter to Mr. Urban in the January number of this year, page 3, is, I believe, by Johnson, end of footnote, were The Life of Boerhaave, *, in which it is to be observed that he discovers that love of chemistry which never forsook him. Footnote. Yet did Boerhaave not suffer one branch of science to withdraw his attention from others. Anatomy did not withhold him from chemistry, nor chemistry, enchanting as it is, from the study of botany. Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 276, see post under September 9, 1779, end of footnote. An appeal to the public in behalf of the editor, dagger. An address to the reader, dagger. An epigram both in Greek and Latin to Eliza, asterisk. And also English verses to her, asterisk. Footnote. What these verses are is not clear. On page 372 there is an epigram ad Elisam popi hortoloras capentem, of which on page 429 there are 3 translations, that by Urbanus may be Johnson's, end of footnote, and a Greek epigram to Dr. Birch, asterisk. Footnote Ibid, page 654, and Johnson's Works, volume 1, page 170. On page 211 of this volume of the Gentleman's Magazine is given the epigram to a lady who spoke in defence of liberty. This was Molly Aston, mentioned ante, page 83, end of footnote. It has been erroneously supposed that an essay published in that magazine this year, entitled The Apotheosis of Milton, was written by Johnson, and on that supposition it has been improperly inserted in the edition of his works by the booksellers after his decease. Were there no positive testimony as to this point, the style of the performance and the name of Shakespeare not being mentioned in an essay professedly reviewing the principal English poets would ascertain it not to be the production of Johnson. But there is here no occasion to resort to internal evidence, for my Lord Bishop of Salisbury, Dr. Douglas, has assured me that it was written by Guthrie. Abridgments, Anno Domini 1739. His separate publications were, footnote, to the year 1739 belongs Considerations on the Case of Dr. T.'s Sermons, abridged by Mr. Cave, 1739, first published in the Gentleman's Magazine of July 1787. See post under November 5th, 1784, note. Cave had begun to publish in the Gentleman's Magazine an abridgment of 4 sermons preached by Trapp against Whitefield. He stopped short in the publication, deterred perhaps by the threat of a prosecution for an infringement of copyright. On all difficult occasions, writes the editor in 1787, Johnson was Cave's oracle, and the paper now before us was certainly written on that occasion. Johnson argues that abridgments are not only legal, but also justifiable. The design of an abridgment is to benefit mankind by facilitating the attainment of knowledge, whereas an incorrect book is lawfully criticized and false assertions justly confuted, so a tedious volume may no less lawfully be abridged, because it is better that the proprietors should suffer some damage than that the acquisition of knowledge should be obstructed with unnecessary difficulties, and the valuable hours of thousands thrown away. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 465. Whether we have here Johnson's own opinion cannot be known. He was writing as Cave's advocate. See also Boswell's Hebrides, August 20th, 1773, end of footnote. A complete vindication of the licenses of the stage from the malicious and scandalous aspersions of Mr. Brooke, author of Gustavus Vasa, asterisk, being an ironical attack upon them for the suppression of that tragedy. Footnote. In his Life of Thomson, Johnson writes, "About this time the Act was passed for licensing plays, of which the first operation was the prohibition of Gustavus Vasa, a tragedy of Mr. Brooke, whom the public recompensed by a very liberal subscription. The next was the refusal of Edward and Eleonora, offered by Thomson. It is hard to discover why either play should have been obstructed." Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 373, end of footnote. Marmor Norfolkiense, Itat 30, and Marmor Norfolkiense, or an essay on an ancient prophetical inscription in monkish rhyme, lately discovered near Lynn in Norfolk by Probus Britannicus. Asterisk. In this performance he, in a feigned inscription supposed to have been found in Norfolk, the county of Sir Robert Walpole, then the obnoxious Prime Minister of this country, inveighs against the Brunswick succession and the measures of government consequent upon it. Footnote. The inscription and the translation of it are preserved in the London Magazine for the year 1739, page 244, Boswell. See Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 89, end of footnote. To this supposed prophecy he added a commentary, making each expression apply to the times with warm anti-Hanoverian zeal. This anonymous pamphlet, I believe, did not make so much noise as was expected, and therefore had not a very extensive circulation. Footnote. It is a little heavy in its humour, and does not compare well with the like writings of Swift and the earlier wits. End of footnote. Sir John Hawkins relates that warrants were issued and messengers employed to apprehend the author, who, though he had forborne to subscribe his name to the pamphlet, the vigilance of those in pursuit of him had discovered. And we are informed that he lay concealed in Lambeth Marsh till the scent after him grew cold. This, however, is altogether without foundation, for Mr. Steele, one of the Secretaries of the Treasury, who, amidst a variety of important business, politely obliged me with his attention to my inquiry, informed me that he directed every possible search to be made in the records of the Treasury and Secretary of State's office, but could find no trace whatever of any warrant having been issued to apprehend the author of this pamphlet. Reprint of Marmor Norfolkiense, Anno Domini 1739. Marmor Norfolkiense became exceedingly scarce, so that I for many years endeavoured in vain to procure a copy of it. At last I was indebted to the malice of one of Johnson's numerous petty adversaries, who in 1775 published a new edition of it, with notes and a dedication to Samuel Johnson, Doctor of Laws, by Tribunus, in which some puny scribbler invidiously attempted to found upon it a charge of inconsistency against its author, because he had accepted a pension from his present Majesty, and had written in support of the measures of government. As a mortification to such impotent malice, of which there are so many instances towards men of eminence, I am happy to relate that this telum imbelle, footnote, sic fatus senior telumque imbelle sine ictu conjecit, so spake the elder, and cast forth a toothless spear and vein. Morris Aeneads, Book 2, line 544, end of footnote. Did not reach its exalted object till about a year after it had thus appeared, when I mentioned it to him, supposing that he knew of the republication. To my surprise, he had not yet heard of it. He requested me to go directly and get it for him, which I did. He looked at it and laughed, and seemed to be much diverted with the feeble efforts of his unknown adversary, who, I hope, is alive to read this account. Now, said he, here is somebody who thinks he has vexed me sadly. Yet if it had not been for you, you rogue, I should probably never have seen it. Paper-sparing Pope, ITART 30. As Mr. Pope's note concerning Johnson, alluded to in a former page, refers both to his London and his Marmor Norfolkiense, I have deferred inserting it till now. I am indebted for it to Dr. Percy, the Bishop of Dromore, who permitted me to copy it from the original in his possession. It was presented to his Lordship by Sir Joshua Reynolds, to whom it was given by the son of Mr. Richardson the painter, the person to whom it is addressed. I have transcribed it with minute exactness, that the peculiar mode of writing and imperfect spelling of that celebrated poet may be exhibited to the curious in literature. It justifies Swift's epithet of paper-sparing Pope. Footnote: Get all your verses printed fair, then let them well be dried, and Curl must have a special care to leave the margin wide. Lend these to paper-sparing Pope, and when he sits to write, no letter with an envelope could give him more delight. Advice to the Grub Street verse writers. Swift's Works, 1803, volume 11, page 32. Nichols, in a note on this passage, says, "The original copy of Pope's Homer is almost entirely written on the covers of letters, and sometimes between the lines of the letters themselves." Johnson, in his Life of Pope, writes, "Of Pope's domestic character, frugality was a part eminently remarkable. This general care must be universally approved, but it sometimes appeared in petty artifices of parsimony, such as the practice of writing his compositions on the back of letters, as may be seen in the remaining copy of the Iliad, by which, perhaps, in 5 years 5 shillings were saved." Johnson's Works, volume 8, page 312, end of footnote. For it is written on a slip no larger than a common message card, and was sent to Mr. Richardson along with the Imitation of Juvenal. This is imitated by one Johnson, who put in for a public school in Shropshire, but was disappointed. He has an infirmity of the convulsive kind that attacks him sometimes, so as to make him a sad spectacle. Mr. P., from the merit of this work, which was all the knowledge he had of him, endeavoured to serve him without his own application, and wrote to my Lord Gore, but he did not succeed. Mr. Johnson published afterwards another poem in Latin with notes, the whole very humorous, called the Norfolk Prophecy. Footnote: The Marmor Norfolkiense, price 1 shilling, is advertised in the Gentleman's Magazine for 1739, page 220, among the books for April. End of footnote. P. Johnson had been told of this note, and Sir Joshua Reynolds informed him of the compliment which it contained, but from delicacy avoided showing him the paper itself. When Sir Joshua observed to Johnson that he seemed very desirous to see Pope's note, he answered, "Who would not be proud to have such a man as Pope so solicitous in inquiring about him?" Johnson's Tricks of Body, Anno Domini 1739. The infirmity to which Mr. Pope alludes appeared to me also, as I have elsewhere observed, to be of the convulsive kind. Footnote: Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, 3rd edition, page 8, Boswell. End of footnote. And of the nature of that distemper called St. Vitus's dance, and in this opinion I am confirmed by the description which Sydenham gives of that disease. This disorder is a kind of convulsion. It manifests itself by halting or unsteadiness of one of the legs, which the patient draws after him like an idiot. If the hand of the same side be applied to the breast or any other part of the body, he cannot keep it a moment in the same posture, but it will be drawn into a different one by a convulsion, notwithstanding all his efforts to the contrary. Sir Joshua Reynolds, however, was of a different opinion, and favoured me with the following paper: His Dread of Solitude, ITART 30. Those motions or tricks of Dr. Johnson are improperly called convulsions. Footnote. According to Sir Joshua Reynolds, every person who knew Dr. Johnson must have observed that the moment he was left out of the conversation, whether from his deafness or from whatever cause, but a few minutes without speaking or listening, his mind appeared to be preparing itself. He fell into a reverie accompanied with strange antic gestures, but this he never did when his mind was engaged by the conversation. These were therefore improperly called convulsions, which imply involuntary contortions, whereas a word addressed to him, his attention was recovered. Sometimes, indeed, it would be near a minute before he would give an answer, looking as if he laboured to bring his mind to bear on the question. Taylor's Reynolds, Volume 2, page 456. I still think, however, wrote Boswell, that these gestures were involuntary. For surely, had not that been the case, he would have restrained them in the public streets. Boswell's Hebrides, under date of August 11, 1773, note. Dr. T. Campbell, in his Diary of a Visit to England, page 33, writing of Johnson on March 16, 1775, says, "He has the aspect of an idiot, without the faintest ray of sense gleaming from any one feature, with the most awkward garb and unpowdered grey wig on one side only of his head. He is forever dancing the devil's jig, and sometimes he makes the most drivelling effort to whistle some thought in his absent paroxysms." Miss Burney thus describes him when she first saw him in 1778. "Soon after we were seated, this great man entered. I have so true a veneration for him, that the very sight of him inspires me with delight and reverence, notwithstanding the cruel infirmities to which he is subject, for he has almost perpetual convulsive movements, either of his hands, lips, feet, or knees, and sometimes of all together." Madame D'Arblay's Diary, Volume 1, page 63, see post under March 30, 1783, Boswell's note on Johnson's peculiarities, end of footnote. He could sit motionless when he was told so to do, as well as any other man. My opinion is that it proceeded from a habit which he had indulged himself in, of accompanying his thoughts with certain untoward actions, and those actions always appeared to me as if they were meant to reprobate some part of his past conduct. Whenever he was not engaged in conversation, such thoughts were sure to rush into his mind, and for this reason, any company, any employment whatever, he preferred to being alone. Footnote. Solitude, wrote Reynolds, to him was horror, nor would he ever trust himself alone, but when employed in writing or reading, he has often begged me to go home with him to prevent his being alone in the coach. Any company was better than none, by which he connected himself with many mean persons, whose presence he could command. Taylor's Reynolds, Volume 2, page 455. Johnson, writing to Mrs. Thrale, said, "If the world be worth winning, let us enjoy it. If it is to be despised, let us despise it by conviction. But the world is not to be despised, but as it is compared with something better. Company is in itself better than solitude, and pleasure better than indolence." Piozzi Letters, Volume 1, page 242. In The Idler, No. 32, he wrote, Others are afraid to be alone, and amuse themselves by a perpetual succession of companions. But the difference is not great. In solitude we have our dreams to ourselves, and in company we agree to dream in concert. The end sought in both is forgetfulness of ourselves. In The Rambler, No. 5, he wrote, "It may be laid down as a position which will seldom deceive, that when a man cannot bear his own company, there is something wrong. He must fly from himself, either because he feels a tediousness in life from the equipoise of an empty mind, or he must be afraid of the intrusion of some unpleasing ideas, and perhaps is struggling to escape from the remembrance of a loss, the fear of a calamity, or some other thought of greater horror." Cooper, whose temperament was in some respects not unlike Johnson's, wrote, "A vacant hour is my abhorrence, because when I am not occupied, I suffer under the whole influence of my unhappy temperament." Southey's Cooper, Volume 6, page 146, end of footnote. The great business of his life, he said, was to escape from himself. This disposition he considered as the disease of his mind, which nothing cured but company. One instance of his absence and particularity, as is characteristic of the man, may be worth relating. When he and I took a journey together into the West, we visited the late Mr. Banks of Dorsetshire. The conversation turning upon pictures, which Johnson could not well see, he retired to a corner of the room, stretching out his right leg as far as he could reach before him, then bringing up his left leg and stretching his right still further on. The old gentleman, observing him, went up to him, and in a very courteous manner assured him that, though it was not a new house, the flooring was perfectly safe. The doctor started from his reverie like a person waked out of sleep, but spoke not a word. While we are on this subject, my readers may not be displeased with another anecdote communicated to me by the same friend, from the relation of Mr. Hogarth. Hogarth meets Johnson, Anno Domini 1739. George II's cruelty, Itard 30. Johnson used to be a pretty frequent visitor at the house of Mr. Richardson, the author of Clarissa and other novels of extensive reputation. Mr. Hogarth came one day to see Richardson, soon after the execution of Dr. Cameron, for having taken arms for the House of Stuart in 1745-46. And being a warm partisan of George II, he observed to Richardson, footnote, Richardson was of the same way of thinking as Hogarth, writing of a speech made at the Oxford commemoration of 1754 by the Jacobite Dr. King, see post February 1755, he said, "There cannot be a greater instance of the lenity of the government he abuses than his pestilent harangue, so publicly made with impunity, furnishes all his readers with." Richardson's Correspondence, Volume 2, page 197, end of footnote. But certainly there must have been some very unfavourable circumstances lately discovered in this particular case, which had induced the King to approve of an execution for rebellion so long after the time when it was committed, as this had the appearance of putting a man to death in cold blood, and was very unlike His Majesty's usual clemency. Footnote. Impartial posterity may perhaps be as little inclined as Dr. Johnson was to justify the uncommon rigour exercised in the case of Dr. Archibald Cameron. He was an amiable and truly honest man, and his offence was owing to a generous, though mistaken, principle of duty. Being obliged, after 1746, to give up his profession as a physician and to go into foreign parts, he was honoured with the rank of colonel both in the French and Spanish service. He was the son of the ancient and respectable family of Cameron of Lochiel, and his brother, who was the chief of that brave clan, distinguished himself by moderation and humanity while the Highland army marched victorious through Scotland. It is remarkable of this chief that, though he had earnestly remonstrated against the attempt as hopeless, he was of too heroic a spirit not to venture his life and fortune in the cause, when personally asked by him whom he thought his prince, Boswell. Sir Walter Scott states in his introduction to Red Gauntlet that the government of George II. Were in possession of sufficient evidence that Dr. Cameron had returned to the Highlands not, as he alleged on his trial, for family affairs merely, but as the secret agent of the Pretender in a new scheme of rebellion. The ministers, however, preferred trying this indefatigable partisan on the ground of his undeniable share in the insurrection of 1745, rather than rescuing themselves and their master from the charge of harshness, at the expense of making it universally known that a fresh rebellion had been in agitation so late as 1752, Lockout. He was executed on June 7, 1753, Gentleman's Magazine, volume 22, page 292. Lord Campbell, Lives of the Chancellors, volume 109, says, "I regard his execution as a wanton atrocity." Horace Walpole, however, inclined to the belief that Cameron was engaged in a new scheme of rebellion. Walpole's Memoirs of George II, volume 1, page 333, end of footnote. While he was talking, he perceived a person standing at a window in the room, shaking his head and rolling himself about in a strange, ridiculous manner. He concluded that he was an idiot, whom his relations had put under the care of Mr. Richardson as a very good man. To his great surprise, however, this figure stalked forwards to where he and Mr. Richardson were sitting, and all at once took up the argument, and burst out into an invective against George II. As one who upon all occasions was unrelenting and barbarous. Footnote: Horace Walpole says that towards convicts under sentence of death, George II's disposition in general was merciful, if the offence was not murder. He mentions, however, a dreadful exception, when the King sent to the gallows at Oxford a young man who had been guilty of a most trifling forgery, though he had been recommended to mercy by the judge, who had assured him his pardon. Mercy was refused, merely because the judge, Willis, was attached to the Prince of Wales. It is very likely that this was one of Johnson's instances, as it had happened about 4 years earlier, and as an account of the young man had been published by an Oxonian. Walpole's Memoirs of the Reign of George II, volume 1, page 175, end of footnote. Mentioning many instances, particularly that when an officer of high rank had been acquitted by a court-martial, George II had with his own hand struck his name off the list. In short, he displayed such a power of eloquence that Hogarth looked at him with astonishment, and actually imagined that this idiot had been at the moment inspired. Neither Hogarth nor Johnson were made known to each other at this interview. Footnote: It is strange that when Johnson had been 16 years in London, he should not be known to Hogarth by sight. Mr. Hogarth, writes Mrs. Piozzi, was used to be very earnest that I should obtain the acquaintance, and if possible the friendship, of Dr. Johnson, whose conversation was to the talk of other men like Titian's painting compared to Hudson's, he said. Of Dr. Johnson, when my father and he were talking together about him one day, "That man," says Hogarth, "is not contented with believing the Bible, but he fairly resolves, I think, to believe nothing but the Bible." Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 136. End of footnote. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1740 ITAR 31, footnote. On October the 29th of this year, James Boswell was born. End of footnote. In 1740, he wrote for the Gentleman's Magazine the preface, dagger, footnote. In this preface is found the following lively passage. The Roman gazetteers are defective in several material ornaments of style. They never end an article with the mystical hint. This occasions great speculation. They seem to have been ignorant of such engaging introductions as, "We hear it is strongly reported," or of that ingenious but threadbare excuse for a downright lie, "It wants confirmation." End of footnote. Life of Sir Francis Drake, asterisk, and the first parts of those of Admiral Blake, asterisk. Footnote. The lives of Blake and Drake were certainly written with a political aim. The war with Spain was going on, and the Tory party was doing its utmost to rouse the country against the Spaniards. It was a time, according to Johnson, when the nation was engaged in a war with an enemy whose insults, ravages, and barbarities have long called for vengeance. Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 293, end of footnote. And of Philip Barretier, footnote. Barretier's childhood surpassed even that of J.S. Mill. At the age of 9 he was master of 5 languages, Greek and Hebrew being 2 of them. In his 12th year he applied more particularly to the study of the Fathers. At the age of 14 he published Anti-Artemonius, sive initium Evangelii Sancti Johannes adversus Artemonium vindicatum. The same year the University of Halle offered him the degree of Doctor in Philosophy. His theses, or philosophical positions, which he printed, ran through several editions in a few weeks. He was a deep student of mathematics, and astronomy was his favourite subject. His health broke down under his studies, and he died in 1740 in the 20th year of his age. Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 376, end of footnote. Both which he finished the following year. He also wrote an essay on epitaphs, footnote. He wrote also in 1756 a dissertation on the epitaphs written by Pope, end of footnote, and an epitaph on Phillips, a musician. Epitaph on Phillips, Anno Domini 1740, which was afterwards published with some other pieces of his in Mrs. Williams's Miscellanies. This epitaph is so exquisitely beautiful that I remember even Lord Keynes, strangely prejudiced as he was against Dr. Johnson, was compelled to allow it very high praise. It has been ascribed to Mr. Garrick, from its appearing at first with the signature G. But I have heard Mr. Garrick declare that it was written by Dr. Johnson, and give the following account of the manner in which it was composed. Johnson and he were sitting together when, amongst other things, Garrick repeated an epitaph upon this Phillips by a Dr. Wilkes in these words: "Exalted soul, whose harmony could please the lovesick virgin and the gouty ease, could jarring discord like Amphion move to beauteous order and harmonious love, rest here in peace, till angels bid thee rise and meet thy blessed Saviour in the skies." Johnson shook his head at these commonplace funereal lines, and said to Garrick, "I think, Davy, I can make a better." Then, stirring about his tea for a little while in a state of meditation, he almost extempore, produced the following verses. Footnote in the original and Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 10, page 464, the title of this poem as there given is An Epitaph upon the celebrated Claudie Phillips, musician, who died very poor. End of footnote. Phillips, whose touch harmonious could remove the pangs of guilty power or hapless love, rest here, distressed by poverty no more. Here find that calm thou gavest so oft before. Sleep undisturbed within this peaceful shrine, till angels wake thee with a note like thine. Footnote. The epitaph of Phillips is in the porch of Wolverhampton Church. The prose part of it is curious. Near this place lies Charles Claudius Phillips, whose absolute contempt of riches and inimitable performances upon the violin made him the admiration of all that knew him. He was born in Wales, made the tour of Europe, and after the experience of both kinds of fortune, died in 1732. Mr. Garrick appears not to have recited the verses correctly, the original being as follows. Exalted soul, thy various sounds could please the lovesick virgin and the gouty ease, could jarring crowds like old Amphion move to beauteous order and harmonious love. Rest here in peace till angels bid thee rise, and meet thy Saviour's consort in the skies. Blakeway. Consort is defined in Johnson's dictionary as a number of instruments playing together. End of footnote. Epigram on Cibber, ITART 31. At the same time that Mr. Garrick favoured me with this anecdote, he repeated a very pointed epigram by Johnson on George II and Colley Cibber, which has never yet appeared, and of which I know not the exact date. Footnote. I have no doubt that it was written in 1741, for the second line is clearly a parody of a line in the chorus of Cibber's birthday ode for that year. The chorus is as follows. While thou, our master of the main, revives Eliza's glorious reign, the great Plantagenets look down and see your race adorn your crown. Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 9, page 549. In the life of Barretier, Johnson had also this fling at George II. Princes are commonly the last by whom merit is distinguished. Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 381. Dr. Johnson afterwards gave it to me himself. Augustus still survives in Marrow's strain, and Spenser's verse prolongs Eliza's reign. Great George's acts let tuneful Cibber sing, for nature formed the poet for the king. One of Cromwell's speeches, Anno Domini 1741. In 1741, footnote, Hester Lynch Salisbury, afterwards Mrs. Thrale, and later on Mrs. Piozzi, was born on January the 27th, 1741, end of footnote. He wrote for the Gentleman's Magazine the preface, asterisk, conclusion of his lives of Drake and Barretier, dagger, a free translation of the Jests of Heracles, footnote. This piece is certainly not by Johnson. It contains more than one ungrammatical passage. It is impossible to believe that he wrote such a sentence as the following. Another, having a cask of wine sealed up at the top, but his servant boring a hole at the bottom, stole the greatest part of it away. Some time after, having called a friend to taste the wine, he found the vessel almost empty, etc. End of footnote. With an introduction, dagger, and, I think, the following pieces. Debate on the proposal of Parliament to Cromwell to assume the title of King, abridged, modified, and digested. Dagger. Footnote: Mr. Carlyle, by the use of the term imaginary editors, Cromwell's Letters and Speeches, Volume 3, page 229, seems to imply that he does not hold with Boswell in assigning this piece to Johnson. I am inclined to think, nevertheless, that Boswell is right. If it is Johnson's, it is doubly interesting as showing the method which he often followed in writing the parliamentary debates. When notes were given him, while for the most part he kept to the speaker's train of thoughts, he dealt with the language much as it pleased him. In the Gentleman's Magazine, Cromwell speaks as if he were wearing a flowing wig and were addressing a parliament in the days of George II. He is thus made to conclude speech 11, "For my part, could I multiply my person or dilate my power, I should dedicate myself wholly to this great end, in the prosecution of which I shall implore the blessing of God upon your counsels and endeavours." Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 11, page 100. The following are the words which correspond to this in the original: "If I could help you to many, and multiply myself into many, that would be to serve you in regard to settlement, but I shall pray to God Almighty that he would direct you to do what is according to his will, and this is that poor account I am able to give of myself in this thing." Carlyle's Cromwell, Volume 3, page 255, end of footnote. Translation of Abbé Guillon's Dissertation on the Amazons. Dagger. Translation of Fontenelle's Panegyric on Dr. Morin. Dagger. Two notes upon this appear to me undoubtedly his. He this year and the two following wrote the parliamentary debates. He told me himself that he was the sole composer of them for those 3 years only. He was not, however, precisely exact in his statement, which he mentioned from hasty recollection, for it is sufficiently evident that his composition of them began November the 19th, 1740, and ended February the 23rd, 1742-3. Asterisk. Footnote, see Appendix A. End of footnote. It appears from some of Cave's letters to Dr. Birch that Cave had better assistance for that branch of his magazine than has been generally supposed, and that he was indefatigable in getting it made as perfect as he could. Cave's Parliamentary Debates, ITAR 32. Thus, 21st July, 1735. I trouble you with the enclosed because you said you could easily correct what is here given for Lord C.'s speech. Footnote, Lord Chesterfield, end of footnote. I beg you will do so as soon as you can for me, because the month is far advanced. And 15th of July, 1737, as you remember the debates so far as to perceive the speeches already printed are not exact, I beg the favour that you will peruse the enclosed, and in the best manner your memory will serve, correct the mistaken passages, or add anything that is omitted. I should be very glad to have something of the Duke of N's speech, which will be particularly of service. Footnote, Duke of Newcastle, end of footnote. A gentleman has Lord Bathurst's speech to add something to. And July the 3rd, 1744, you will see what stupid, low, abominable stuff is put. Footnote, I suppose in another compilation of the same kind, Boswell, end of footnote, upon your noble and learned friend's character. Footnote, doubtless Lord Hardwicke, Boswell, end of footnote. Such as I should quite reject, and endeavour to do something better towards doing justice to the character. But as I cannot expect to attain my desires in that respect, it will be a great satisfaction, as well as an honour to our work, to have the favour of the genuine speech. It is a method that several have been pleased to take, as I could show, but I think myself under a restraint. I shall say so far that I have had some by a third hand, which I understood well enough to come from the first, others by penny post. Footnote: the delivery of letters by the penny post was originally confined to the cities of London and Westminster, the borough of Southwark, and the respective suburbs thereof. In 1801 the postage was raised to 2d. The term suburbs must have had a very limited signification, for it was not till 1831 that the limits of this delivery were extended to all places within 3 miles of the General Post Office. 9th Report of the Commissioners of the Post Office, 1837, page 4, into footnote. And others by the speakers themselves, who have been pleased to visit St. John's Gate and show particular marks of their being pleased. Footnote: Birch's manuscripts in the British Museum, 4302, Boswell, end of footnote. Johnson's Parliamentary Debates, Anno Domini 1741. There is no reason, I believe, to doubt the veracity of Cave. It is, however, remarkable that none of these letters are in the years during which Johnson alone furnished the debates, and one of them is in the very year after he had ceased from that labour. Johnson told me that as soon as he found that the speeches were thought genuine, he determined that he would write no more of them, for he would not be accessory to the propagation of falsehood. And such was the tenderness of his conscience that a short time before his death he expressed his regret for his having been the author of fictions which had passed for realities. Footnote: see post, December 1784, in Nichols's Anecdotes. If we may trust Hawkins, it is likely that Johnson's tenderness of conscience cost Cave a good deal, for he writes that while Johnson composed the debates, the sale of the magazine increased from 10 to 15,000 copies a month. Cave manifested his good fortune by buying an old coach and a pair of older horses. Hawkins's Johnson, page 123, end of footnote. He nevertheless agreed with me in thinking that the debates which he had framed were to be valued as orations upon questions of public importance. They have accordingly been collected in volumes, properly arranged, and recommended to the notice of parliamentary speakers by a preface written by no inferior hand. Footnote: I am assured that the editor is Mr. George Chalmers, whose commercial works are well known and esteemed. Boswell. End of footnote. I must, however, observe that although there is in those debates a wonderful store of political information and very powerful eloquence, I cannot agree that they exhibit the manner of each particular speaker, as Sir John Hawkins seems to think. But indeed, what opinion can we have of his judgment and taste in public speaking, who presumes to give as the characteristics of two celebrated orators the deep-mouthed rancour of Pulteney? Footnote: the characteristic of Pulteney's oratory is thus given in Hazlitt's Northcole's Conversations, page 288. Old Mr. Tolcher used to say of the famous Pulteney, "My Lord Bath always speaks in blank verse." End of footnote. And the yelping pertinacity of Pitt. Footnote: Hawkins's Life of Johnson, page 100, Boswell. End of footnote. This year I find that his tragedy of Irene had been for some time ready for the stage, and that his necessities made him desirous of getting as much as he could for it without delay. For there is the following letter from Mr. Cave to Dr. Birch in the same volume of manuscripts in the British Museum, from which I copied those above quoted. They were most obligingly pointed out to me by Sir William Musgrave, one of the curators of that noble repository. Bibliotheca Harleiana, Ætat 32. September the 9th, 1741. I have put Mr. Johnson's play into Mr. Gray's hands in order to sell it to him, if he is inclined to buy it, but I doubt whether he will or not. Footnote, a bookseller of London, Boswell. End of footnote. He would dispose of the copy, and whatever advantage may be made by acting it. Would your society, or any gentleman or body of men that you know, take such a bargain? Footnote, not the Royal Society, but the Society for the Encouragement of Learning, of which Dr. Birch was a leading member. Their object was to assist authors in printing expensive works. It existed from about 1735 to 1746, when, having incurred a considerable debt, it was dissolved. Boswell. End of footnote. He and I are very unfit to deal with theatrical persons. Fleetwood was to have acted it last season, but Johnson's diffidence, or prevented it. Footnote. There is no erasure here, but a mere blank, to fill up which may be an exercise for ingenious conjecture. Boswell. End of footnote. I have already mentioned that Irene was not brought into public notice till Garrick was manager of Drury Lane Theatre. Osborne, the bookseller, Anno Domini 1742, 1742, Ætat 33. In 1742, footnote, Johnson, writing to Dr. Taylor on June the 10th, 1742, says, I propose to get Charles of Sweden ready for this winter, and shall therefore, as I imagine, be much engaged for some months with the dramatic writers, into whom I have scarcely looked for many years. Keep Irene close. You may send it back at your leisure. Notes and queries. Charles of Sweden must have been a play which he projected. End of footnote. He wrote for the Gentleman's Magazine the preface, dagger, the parliamentary debates, asterisk, essay on the account of the conduct of the Duchess of Marlborough, asterisk, then the popular topic of conversation. This essay is a short but masterly performance. We find him in number 13 of his Rambler censuring a profligate sentiment in that account. Footnote. The profligate sentiment was that to tell a secret to a friend is no breach of fidelity, because the number of persons trusted is not multiplied, a man and his friend being virtually the same. Rambler number 13, end of footnote. And again insisting upon it strenuously in conversation. Footnote. Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, 3rd edition, page 167, September the 10th, 1773, Boswell, end of footnote. An account of the life of Peter Burman, asterisk, I believe chiefly taken from a foreign publication, as indeed he could not himself know much about Burman. Additions to his Life of Barretier, asterisk, the Life of Sydenham, asterisk, afterwards prefixed to Dr. Swan's edition of his works. Proposals for printing Bibliotheca Harleiana, or a catalogue of the library of the Earl of Oxford, asterisk, footnote. This piece contains a passage in honour of some great critic. May the shade, at least, of one great English critic rest without disturbance, and may no man presume to insult his memory who wants his learning, his reason, or his wit. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 182. Bentley had died on July the 14th of this year, and there can be little question that Bentley is meant. End of footnote. his account of that celebrated collection of books in which he displays the importance to literature of what the French call a catalogue raisonné, when the subjects of it are extensive and various, and it is executed with ability, cannot fail to impress all his readers with admiration of his philological attainments. It was afterwards prefixed to the first volume of the catalogue, in which the Latin accounts of books were written by him. He was employed in this business by Mr. Thomas Osborne, the bookseller, who purchased the library for £13,000, a sum which Mr. Oldys says in one of his manuscripts was not more than the binding of the books had cost. Yet, as Dr. Johnson assured me, the slowness of the sale was such that there was not much gained by it. It has been confidently related, with many embellishments, that Johnson one day knocked Osborne down in his shop with a folio, and put his foot upon his neck. The simple truth I had from Johnson himself. Sir, he was impertinent to me, and I beat him. But it was not in his shop, it was in my own chamber. Footnote. There is nothing to tell, dearest lady, but that he was insolent, and I beat him, and that he was a blockhead, and told of it, which I should never have done. I have beat many a fellow, but the rest had the wit to hold their tongues. Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 233. In the Life of Pope, Johnson thus mentions Osborne. Pope was ignorant enough of his own interest to make another change, and introduced Osborne contending for the prize among the booksellers. Dunciad, Book 2, line 167. Osborne was a man entirely destitute of shame, without sense of any disgrace but that of poverty. The shafts of satire were directed equally in vain against Cibber and Osborne, being repelled by the impenetrable impudence of one, and deadened by the impassive dullness of the other. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 302, end of footnote, end of section 15. Section 16 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A projected parliamentary history, I-type 33. A very diligent observer may trace him where we should not easily suppose him to be found. I have no doubt that he wrote the little abridgment entitled Foreign History in the magazine for December. To prove it, I shall quote the introduction. As this is that season of the year in which nature may be said to command a suspension of hostilities, and which seems intended, by putting a short stop to violence and slaughter, to afford time for malice to relent and animosity to subside, we can scarce expect any other accounts than of plans, negotiations, and treaties, of proposals for peace, and preparations for war. As also this passage. Let those who despise the capacity of the Swiss tell us by what wonderful policy, or by what happy conciliation of interests, it is brought to pass that in a body made up of different communities and different religions there should be no civil commotions, footnote in the original contentions, end of footnote, though the people are so warlike that to nominate and raise an army is the same. I am obliged to Mr. Astell, footnote, December the 21st, 1775. In the paper office there is a wight called Thomas Astell, who lives like moths on old parchments. Walpole's Letters, Volume 6, page 299, end of footnote. for his ready permission to copy the 2 following letters, of which the originals are in his possession. Their contents show that they were written about this time, and that Johnson was now engaged in preparing an historical account of the British Parliament. To Mr. Cave, no date, Sir. I believe I am going to write a long letter, and have therefore taken a whole sheet of paper. The first thing to be written about is our historical design. You mentioned the proposal of printing in numbers as an alteration in the scheme, but I believe you mistook some way or other my meaning. I had no other view than that you might rather print too many of 5 sheets than of 5 and 30. With regard to what I shall say on the manner of proceeding, I would have it understood as wholly indifferent to me, and my opinion only, not my resolution, emptores sit edicere. I think the insertion of the exact dates of the most important events in the margin, or of so many events as may enable the reader to regulate the order of facts with sufficient exactness, the proper medium between a journal, which has regard only to time, and a history, which ranges facts according to their dependence on each other, and postpones or anticipates according to the convenience of narration. I think the work ought to partake of the spirit of history, which is contrary to minute exactness, and of the regularity of a journal, which is inconsistent with spirit. For this reason I neither admit numbers or dates, nor reject them. I am of your opinion with regard to placing most of the resolutions, etc., in the margin, and think we shall give the most complete account of parliamentary proceedings that can be contrived. The naked papers, without an historical treatise interwoven, require some other book to make them understood. I will date the succeeding facts with some exactness, but I think in the margin. Payment for work, Anno Domini 1742. You told me on Saturday that I had received money on this work, and found set down £13 2 and 6d, reckoning the half-guinea of last Saturday. As you hinted to me that you had many calls for money, I would not press you too hard, and therefore shall desire only, as I send it in, 2 guineas for a sheet of copy. The rest you may pay me when it may be more convenient, and even by this sheet payment I shall for some time be very expensive. The life of Savage, * Savage died on August 1, 1743, so that this letter is misplaced, I am ready to go upon, and in great primer and piker notes I reckon on sending in half a sheet a day, but the money for that shall likewise lie by in your hands till it is done. With the debates, shall not I have business enough? If I had but good pens. Towards Mr. Savage's life, what more have you got? I would willingly have his trial, etc., and know whether his defence be at Bristol, and would have his collection of poems on account of the preface. The Plain Dealer, The Plain Dealer was published in 1724, and contained some account of Savage, Boswell, all the magazines that have anything of his or relating to him. I thought my letter would be long, but it is now ended, and I am, Sir, yours, etc., Samuel Johnson. The boy found me writing this almost in the dark, when I could not quite easily read yours. I have read the Italian. Nothing in it is well. I had no notion of having anything for the inscription. In the Gentleman's Magazine for September 1743, page 490, there is an epitaph on R.S., Esquire, which may perhaps be this inscription: His life was want, this epitaph declares. It is certainly not the runic inscription in the number for March 1742, as Malone suggests, for the earliest possible date of this letter is 17 months later. End of footnote. I hope you don't think I kept it to extort a price. I could think of nothing till today. If you could spare me another guinea for the history, I should take it very kindly tonight. But if you do not, I shall not think it an injury. I am almost well again. To Mr. Cave. Sir, you did not tell me your determination about the soldier's letter. Footnote. I have not discovered what this was. Boswell. End of footnote. Which I am confident was never printed. I think it will not do by itself, or in any other place, so well as in the Mag Extraordinary. Footnote. The Mag Extraordinary is perhaps the supplement to the December number of each year. End of footnote. If you will have it at all, I believe you do not think I set it high, and I will be glad if what you give quickly. You need not be in care about something to print, for I have got the State Trials, and shall extract Layer, Atterbury, and Macclesfield from them, and shall bring them to you in a fortnight, after which I will try to get the South Sea Report. No date or signature. I would also ascribe to him an essay on the description of China from the French of Du Halde, dagger. Footnote. This essay contains one sentiment eminently Johnsonian. The writer had shown how patiently Confucius endured extreme indigence. He adds, this constancy cannot raise our admiration after his former conquest of himself, for how easily may he support pain who has been able to resist pleasure. Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 12, page 355, end of footnote. Ad Laudam Paritoram Epigramma, Itab 33. His writings in the Gentleman's Magazine in 1743 are the preface, dagger, footnote. In this preface there is a complaint that has been often repeated. All kinds of learning have given way to politics. End of footnote. The parliamentary debates, dagger, considerations on the dispute between Crousaz, footnote. In the Life of Pope, Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 287, Johnson says that Crousaz, however little known or regarded here, was no mean antagonist, end of footnote. And Warburton on Pope's Essay on Man, dagger, in which, while he defends Crousaz, he shows an admirable metaphysical acuteness and temperance in controversy. Footnote. It is not easy to believe that Boswell had read this essay, but there is nothing metaphysical in what Johnson wrote. 2/3 of the paper are a translation from Crousaz. Boswell does not seem to have distinguished between Crousaz's writings and Johnson's. We have here a striking instance of the way in which Cave sometimes treated his readers. 1/3 of this essay is given in the number for March, the rest in the number for November. End of footnote. Ad Laudam Paritoram Epigramma, asterisk. Footnote. Angliacas interpulcherrima Laura puellas, mox uteri pondus depositura grave, adsit Laura tibi facilis lucina dolenti, neve tibi noceat praentuisse Dei. Mr. Hector was present when this epigram was made impromptu. The first line was proposed by Dr. James, and Johnson was called upon by the company to finish it, which he instantly did. Boswell. Macaulay, Essays, Volume 1, page 364, criticizes Mr. Croker's criticism of this epigram, end of footnote, and a Latin translation of Pope's verses on his grotto, asterisk, footnote. The lines with which this poem is introduced seem to show that it cannot be Johnson's. He was not the man to allow that haste of performance was any plea for indulgence. They are as follows. Though several translations of Mr. Pope's verses on his grotto have already appeared, we hope that the following attempt, which we are assured was the casual amusement of half an hour during several solicitations to proceed, will neither be unacceptable to our readers, nor, these circumstances considered, dishonour the persons concerned by a hasty publication. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 13, page 550, end of footnote. And as he could employ his pen with equal success upon a small matter as a great, I suppose him to be the author of an advertisement for Osborne concerning the great Harleian catalogue. Footnote. See Gentleman's Magazine, volume 13, page 560. I doubt whether this advertisement be from Johnson's hand. It is very unlikely that he should make the advertiser in one and the same paragraph, when speaking of himself, use us and mine. Boswell does not mention the preface to volume 3 of the Harleian catalogue. It is included in Johnson's Works, volume 5, page 198. Its author, be he who he may, in speaking of literature, says, I have idly hoped to revive a taste well nigh extinguished. End of footnote. Friendship an Ode, Anno Domini 1743. But I should think myself much wanting, both to my illustrious friend and my readers, did I not introduce here with more than ordinary respect an exquisitely beautiful ode, which has not been inserted in any of the collections of Johnson's poetry, written by him at a very early period, as Mr. Hector informs me, and inserted in the Gentleman's Magazine of this year. Friendship an Ode, asterisk. Friendship, peculiar boon of heaven, the noble mind's delight and pride, to men and angels only given, to all the lower world denied. While love, unknown among the blest, parent of 1,000 wild desires, the savage and the human breast, torments alike with raging fires, with bright but oft destructive gleam, alike o'er all his lightnings fly. Thy lambent glories only beam around the favourites of the sky. Thy gentle flows of guiltless joys on fools and villains ne'er descend. In vain for thee the tyrant sighs, and hugs a flatterer for a friend. Directress of the brave and just, O guide us through life's darksome way, and let the tortures of mistrust on selfish bosoms only prey. Nor shall thine ardours cease to glow when souls to blissful climes remove. What raised our virtue here below shall aid our happiness above. Dr. James and Dr. Mead, ITARD 34. Johnson had now an opportunity of obliging his schoolfellow, Dr. James, of whom he once observed, no man brings more mind to his profession. Footnote. Johnson did not speak equally well of Dr. James's morals. He will not, he wrote, pay for 3 box tickets which he took. It is a strange fellow. The tickets were no doubt for Miss Williams's benefit. Croker's Boswell, Octavo, page 101. See ante, page 81, and post, March the 28th, 1776. End of 1780, note. End of footnote. James published this year his medicinal dictionary in 3 volumes folio. Johnson, as I understood from him, had written or assisted in writing the proposals for this work, and being very fond of the study of physic, in which James was his master, he furnished some of the articles. He, however, certainly wrote for it the dedication to Dr. Mead, Dagger, which is conceived with great address to conciliate the patronage of that very eminent man. Footnote: to Dr. Mead, Sir, that the medicinal dictionary is dedicated to you is to be imputed only to your reputation for superior skill in those sciences which I have endeavoured to explain and facilitate. You are therefore to consider this address, if it be agreeable to you, as one of the rewards of merit, and if otherwise, as one of the inconveniences of eminence. However you shall receive it, my design cannot be disappointed, because this public appeal to your judgment will show that I do not found my hopes of approbation upon the ignorance of my readers, and that I fear his censure least, whose knowledge is most extensive. I am, Sir, your most obedient humble servant, R. James. Boswell. See post, May 16, 1778, where Johnson said, Dr. Mead lived more in the broad sunshine of life than almost any man. End of footnote. Dr. Birch, Anno Domini 1743. It has been circulated, I know not with what authenticity, that Johnson considered Dr. Birch as a dull writer, and said of him, Tom Birch is as brisk as a bee in conversation, but no sooner does he take a pen in his hand than it becomes a torpedo to him, and benumbs all his faculties. Footnote: Johnson was used to speak of him in this manner: Tom is a lively rogue. He remembers a great deal, and can tell many pleasant stories. But a pen is to Tom a torpedo. The touch of it benumbs his hand and his brain. Hawkins's Johnson, page 209. Goldsmith, in his Life of Nash, Cunningham's Goldsmith's Works, Volume 4, page 54, says, Nash was not born a writer, for whatever humour he might have in conversation, he used to call a pen his torpedo. Whenever he grasped it, it benumbed all his faculties. It is very likely that Nash borrowed this saying from Johnson. In Boswell's Hebrides, September 24, 1773, we read, Dr. Birch being mentioned, Dr. Johnson said he had more anecdotes than any man. I said Percy had a great many, that he flowed with them like one of the brooks here. Johnson: if Percy is like one of the brooks here, Birch was like the river Thames. Birch excelled Percy in that as much as Percy excels Goldsmith. Disraeli, Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, page 425, describes Dr. Birch as one to whom British history stands more indebted than to any superior author. He has enriched the British Museum by thousands of the most authentic documents of genuine secret history. End of footnote. That the literature of this country is much indebted to Birch's activity and diligence must certainly be acknowledged. We have seen that Johnson honoured him with a Greek epigram, footnote, ante, page 140, end of footnote, and his correspondence with him during many years proves that he had no mean opinion of him. To Dr. Birch, Thursday, September 29, 1743. Sir, I hope you will excuse me for troubling you on an occasion on which I know not whom else I can apply to. I am at a loss for the lives and characters of Earl Stanhope, the two Craggs, and the Minister Sunderland, and beg that you will inform, in square brackets, me, where I may find them, and send any pamphlets, etc., relating to them to Mr. Cave, to be perused for a few days by Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. His circumstances were at this time much embarrassed, yet his affection for his mother was so warm and so liberal, that he took upon himself a debt of hers which, though small itself, was then considerable to him. This appears from the following letter which he wrote to Mr. Levett of Lichfield, the original of which lies now before me. To Mr. Levett in Lichfield, December 1st, 1743. Sir, I am extremely sorry that we have encroached so much upon your forbearance with respect to the interest, which a great perplexity of affairs hindered me from thinking of with that attention that I ought, and which I am not immediately able to remit to you, but will pay it, I think £12, in 2 months. I look upon this and on the future interest of that mortgage as my own debt, and beg that you will be pleased to give me directions how to pay it, and not mention it to my dear mother. If it be necessary to pay this in less time, I believe I can do it, but I take 2 months for certainty, and beg an answer whether you can allow me so much time. I think myself very much obliged to your forbearance, and shall esteem it a great happiness to be able to serve you. I have great opportunities of dispersing anything that you may think it proper to make public. Footnote. In 1761 Mr. John Levett was returned for Lichfield, but on petition was declared to be not duly elected. Parliamentary History, Volume 15, page 188. Perhaps he was already aiming at public life. End of footnote. I will give a note for the money, payable at the time mentioned, to anyone here that you shall appoint. I am, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, at Mr. Osborne's bookseller in Gray's Inn. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Life of Savage, Itart 35. Johnson's friendship with Savage, Anno Domini 1744. 1744, Itart 35. It does not appear that he wrote anything in 1744 for the Gentleman's Magazine but the preface, Dagger. His Life of Barretier was now republished in a pamphlet by itself, but he produced one work this year, fully sufficient to maintain the high reputation which he had acquired. This was the Life of Richard Savage, *, a man of whom it is difficult to speak impartially without wondering that he was for some time the intimate companion of Johnson. Footnote. One explanation may be found of Johnson's intimacy with Savage and with other men of loose character. He was, writes Hawkins, one of the most quick-sighted men I ever knew in discovering the good and amiable qualities of others. Hawkins's Johnson, page 50. He was, says Boswell, post April 13th, 1778, willing to take men as they are, imperfect, and with a mixture of good and bad qualities. How intimate the two men were is shown by the following passage in Johnson's Life of Savage. Savage left London in July 1739, having taken leave with great tenderness of his friends, and parted from the author of this narrative with tears in his eyes. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 173, end of footnote. Of whom it is difficult to speak impartially without wondering that he was for some time the intimate companion of Johnson, for his character was marked by profligacy, insolence, and ingratitude. Footnote. As a specimen of his temper, I insert the following letter from him to a noble lord, to whom he was under great obligations, but who, on account of his bad conduct, was obliged to discard him. The original was in the hands of the late Francis Cockayne Cust, Esquire, one of His Majesty's council learned in the law. Right honourable brute and booby, I find you want, as Mr. is pleased to hint, to swear away my life, that is, the life of your creditor, because he asks you for a debt. The public shall soon be acquainted with this, to judge whether you are not fitter to be an Irish evidence than to be an Irish peer. I defy and despise you. I am your determined adversary, R.S. Boswell. The noble lord was no doubt Lord Tyrconnell. See Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 140. Mr. Cust is mentioned post, page 170, end of footnote. Yet, as he undoubtedly had a warm and vigorous, though unregulated mind, had seen life in all its varieties, and been much in the company of statesmen and wits of his time, footnote, Savage took all opportunities of conversing familiarly with those who were most conspicuous at that time for their power or their influence. He watched their looser moments, and examined their domestic behaviour with that acuteness which nature had given him, and which the uncommon variety of his life had contributed to increase, and that inquisitiveness which must always be produced in a vigorous mind by an absolute freedom from all pressing or domestic engagements. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 135, end of footnote. He could communicate to Johnson an abundant supply of such materials as his philosophical curiosity most eagerly desired, and the Savage's misfortunes and misconduct had reduced him to the lowest state of wretchedness as a writer for bread. Footnote. Thus he spent his time in mean expedients and tormenting suspense, living for the greatest part in the fear of prosecutions from his creditors, and consequently skulking in obscure parts of the town, of which he was no stranger, to the remotest corners. Ibid, page 165, end of footnote. His visits to St. John's Gate naturally brought Johnson and him together. Footnote. Sir John Hawkins gives the world to understand that Johnson, being an admirer of genteel manners, was captivated by the address and demeanour of Savage, who, as to his exterior, was to a remarkable degree accomplished. Hawkins's Life, page 52. But Sir John's notions of gentility must appear somewhat ludicrous, from his stating the following circumstance as presumptive evidence that Savage was a good swordsman. That he understood the exercise of a gentleman's weapon may be inferred from the use made of it in that rash encounter which is related in his life. The dexterity here alluded to was that Savage, in a nocturnal fit of drunkenness, stabbed a man at a coffee-house and killed him, for which he was tried at the Old Bailey and found guilty of murder. Johnson indeed describes him as having a grave and manly deportment, a solemn dignity of mien, but which, upon a nearer acquaintance, softened into an engaging easiness of manners. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 187. How highly Johnson admired him for that knowledge which he himself so much cultivated, and what kindness he entertained for him, appears from the following lines in the Gentleman's Magazine for April 1738, which, I am assured, were written by Johnson. Ad Ricardum Savage. Humani studium generis cui pectore fervet, occollat humanum te poveatque genus. Boswell. The epigram is inscribed, Ad Ricardum Savage amigerum, Humani generis amatorem. Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 8, page 210, end of footnote. Dining behind the screen, Itat 35. It is melancholy to reflect that Johnson and Savage were sometimes in such extreme indigence. Footnote. The following striking proof of Johnson's extreme indigence, when he published the Life of Savage, was communicated to the author by Mr. Richard Stowe of Apsley in Bedfordshire, from the information of Mr. Walter Hart, author of the Life of Gustavus Adolphus. Soon after Savage's life was published, Mr. Hart dined with Edward Cave, and occasionally praised it. Soon after, meeting him, Cave said, "You made a man very happy t'other day." "How could that be?" says Hart. "Nobody was there but ourselves." Cave answered by reminding him that a plate of victuals was sent behind a screen, which was to Johnson, dressed so shabbily that he did not choose to appear, but on hearing the conversation was highly delighted with the encomiums on his book. Malone. He desired much to be alone, yet he always loved good talk, and often would get behind the screen to hear it. Great Heart's Account of Fearing, Pilgrim's Progress, Part 2. Hart was tutor to Lord Chesterfield's son. See post 1770 in Dr. Maxwell's Collectanea, and March 30th, 1781. End of footnote. Was sometimes in such extreme indigence that they could not pay for a lodging, so that they have wandered together whole nights in the streets. Johnson in want of a lodging, Anno Domini 1744. Footnote. Johnson has told me that whole nights have been spent by him and Savage in a perambulation round the squares of Westminster, St. James's in particular, when all the money they could both raise was less than sufficient to purchase for them the shelter and sordid comforts of a knight's cellar. Hawkins's Johnson, page 53. Where was Mrs. Johnson living at this time? This perhaps was the time of which Johnson wrote, when, after telling of a silver cup which his mother had bought him, and marked Sam I, he says, "The cup was one of the last pieces of plate which dear Tetty sold in our distress." Account of Johnson's early life, page 18. Yet it is not easy to understand how, if there was a lodging for her, there was not one for him. She might have been living with friends. We have a statement by Hawkins, page 89, that there was a temporary separation of Johnson from his wife. He adds that while he was in a lodging in Fleet Street, she was harboured by a friend near the Tower. This separation, he insinuates, rose by an estrangement caused by Johnson's indifference in the discharge of the domestic virtues. It is far more likely that it rose from destitution. Shenstone, in a letter written in 1743, gives a curious account of the streets of London through which Johnson wandered. He says, "London is really dangerous at this time. The pickpockets, formerly content with mere filching, make no scruple to knock people down with bludgeons in Fleet Street and the Strand, and that at no later hour than 8 o'clock at night. But in the piazzas, Covent Garden, they come in large bodies, armed with couteaus, and attack whole parties, so that the danger of coming out of playhouses is of some weight in the opposite scale, when I am disposed to go to them oftener than I ought." Shenstone's Works, edit, volume 3, page 73, end of footnote. Yet in these almost incredible scenes of distress, we may suppose that Savage mentioned many of the anecdotes with which Johnson afterwards enriched the life of his unhappy companion, and those of other poets. He told Sir Joshua Reynolds that one night in particular, when Savage and he walked round St. James's Square for want of a lodging, They were not at all depressed by their situation, but in high spirits and brimful of patriotism, traversed the square for several hours, inveighed against the minister, and resolved they would stand by their country. Footnote: Savage lodged as much by accident as he dined, and passed the night sometimes in mean houses, and sometimes, when he had not money to support even the expenses of these receptacles, walked about the streets till he was weary, and lay down in the summer upon a bulk, or in the winter, with his associates in poverty, among the ashes of a glass house. In this manner were passed those days and those nights which nature had enabled him to have employed in elevated speculations, useful studies, or pleasing conversation. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 159, end of footnote. I am afraid, however, that by associating with Savage, who was habituated to the dissipation and licentiousness of the town, Johnson, though his good principles remained steady, did not entirely preserve that conduct for which, in days of greater simplicity, he was remarked by his friend Mr. Hector, but was imperceptibly led into some indulgencies which occasioned much distress to his virtuous mind. That Johnson was anxious that an authentic and favourable account of his extraordinary friend should first get possession of the public attention is evident from a letter which he wrote in the Gentleman's Magazine for August of the year preceding its publication. Mr. Urban, as your collections show how often you have owed the ornaments of your poetical pages to the correspondence of the unfortunate and ingenious Mr. Savage, I doubt not that you have so much regard to his memory as to encourage any design that may have a tendency to the preservation of it from insults or calumnies, and therefore with some degree of assurance entreat you to inform the public that his Life will speedily be published by a person who was favoured with his confidence, and received from himself an account of most of the transactions which he proposes to mention, to the time of his retirement to Swansea in Wales. From that period to his death in the prison of Bristol, the account will be continued from materials still less liable to objection, his own letters and those of his friends, some of which will be inserted in the work, and abstracts of others subjoined in the margin. It may be reasonably imagined that others may have the same design, but as it is not credible that they can obtain the same materials, it must be expected that they will supply from invention the want of intelligence, and that under the title of The Life of Savage they will publish only a novel filled with romantic adventures and imaginary amours. You may therefore perhaps gratify the lovers of truth and wit by giving me leave to inform them in your magazine that my account will be published in octavo by Mr. Roberts in Warwick Lane. No signature. Footnote: Cave was the purchaser of the copyright, and the following is a copy of Johnson's receipt for the money. The 14th day of December received of Mr. Edward Cave the sum of 15 guineas in full for compiling and writing the Life of Richard Savage, Esquire, deceased, and in full for all materials thereto applied and not found by the said Edward Cave. I say received by me, Samuel Johnson, December the 14th, 1743. Right. The title page is as follows: An account of the life of Mr. Richard Savage, son of the Earl Rivers, London, printed for J. Roberts in Warwick Lane, 1744. It reached a second edition in 1748, a third in 1767, and a fourth in 1769. A French translation was published in 1771. End of footnote. Reynolds reads The Life of Savage, ITAB 35. In February 1744 it accordingly came forth from the shop of Roberts, between whom and Johnson I have not traced any connection except the casual one of this publication. Footnote: Roberts published in 1745 Johnson's Observations on Macbeth. See Gentleman's Magazine, volume 15, pages 112, 224, end of footnote. In Johnson's Life of Savage, although it must be allowed that its moral is the reverse of respicere exempla vitamorumque jubebo. Footnote: Horace, Ars Poetica, Book 1, line 317, end of footnote. A very useful lesson is inculcated to guard men of warm passions from a too free indulgence of them, and the various incidents are related in so clear and animated a manner, and illuminated throughout with so much philosophy, that it is one of the most interesting narratives in the English language. Sir Joshua Reynolds told me that upon his return from Italy, footnote, in the autumn of 1752, Northcote's Reynolds, volume 1, page 52, end of footnote, he met with it in Devonshire, knowing nothing of its author, and began to read it while he was standing with his arm leaning against a chimney piece. It seized his attention so strongly that, not being able to lay down the book till he had finished it, when he attempted to move, he found his arm totally benumbed. The rapidity with which this work was composed is a wonderful circumstance. Johnson has been heard to say, "I wrote 48 of the printed octavo pages of the Life of Savage at a sitting, but then I sat up all night." Footnote: Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, 3rd edition, page 35. Page 55, August the 19th, 1773, Boswell, end of footnote. Resemblance of Johnson to Savage, Anno Domini 1744. He exhibits the genius of Savage to the best advantage in the specimens of his poetry which he has selected, some of which are of uncommon merit. We indeed occasionally find such vigour and such point as might make us suppose that the generous aid of Johnson had been imparted to his friend. Mr. Thomas Warton made this remark to me, and in support of it quoted from the poem entitled The Bastard a line in which the fancied superiority of one stamped in nature's mint with ecstasy, footnote, mint of ecstasy, Savage's Work, 1777, volume 2, page 91, end of footnote, is contrasted with a regular lawful descendant of some great and ancient family. No 10th transmitter of a foolish face. Footnote: He lives to build, not boast, a generous race. No 10th transmitter of a foolish face. Ibid. End of footnote. But the fact is that this poem was published some years before Johnson and Savage were acquainted. Footnote: The Bastard, a poem inscribed with all due reverence to Mrs. Brett, once Countess of Macclesfield, by Richard Savage, son of the late Earl Rivers, London, printed for T. Worrell, 1728, folio, 1st edition. P. Cunningham. Between Savage's character as drawn by Johnson and Johnson himself there are many points of likeness. Each always preserved a steady confidence in his own capacity, and of each it might be said, whatever faults may be imputed to him, the virtue of suffering well cannot be denied him. Each excelled in the arts of conversation, and therefore willingly practised them. In Savage's refusal to enter a house till some clothes had been taken away that had been left for him, with some neglect of ceremonies, we have the counterpart of Johnson's throwing away the new pair of shoes that had been set at his door. Of Johnson the following lines are as true as of Savage: His distresses, however afflictive, never dejected him. In his lowest state he wanted not spirit to assert the natural dignity of wit, and was always ready to repress that insolence which the superiority of fortune incited. He never admitted any gross familiarities, or submitted to be treated otherwise than as an equal. Of both men it might be said that it was in no time of his life any part of his character to be the first of the company that desired to separate. Each would prolong his conversation till midnight, without considering that business might require his friend's application in the morning. And each could plead the same excuse, that when he left his company he was abandoned to gloomy reflections. Each had the same accurate judgment, the same quick apprehension, the same tenacious memory. In reading such lines as the following, who does not think not of the man whose biography was written, but of the biographer himself? He had the peculiar felicity that his attention never deserted him. He was present to every object, and regardful of the most trifling occurrences. To this quality is to be imputed the extent of his knowledge, compared with the small time which he spent in visible endeavours to acquire it. He mingled in cursory conversation with the same steadiness of attention as others apply to a lecture. His judgment was eminently exact, both with regard to writings and to men. The knowledge of life was indeed his chief attainment. Of Johnson's London, as of Savage's The Wanderer, it might equally well be said, nor can it without some degree of indignation and concern be told that he sold the copy for 10 guineas. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Johnson's prejudice against players, ITAR 35. It is remarkable that in this biographical disquisition there appears a very strong symptom of Johnson's prejudice against players. Footnote. Savage was now again abandoned to fortune, without any other friend than Mr. Wilkes, a man who, whatever were his abilities or skill as an actor, deserves at least to be remembered for his virtues, which are not often to be found in the world, and perhaps less often in his profession than in others. To be humane, generous, and candid is a very high degree of merit in any case, but those qualities deserve still greater praise when they are found in that condition which makes almost every other man, for whatever reason, contemptuous, insolent, petulant, selfish, and brutal. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 107, end of footnote. A prejudice which may be attributed to the following causes. First, the imperfection of his organs, which were so defective that he was not susceptible of the fine impressions which theatrical excellence produces upon the generality of mankind. Secondly, the cold rejection of his tragedy. And lastly, the brilliant success of Garrick, who had been his pupil, who had come to London at the same time with him, not in a much more prosperous state than himself, and whose talents he undoubtedly rated low compared with his own. His being outstripped by his pupil in the race of immediate fame, as well as of fortune, probably made him feel some indignation, as thinking that whatever might be Garrick's merits in his art, the reward was too great when compared with what the most successful efforts of literary labour could obtain. At all periods of his life, Johnson used to talk contemptuously of players. Footnote, in his old age, he wrote, as he had written in the vigour of his manhood. To the censure of Collier he, Dryden, makes little reply, being at the age of 68 attentive to better things than the claps of a playhouse. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 295. See post April the 29th, 1773, and September the 21st, 1777. End of footnote. But in this work he speaks of them with peculiar acrimony, for which perhaps there was formerly too much reason from the licentious and dissolute manners of those engaged in that profession. Footnote. Johnson, writing of the latter half of the 17th century, says, "The playhouse was abhorred by the Puritans, and avoided by those who desired the character of seriousness or decency. A grave lawyer would have debased his dignity, and a young trader would have impaired his credit by appearing in those mansions of dissolute licentiousness." Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 270. The following lines in Churchill's Apology, Poems, Volume 1, page 65, published in 1761, show how strong even at that time was the feeling against strolling players. The strolling tribe, a despicable race, like wandering Arabs, shift from place to place. Vagrants by law, to justice open laid, they tremble of the beadle's lash afraid, and fawning cringe for wretched means of life to Madam Mayoress or his worship's wife. End of footnote. It is but justice to add that in our own time such a change has taken place that there is no longer room for such an unfavourable distinction. Footnote. Johnson himself recognizes the change in the public estimation. In Dryden's time, he writes, the drama was very far from that universal approbation which it has now obtained. Works, Volume 7, page 270, end of footnote. Garrick's Mistakes in Emphasis, Anno Domini 1744. His schoolfellow and friend Dr. Taylor told me a pleasant anecdote of Johnson's triumphing over his pupil David Garrick. When that great actor had played some little time at Goodman's Fields, Johnson and Taylor went to see him perform, and afterwards passed the evening at a tavern with him and old Giffard. Footnote. Giffard was the manager of the theatre in Goodman's Fields, where Garrick, on October the 19th, 1741, made his first appearance before a London audience. Murphy's Garrick, pages 30 and 16, end of footnote. Johnson, who was ever depreciating stage players, after censuring some mistakes in emphasis which Garrick had committed in the course of the night's acting, said, "The players, have got a kind of rant with which they run on without any regard either to accent or emphasis." Footnote. Colonel Pennington said Garrick sometimes failed in emphasis, as for instance in Hamlet. "I will speak daggers to her, but use none," instead of "I will speak daggers to her, but use none." Boswell's Hebrides, August the 28th, 1773, end of footnote. Both Garrick and Giffard were offended at this sarcasm, and endeavoured to refute it. Upon which Johnson rejoined, "Well now, I'll give you something to speak, with which you are little acquainted, and then we shall see how just my observation is. That shall be the criterion. Let me hear you repeat the 9th commandment. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbour." Both tried it, said Dr. Taylor, and both mistook the emphasis, which should be upon not and false witness. Footnote. I suspect Dr. Taylor was inaccurate in this statement, The emphasis should be equally upon shalt and not, as both concur to form the negative injunction, and false witness, like the other acts prohibited in the Decalogue, should not be marked by any peculiar emphasis, but only be distinctly enunciated. Boswell. End of footnote. Johnson put them right, and enjoyed his victory with great glee. A review in The Champion, Itart 35. His Life of Savage was no sooner published than the following liberal praise was given to it in The Champion, a periodical paper. This pamphlet is, without flattery to its author, as just and well written a piece as, of its kind, I ever saw, so that at the same time that it highly deserves, it certainly stands very little in need of this recommendation. As to the history of the unfortunate person whose memoirs composed this work, it is certainly penned with equal accuracy and spirit, of which I am so much the better judge, as I know many of the facts mentioned to be strictly true, and very fairly related. Besides, it is not only the story of Mr. Savage, but innumerable incidents relating to other persons and other affairs, which renders this a very amusing and withal very instructive and valuable performance. The author's observations are short, significant, and just, as his narrative is remarkably smooth and well disposed. His reflections open to all the recesses of the human heart, and, in a word, a more just or pleasant, a more engaging or a more improving treatise on all the excellencies and defects of human nature is scarce to be found in our own, or perhaps any other, language. Footnote. This character of the Life of Savage was not written by Fielding, as has been supposed, but most probably by Ralph, who, as appears from the minutes of the partners on The Champion, in the possession of Mr. Reed of Staple Inn, succeeded Fielding in his share of the paper before the date of that eulogium. Boswell. Ralph is mentioned in the Dunciad, Book 3, line 165. A curious account of him is given in Benjamin Franklin's Memoirs, Volume 1, pages 54 to 87, and 245. End of footnote. Parentage of Richard Savage, Anno Domini 1744. Johnson's partiality for Savage made him entertain no doubt of his story, however extraordinary and improbable. It never occurred to him to question his being the son of the Countess of Macclesfield, of whose unrelenting barbarity he so loudly complained, and the particulars of which are related in so strong and affecting a manner in Johnson's life of him. Johnson was certainly well warranted in publishing his narrative, however offensive it might be to the lady and her relations, because her alleged unnatural and cruel conduct to her son, and shameful avowal of guilt, was stated in a Life of Savage now lying before me, which came out so early as 1727, and no attempt had been made to confute it, or to punish the author or printer as a libeller. But for the honour of human nature, we should be glad to find the shocking tale not true, and from a respectable gentleman. Footnote. The late Francis Cockayne Cust, Esquire, one of His Majesty's Council, Boswell. End of footnote. Connected with the lady's family, I have received such information and remarks as, joined to my own inquiries, will, I think, render it at least somewhat doubtful, especially when we consider that it must have originated from the person himself who went by the name of Richard Savage. If the maxim falsum in uno, falsum in omnibus were to be received without qualification, the credit of Savage's narrative as conveyed to us would be annihilated, for it contains some assertions which, beyond a question, are not true. Footnote: Savage's veracity was questioned, but with little reason. His accounts, though not indeed always the same, were generally consistent. When he loved any man, he suppressed all his faults, and when he had been offended by him, concealed all his virtues. But his characters were generally true, so far as he proceeded, though it cannot be denied that his partiality might have sometimes the effect of falsehood. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 190, end of footnote. 1. In order to induce a belief that Earl Rivers, on account of a criminal connection with whom Lady Macclesfield is said to have been divorced from her husband by Act of Parliament, footnote 1697, Boswell, end of footnote, had a peculiar anxiety about the child which she bore to him, it is alleged that his lordship gave him his own name, and had it duly recorded in the register of St. Andrew's, Holborn. Footnote: Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 98, end of footnote. I have carefully inspected that register, but no such entry is to be found. Footnote: The story on which Mr. Cust so much relies, that Savage was a superstitious child, not the son of Lord Rivers and Lady Macclesfield, but the offspring of a shoemaker introduced in consequence of her real son's death, was without doubt grounded on the circumstance of Lady Macclesfield having in 1696, previously to the birth of Savage, had a daughter by the Earl Rivers, who died in her infancy, a fact which was proved in the course of the proceedings on Lord Macclesfield's bill of divorce. Most fictions of this kind have some admixture of truth in them. Malone. From the Earl of Macclesfield's case, it appears that Anne, Countess of Macclesfield, under the name of Madam Smith, in Fox Court, near Brook Street, Holborn, was delivered of a male child on the 16th of January, 1696-7, who was baptized on the Monday following, the 18th, and registered by the name of Richard, the son of John Smith, by Mr. Burbage, and, from the privacy, was supposed by Mr. Burbage to be a byblow or bastard. It also appears that during her delivery the lady wore a mask, and that Mary Pegler, on the next day after the baptism, took a male child, whose mother was called Madam Smith, from the house of Mrs. Pheasant in Fox Court, running from Brook Street in Gray's Inn Lane, who went by the name of Mrs. Lee. Conformable to this statement is the entry in the Register of St. Andrew's, Holborn, which is as follows, and which unquestionably records the baptism of Richard Savage, to whom Lord Rivers gave his own Christian name, prefixed to the assumed surname of his mother. January 1696-7, Richard, son of John Smith and Mary, in Fox Court, in Gray's Inn Lane, baptized the 18th. Bindley. According to Johnson's account, Savage did not learn who his parents were till the death of his nurse, who had always treated him as her son. Among her papers he found some letters written by Lady Macclesfield's mother, proving his origin. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 102. Why these letters were not laid before the public is not stated. Johnson was one of the least credulous of men, and he was convinced by Savage's story. Horace Walpole, too, does not seem to have doubted it. Walpole's Letters, Volume 1, page 105, end of footnote. Lady Macclesfield's divorce, Itart 35. 2. It is stated that Lady Macclesfield, having lived for some time upon very uneasy terms with her husband, thought a public confession of adultery the most obvious and expeditious method of obtaining her liberty. Footnote, Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 97, end of footnote. And Johnson, assuming this to be true, stigmatizes her with indignation as the wretch who had, without scruple, proclaimed herself an adulteress. Footnote, Ibid, page 141, end of footnote. But I have perused the journals of both Houses of Parliament at the period of her divorce, and there find it authentically ascertained that, so far from voluntarily submitting to the ignominious charge of adultery, she made a strenuous defence by her counsel. The bill having been first moved 15th of January 1697 in the House of Lords, and proceeded on with various applications for time to bring up witnesses at a distance, etc., at intervals till the 3rd of March, when it passed. It was brought to the Commons by a message from the Lords the 5th of March, proceeded on the 7th, 10th, 11th, 14th, and 15th, on which day, after a full examination of witnesses on both sides and hearing of counsel, it was reported without amendments, passed, and carried to the Lords. Lady Macclesfield's alleged cruelty, Anno Domini 1744. That Lady Macclesfield was convicted of the crime of which she was accused cannot be denied, but the question now is whether the person calling himself Richard Savage was her son. It has been said, footnote, Johnson's Works, page 101, end of footnote, that when Earl Rivers was dying and anxious to provide for all his natural children, he was informed by Lady Macclesfield that her son by him was dead. Whether then we shall believe that this was a malignant lie invented by a mother to prevent her own child from receiving the bounty of his father, which was accordingly the consequence if the person whose life Johnson wrote was her son, or shall we not rather believe that the person who then assumed the name of Richard Savage was an impostor, being in reality the son of the shoemaker under whose wife's care, footnote, according to Johnson's account, Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 102, the shoemaker under whom Savage was placed on trial as an apprentice was not the husband of his nurse, end of footnote, under whose wife's care Lady Macclesfield's child was placed, that after the death of the real Richard Savage he attempted to personate him, and that the fraud being known to Lady Macclesfield, he was therefore repulsed by her with just resentment. There is a strong circumstance in support of the last supposition, though it has been mentioned as an aggravation of Lady Macclesfield's unnatural conduct, and that is her having prevented him from obtaining the benefit of a legacy left to him by Mrs. Lloyd, his godmother. For if there was such a legacy left, his not being able to obtain payment of it must be imputed to his consciousness that he was not the real person. The just inference should be that by the death of Lady Macclesfield's child before its godmother, the legacy became lapsed, and therefore that Johnson's Richard Savage was an impostor. If he had a title to the legacy, he could not have found any difficulty in recovering it, for had the executors resisted his claim, the whole costs, as well as the legacy, must have been paid by them if he had been the child to whom it was given. Footnote, he was in his 10th year when she died. He had none to prosecute his claim, to shelter him from oppression, or call in law to the assistance of justice. Ibid, page 99, end of footnote. Lord Tyrconnell, Itard 35. The talents of Savage, and the mingled fire, rudeness, pride, meanness, and ferocity of his character, footnote, Johnson's companion appears to have persuaded that lofty-minded man that he resembled him in having a noble pride. For Johnson, after painting in strong colours the quarrel between Lord Tyrconnell and Savage, asserts that, The spirit of Mr. Savage, indeed, never suffered him to solicit a reconciliation. He returned reproach for reproach, and insult for insult. Ibid, page 141. But the respectable gentleman to whom I have alluded has in his possession a letter from Savage, after Lord Tyrconnel had discarded him, addressed to the Reverend Mr. Gilbert, his lordship's chaplain, in which he requests him in the humblest manner to represent his case to the Viscount. Boswell, end of footnote. The talents of Savage and the mingled fire, rudeness, pride, meanness, and ferocity of his character concur in making it credible that he was fit to plan and carry on an ambitious and daring scheme of imposture, similar instances of which had not been wanting in higher spheres in the history of different countries, and have had a considerable degree of success. Yet, on the other hand, to the companion of Johnson, who, through whatever medium he was conveyed into this world, be it ever so doubtful, to whom related or by whom begot, footnote, how loved, how honoured once avails thee not, to whom related or by whom begot, Pope's elegy to the memory of an unfortunate lady, end of footnote, was unquestionably a man of no common endowments, we must allow the weight of general repute as to his status or parentage, though illicit. And supposing him to be an impostor, it seems strange that Lord Tyrconnel, the nephew of Lady Macclesfield, should patronize him and even admit him as a guest in his family. Footnote. Trusting to Savage's information, Johnson represents this unhappy man's being received as a companion by Lord Tyrconnel and pensioned by his lordship, as if posterior to Savage's conviction and pardon. But I am assured that Savage had received the voluntary bounty of Lord Tyrconnel and had been dismissed by him long before the murder was committed, and that his lordship was very instrumental in procuring Savage's pardon by his intercession with the Queen through Lady Hertford. If, therefore, he had been desirous of preventing the publication by Savage, he would have left him to his fate. Indeed, I must observe that although Johnson mentions that Lord Tyrconnel's patronage of Savage was upon his promise to lay aside his design of exposing the cruelty of his mother, Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 124, the great biographer had forgotten that he himself has mentioned that Savage's story had been told several years before in The Plain Dealer, from which he quotes this strong saying of the generous Sir Richard Steele, that the inhumanity of his mother had given him a right to find every good man his father. Ibid, page 104. At the same time, it must be acknowledged that Lady Macclesfield and her relations might still wish that her story should not be brought into more conspicuous notice by the satirical pen of Savage. Boswell, end of footnote. Lastly, it must ever appear very suspicious that 3 different accounts of the life of Richard Savage, one published in the Plain Dealer in 1724, another in 1727, and another by the powerful pen of Johnson in 1744, and all of them while Lady Macclesfield was alive, should, notwithstanding the severe attacks upon her, footnote, according to Johnson, she was at Bath when Savage's poem of The Bastard was published. She could not, he wrote, enter the assembly rooms or cross the walks without being saluted with some lines from The Bastard. This was perhaps the first time that she ever discovered a sense of shame, and on this occasion the power of wit was very conspicuous. The wretch who had without scruple proclaimed herself an adulteress, and who had first endeavoured to starve her son, then to transport him, and afterwards to hang him, was not able to bear the representation of her own conduct, but fled from reproach, though she felt no pain from guilt, and left Bath with the utmost haste to shelter herself among the crowds of London. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 141, end of footnote. Notwithstanding these severe attacks upon her, have been suffered to pass without any public and effectual contradiction. Lady Macclesfield's latter career, Anno Domini 1744. I have thus endeavoured to sum up the evidence upon the case as fairly as I can, and the result seems to be that the world must vibrate in a state of uncertainty as to what was the truth. This digression, I trust, will not be censured, as it relates to a matter exceedingly curious and very intimately connected with Johnson, both as a man and an author. Footnote. Miss Mason, after having forfeited the title of Lady Macclesfield by divorce, was married to Colonel Brett, and, it is said, was well known in all the polite circles. Colley Cibber, I am informed, had so high an opinion of her taste and judgment as to genteel life and manners, that he submitted every scene of his careless husband to Mrs. Brett's revisal and correction. Colonel Brett was reported to be too free in his gallantry with his lady's maid. Mrs. Brett came into a room one day in her own house, and found the Colonel and her maid both fast asleep in 2 chairs. She tied a white handkerchief round her husband's neck, which was a sufficient proof that she had discovered his intrigue, but she never at any time took notice of it to him. This incident, I am told, gave occasion to the well-wrought scene of Sir Charles and Lady Easy and Edging, Boswell. Lady Macclesfield died 1753, aged above 80. Her eldest daughter by Colonel Brett was, for the few last months of his life, the mistress of George I. Walpole's Reminiscences, page 105. Her marriage, 10 years after her royal lover's death, is thus announced in the Gentleman's Magazine, 1737. September the 17th, Sir W. Lemon of Northall, Baronet, to Miss Brett Britt of Bond Street, an heiress. And again next month, October the 8th, Sir William Lemon of Northall, Baronet, to Miss Brett, half-sister to Mr. Savage, son to the late Earl Rivers. For the difference of date I know not how to account, but the second insertion was no doubt made by Savage to countenance his own pretensions. Croker. End of footnote. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Observations of Shakespeare, Itart 38. He this year wrote the Preface to the Harleian Miscellany, *. Footnote. Among the names of the subscribers to the Harleian Miscellany there occurs that of Sarah Johnson, bookseller in Lichfield. Johnsoniana, page 466, end of footnote. The selection of the pamphlets of which it was composed was made by Mr. Aldis. Footnote. A brief account of Aldis is given in the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 54, pages 161 and 260. Like so many of his fellows, he was thrown into the Fleet. After poor Aldis's release, such was his affection for the place that he constantly spent his evenings there. End of footnote. A man of eager curiosity and indefatigable diligence, who first exerted that spirit of inquiry into the literature of the old English writers, by which the works of our great dramatic poet have of late been so signally illustrated. In 1745 he published a pamphlet entitled Miscellaneous Observations on the Tragedy of Macbeth, with remarks on Sir T. H's, Sir Thomas Hanmer's edition of Shakespeare *, to which he affixed proposals for a new edition of that poet. Footnote. In the February number of the Gentleman's Magazine for this year, page 112, is the following advertisement: "Speedily will be published, price 1s., Miscellaneous Observations on the Tragedy of Macbeth, with remarks on Sir T. H's edition of Shakespeare, to which is affixed proposals for a new edition of Shakespeare, with a specimen. Printed for J. Roberts in Warwick Lane." In the March number, page 114, under the date of March the 31st, it is announced that it will be published on April the 6th. In spite of the two advertisements and the title page, which agrees with the advertisements, I believe that the proposals were not published till 11 years later. See post end of 1756. I cannot hear of any copy of the Miscellaneous Observations which contains them. The advertisement is a third time repeated in the April number of the Gentleman's Magazine for 1745, page 224, but the proposals are not this time mentioned. Tom Davies, the bookseller, gives 1756 as the date of their publication. Miscellaneous and Fugitive Pieces, volume 2, page 87. Perhaps Johnson or the booksellers were discouraged by Hanmer's Shakespeare as well as by Warburton's. Johnson, at the end of the Miscellaneous Observations, says, "After the foregoing pages were printed, the late edition of Shakespeare ascribed to Sir T. H. fell into my hands." End of footnote. As we do not trace anything else published by him during the course of this year, we may conjecture that he was occupied entirely with that work. But the little encouragement that was given by the public to his anonymous proposals for the execution of a task which Warburton was known to have undertaken probably damped his ardour. His pamphlet, however, was highly esteemed, and was fortunate enough to obtain the approbation even of the supercilious Warburton himself, who, in the preface to his Shakespeare, published 2 years afterwards, thus mentioned it: "As to all those things which have been published under the titles of Essays, Remarks, Observations, etc., on Shakespeare, if you accept some critical notes on Macbeth, given as a specimen of a projected edition, and written, as appears, by a man of parts and genius, the rest are absolutely below serious notice." Of this flattering distinction shown to him by Warburton, a very grateful remembrance was ever entertained by Johnson, who said, "He praised me at a time when praise was of value to me." The rebellion of 1745, Anno Domini 1746, 1746, Itad 37. In 1746 it is probable that he was still employed upon his Shakespeare, which perhaps he laid aside for a time on account of the high expectations which were formed of Warburton's edition of that great poet. Footnote: the excellence of the edition proved to be by no means proportionate to the arrogance of the editor. Cambridge Shakespeare, volume 1, page 34. End of footnote. Johnson not an ardent Jacobite. Itad 38. It is somewhat curious that his literary career appears to have been almost totally suspended in the years 1745 and 1746, those years which were marked by a civil war in Great Britain, when a rash attempt was made to restore the House of Stuart to the throne. That he had a tenderness for that unfortunate house is well known, and some may fancifully imagine that a sympathetic anxiety impeded the exertion of his intellectual powers, but I am inclined to think that he was during this time sketching the outlines of his great philological work. Footnote: when you see Mr. Johnson, pray, in square brackets, give my compliments, and tell him I esteem him as a great genius, quite lost both to himself and the world. Gilbert Walmsley to Garrick, November 3rd, 1746, Garrick Correspondence, Volume 1, page 45. Mr. Walmsley's letter does not show that Johnson was idle. The old man had expected great things from him. I have great hopes, he had written in 1737, that he will turn out a fine tragedy writer. In the 9 years in which Johnson had been in town, he had done, no doubt, much admirable work, but by his poem of London only was he known to the public. His Life of Savage did not bear his name. His Observations on Macbeth were published in April 1745, his Plan of the Dictionary in 1747. What was Johnson doing meanwhile? Boswell conjectures that he was engaged on his Shakespeare and his Dictionary. That he went on working at his Shakespeare when the prospect of publishing was so remote that he could not issue his proposals is very unlikely. That he had been for some time engaged on his Dictionary before he addressed Lord Chesterfield is shown by the opening sentences of the plan. Mr. Croker's conjecture that he was absent or concealed on account of some difficulties which had arisen through the rebellion of 1745 is absurd. At no time of his life had he been an ardent Jacobite. I have heard him declare, writes Boswell, that if holding up his right hand would have secured victory at Culloden to Prince Charles's army, he was not sure he would have held it up. Post July 14, 1763. He had never in his life been in a non-juring meeting house. Post June 9, 1784. For the fact that he wrote very little, if anything indeed, in the Gentleman's Magazine during these years, more than one reason may be given. In the first place, public affairs take up an unusual amount of room in its columns. Thus, in the number for December 1745, we read, "Our readers being too much alarmed by the present rebellion to relish with their usual delight the debates in the Senate of Lilliput, we shall postpone them for a season, that we may be able to furnish out a fuller entertainment of what we find to be more suitable to their present taste." In the preface it is stated, "We have sold more of our books than we desire for several months past, and are heartily sorry for the occasion of it, the present troubles." During these years, then, much less space was given to literature. But besides this, Johnson likely enough refused to write for the magazine when it showed itself strongly Hanoverian. He would highly disapprove of a new Protestant litany, which was written after the following fashion: "May Spaniards or French, all who join with the Highland in disturbing the peace of this our blessed island, meet tempests on sea and halters on dry land, we beseech thee to hear us, good Lord." Gentleman's Magazine, volume 15, page 551. He would be disgusted the following year at seeing the Duke of Cumberland praised as the greatest man alive. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 15, page 235, and sung in verse that would have almost disgraced Cibber. It is remarkable that there is no mention of Johnson's plan of a dictionary in the magazine. Perhaps some coolness had arisen between him and Cave. End of footnote. None of his letters during those years are extant, so far as I can discover. This is much to be regretted. It might afford some entertainment to see how he then expressed himself to his private friends concerning state affairs. Dr. Adams informs me that at this time a favourite object which he had in contemplation was the life of Alfred, in which, from the warmth with which he spoke about it, he would, I believe, had he been master of his own will, have engaged himself rather than on any other subject. Poems wrongly assigned to Johnson, Anno Domini 1747. 1747, Itat 38. In 1747, it is supposed that the Gentleman's Magazine for May was enriched by him with 5 short poetical pieces distinguished by 3 asterisks. Footnote. Boswell proceeds to mention 6. End of footnote. The first is a translation, or rather a paraphrase, of a Latin epitaph on Sir Thomas Hanmer. Whether the Latin was his or not, I have never heard, though I should think it probably was, if it be certain that he wrote the English. Footnote. In Mrs. Williams's Miscellanies, in which this paraphrase is inserted, it is stated that the Latin epitaph was written by Dr. Freind. I do not think that the English version is by Johnson. I should be sorry to ascribe to him such lines as, "Illustrious age, how bright thy glories shone, when Hanmer filled the chair, and Anne the throne." End of footnote. As to which my only cause of doubt is that his slighting character of Hanmer as an editor in his Observations on Macbeth is very different from that in the epitaph. It may be said that there is the same contrariety between the character in the Observations and that in his own preface to Shakespeare. Footnote. In the Observations, Johnson, writing of Hanmer, says, "Surely the weapons of criticism ought not to be blunted against an editor who can imagine that he is restoring poetry, while he is amusing himself with alterations like these. For this is the sergeant who like a good and hardy soldier fought. This is the sergeant who like a right good and hardy soldier fought. Such harmless industry may surely be forgiven if it cannot be praised. May he therefore never want a monosyllable who can use it with such wonderful dexterity." Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 93. In his preface to Shakespeare, published 18 years later, he describes Hanmer as "a man, in my opinion, eminently qualified by nature for such studies." Ibid, page 139. The editors of the Cambridge Shakespeare, Volume 1, page 32, thus write of Hanmer: "A country gentleman of great ingenuity and lively fancy, but with no knowledge of older literature, no taste for research, and no ear for the rhythm of earlier English verse, amused his leisure hours by scribbling down his own and his friends' guesses in Pope's Shakespeare." End of footnote. But a considerable time elapsed between the one publication and the other, whereas the Observations and the epitaph came close together. The others are to Miss on her giving the author a gold and silk network purse of her own weaving; Stella in mourning; The Winter's Walk; an ode; and to Lice, an elderly lady. I am not positive that all these were his productions, but as The Winter's Walk has never been controverted to be his, and all of them have the same mark, it is reasonable to conclude that they are all written by the same hand. Yet to the ode, in which we find a passage very characteristic of him, being a learned description of the gout, "unhappy whom to beds of pain arthritic tyranny consigns," there is the following note: "The author being ill of the gout." But Johnson was not attacked with that distemper till at a very late period of his life. Footnote. In the Universal Visitor, to which Johnson contributed, the mark which is affixed to some pieces unquestionably his is also found subjoined to others of which he certainly was not the author. The mark, therefore, will not ascertain the poems in question to have been written by him. They were probably the productions of Hawkesworth, who it is believed was afflicted with the gout. Malone. End of footnote. May not this, however, be a poetical fiction? Why may not a poet suppose himself to have the gout, as well as to suppose himself to be in love, of which we have innumerable instances, and which has been admirably ridiculed by Johnson in his Life of Cowley? I have also some difficulty to believe that he could produce such a group of conceits. Footnote. Boswell italicizes conceits to show that he is using it in the sense in which Johnson uses it in his criticism of Cowley. These conceits Addison calls mixed wit, that is, wit which consists of thoughts true in one sense of the expression and false in the other. It is most unlikely that Johnson wrote such poor poems as these. I shall not easily be persuaded that the following lines are his: Love warbles in the vocal groves, and vegetation paints the plain. And love and hate alike implore the skies, that Stella mourn no more. The Winter's Walk has 2 good lines, but these may have been supplied by Johnson. End of footnote. I have also some difficulty to believe that he could produce such a group of conceits as appear in the verses to Lice, in which he claims for this ancient personage as good a right to be assimilated to heaven as nymphs whom other poets have flattered. He therefore ironically ascribes to her the attributes of the sky in such stanzas as this: Her teeth the night with darkness dyes, she's starred with pimples o'er, her tongue like nimble lightning plies, and can with thunder roar. But as at a very advanced age he could condescend to trifle in namby-pamby rhymes to please Mrs. Thrale and her daughter, he may have in his earlier years composed such a piece as this. Footnote. The lines to Lice, an elderly lady, would, if written by him, have been taken as a satire on his wife. Namby-pamby was the name given to Ambrose Phillips by Pope. End of footnote. It is remarkable that in this first edition of The Winter's Walk, the concluding line is much more Johnsonian than it was afterwards printed, for in subsequent editions, after praying to Stella to snatch him to her arms, he says, and shield me from the ills of life, whereas in the first edition it is, and hide me from the sight of life. A horror at life in general is more consonant with Johnson's habitual gloomy cast of thought. I have heard him repeat with great energy the following verses, which appeared in the Gentleman's Magazine for April this year, but I have no authority to say they were his own. Indeed, one of the best critics of our age, footnote Malone most likely is meant, Mr. Croker says, Johnson has indifferently, in the sense of without concern, in his dictionary, with this example from Shakespeare, and I will look on death indifferently. Johnson, however, here defines indifferently as in a neutral state, without wish or aversion, which is not the same as without concern. The passage, which is from Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2, is not correctly given. It is, set honour in one eye and death in the other, and I will look on both indifferently. We may compare Johnson's use of indifferent in his letter to Chesterfield, post September 7, 1755. The notice which you have been pleased to take of my labours has been delayed till I am indifferent and cannot enjoy it. End of footnote. Indeed, one of the best critics of our age suggests to me that the word indifferently being used in the sense of without concern, and being also very unpoetical, renders it improbable that they should have been his composition. Verses on Lord Lovat, Anno Domini 1747. On Lord Lovat's execution. Pitied by gentle minds, Kilmarnock died. The brave Balmerino were on thy side. Radcliffe, unhappy in his crimes of youth, *, Radcliffe, when quite a boy, had been engaged in the rebellion of 1715, and being attainted, had escaped from Newgate. During the insurrection, in square brackets of 1745, having been captured on board a French vessel bound for Scotland, he was arraigned on his original sentence, which had slumbered so long. The only trial now conceded to him was confined to his identity. For such a course there was no precedent, except in the case of Sir Walter Raleigh, which had brought shame upon the reign of James I. Campbell's Chancellor's, edition 1846, volume 5, page 108. Campbell adds, his execution, I think, reflects great disgrace upon Lord Hardwicke, in square brackets, the Lord Chancellor, end of footnote. Steady in what he still mistook for truth, beheld his death so decently unmoved, the soft lamented, and the brave approved. But Lovat's fate indifferently we view, footnote, in the original, end of footnote. True to no king, to no religion true. No fair forgets the ruin he has done, no child laments the tyrant of his son, no Tory pities, thinking what he was, no Whig compassions, for he left the cause. The brave regret not, for he was not brave. The honest mourn not, knowing him a knave. Footnote. These verses are somewhat too severe on the extraordinary person who is the chief figure in them, for he was undoubtedly brave. His pleasantry during his solemn trial, in which, by the way, I have heard Mr. David Hume observe that we have one of the very few speeches of Mr. Murray, now Earl of Mansfield, authentically given, was very remarkable. When asked if he had any questions to put to Sir Everard Falkner, who was one of the strongest witnesses against him, he answered, "I only wish him joy of his young wife." And after sentence of death in the horrible terms in cases of treason was pronounced upon him, and he was retiring from the bar, he said, "Very well, my lords, we shall not all meet again in one place." He behaved with perfect composure at his execution, and called out, "Dulce et decorum pro patria mori." What joys, what glories round him wait, who bravely for his country dies. Francis Horace Odes, Book 3, No. 2, line 13. Boswell. Old Lovat was beheaded yesterday, wrote Horace Walpole on April 10, 1747, and died extremely well, without passion, affectation, buffoonery, or timidity. His behaviour was natural and intrepid. Letters, volume 2, page 77, end of footnote. A prologue by Johnson, Itart 38. This year his old pupil and friend David Garrick, having become joint patentee and manager of Drury Lane Theatre, Johnson honoured his opening of it with a prologue, asterisk, which for just and manly dramatic criticism on the whole range of the English stage, as well as for poetical excellence, is unrivalled. Footnote. My friend Mr. Courtenay, whose eulogy on Johnson's Latin poetry has been inserted in this work, ante page 62, is no less happy in praising his English poetry. But hark, he sings, the strain Eden Pope admires, indignant virtue her own bard inspires, Sublime as Juvenal he pours his lays, and with the Roman shares congenial praise. In glowing numbers now he fires the age, and Shakespeare's sun relumes the clouded stage. Boswell. End of footnote. Like the celebrated epilogue to the Distressed Mother, footnote, the play is by Ambrose Phillips. It was concluded with the most successful epilogue that was ever yet spoken on the English theatre. The 3 first nights it was recited twice, and not only continued to be demanded through the run, as it is termed, of the play, but whenever it is recalled to the stage, where by peculiar fortune, though a copy from the French, it yet keeps its place, the epilogue is still expected and is still spoken. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 389. See post, April 21st, 1773. Note on Eustace Budgell. The epilogue is given in Volume 5, page 228 of Bond's Addison, and the great success that it met with is described in The Spectator, number 341. End of footnote. It was during the season often called for by the audience. The most striking and brilliant passages of it have been so often repeated, and are so well recollected by all the lovers of drama and of poetry, that it would be superfluous to point them out. In the Gentleman's Magazine for December this year, he inserted an ode on winter, which is, I think, an admirable specimen of his genius for lyric poetry. Footnote. Such poor stuff as the following is certainly not by Johnson. Let music sound the voice of joy, or mirth repeat the jocund tale. Let love his wanton wiles employ, and o'er the season wine prevail. End of footnote. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The plan of the dictionary, Anno Domini 1747. But the year 1747 is distinguished as the epoch when Johnson's arduous and important work, his Dictionary of the English Language, was announced to the world by the publication of its plan or prospectus. How long this immense undertaking had been the object of his contemplation, I do not know. I once asked him by what means he had attained to that astonishing knowledge of our language, by which he was enabled to realize a design of such extent and accumulated difficulty. He told me that it was not the effect of particular study, but that it had grown up in his mind insensibly. I have been informed by Mr. James Dodsley that several years before this period, when Johnson was one day sitting in his brother Robert's shop, he heard his brother suggest to him that a dictionary of the English language would be a work that would be well received by the public. Footnote. Dodsley first mentioned to me the scheme of an English dictionary, but I had long thought of it. Post October the 10th, 1779. End of footnote. That Johnson seemed at first to catch at the proposition, but after a pause said in his abrupt, decisive manner, "I believe I shall not undertake it." That he had, however, bestowed much thought upon the subject before he published his plan is evident from the enlarged, clear, and accurate views which it exhibits. And we find him mentioning in that tract that many of the writers whose testimonies were to be produced as authorities were selected by Pope. Footnote. It would seem from the passage to which Boswell refers that Pope had wished that Johnson should undertake the dictionary. Johnson, in mentioning Pope, says, "Of whom I may be justified in affirming that were he still alive, solicitous as he was for the success of this work, he would not be displeased that I have undertaken it. Works, Volume 5, page 20. As Pope died on May the 30th, 1744, this renders it likely that the work was begun earlier than Boswell thought. End of footnote. Which proves that he had been furnished, probably by Mr. Robert Dodsley, with whatever hints that eminent poet had contributed towards a great literary project that had been the subject of important consideration in a former reign. Address of the Earl of Chesterfield, ITART 38. The booksellers who contracted with Johnson, single and unaided, for the execution of a work which in other countries had not been effected but by the cooperating exertions of many, were Mr. Robert Dodsley, Mr. Charles Hitch, footnote, in the title page of the first edition, after the name of Hitch comes that of L. Hawes, end of footnote, Mr. Andrew Miller, the two Messrs. Longman, and the two Messrs. Knapton. The price stipulated was £1,575. Footnote. During the progress of the work he had received at different times the amount of his contract, and when his receipts were produced to him at a tavern dinner given by the booksellers, it appeared that he had been paid £100 and upwards more than his due. Murphy's Johnson, page 78, Sea Post, beginning of 1756, end of footnote. The plan was addressed to Philip Dormer, Earl of Chesterfield, then one of His Majesty's principal secretaries of state. Footnote. The truth is that the several situations which I have been in, having made me long the plastron in square brackets but of dedications, I am become as callous to flattery as some people are to abuse. Lord Chesterfield, date of December the 15th, 1755. Chesterfield's Miscellaneous Works, Volume 4, page 266, end of footnote. A nobleman who was very ambitious of literary distinction, and who, upon being informed of the design, had expressed himself in terms very favourable to its success. There is, perhaps, in everything of any consequence, a secret history, which it would be amusing to know could we have it authentically communicated. Johnson told me, footnote, September the 22nd, 1777, going from Ashbourne in Derbyshire to see Islam, Boswell, end footnote, Sir, the way in which the plan of my dictionary came to be inscribed to Lord Chesterfield was this. I had neglected to write it by the time appointed. Dodsley suggested a desire to have it addressed to Lord Chesterfield. I laid hold of this as a pretext for delay, that it might be better done, and let Dodsley have his desire. I said to my friend Dr. Bathurst, now, if any good comes of my addressing to Lord Chesterfield, it will be ascribed to deep policy, when in fact it was only a casual excuse for laziness. The style of the plan, Anno Domini 1747. It is worthy of observation that the plan has not only the substantial merit of comprehension, perspicuity, and precision, but that the language of it is unexceptionably excellent, it being altogether free from that inflation of style and those uncommon, but apt and energetic words. Footnote. Boswell here says too much, as the following passages in the plan prove. Who upon this survey can forbear to wish that these fundamental atoms of our speech might obtain the firmness and immutability of the primogenial and constituent particles of matter? Those translators who, for want of understanding the characteristical difference of tongues, have formed a chaotic dialect of heterogeneous phrases. In one part refinement will be subtilized beyond exactness, and evidence dilated in another beyond perspicuity. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, pages 12, 21, 22. End of footnote. which in some of his writings have been censured with more petulance than justice, and never was there a more dignified strain of compliment than that with which he courts the attention of one who, he had been persuaded to believe, would be a respectable patron. "With regard to questions of purity or propriety," says he, "I was once in doubt whether I should not attribute to myself too much in attempting to decide them, and whether my province was to extend beyond the proposition of the question and the display of the suffrages on each side. But I have been since determined by your Lordship's opinion to interpose my own judgment, and shall therefore endeavour to support what appears to me most consonant to grammar and reason. Ausonius thought that modesty forbade him to plead inability for a task to which Caesar had judged him equal. Quo me posse negum posse quod ille putat, footnote, Ausonius Epigram 112, end of footnote. And I hope, my Lord, that since you, whose authority in our language is so generally acknowledged, have commissioned me to declare my own opinion, I shall be considered as exercising a kind of vicarious jurisdiction, and that the power which might have been denied to my own claim will be readily allowed me as the delegate of your Lordship." The Earl of Orrery, Ætat 38. This passage proves that Johnson's addressing his plan to Lord Chesterfield was not merely in consequence of the result of a report, by means of Dodsley, that the Earl favoured the design, but that there had been a particular communication with his Lordship concerning it. Dr. Taylor told me that Johnson sent his plan to him in manuscript for his perusal, and that when it was lying upon his table, Mr. William Whitehead, footnote, Whitehead in 1757 succeeded Colley Cibber as Poet Laureate, and dying in 1785 was followed by Thomas Warton. From Warton the line of succession is Pye, Southey, Wordsworth, Tennyson, Sea Post under June the 13th, 1763, end of footnote. Happened to pay him a visit, and being shown it, was highly pleased with such parts of it as he had time to read, and begged to take it home with him, which he was allowed to do. That from him it got into the hands of a noble lord, who carried it to Lord Chesterfield. Footnote: Hawkins' Life, page 176, likewise says that the manuscript passed through Whitehead and other hands before it reached Chesterfield. Mr. Croker had seen a draft of the prospectus carefully written by an amanuensis, but signed in great form by Johnson's own hand. It was evidently that which was laid before Lord Chesterfield. Some useful remarks are made in his Lordship's hand, and some in another. Johnson adopted all these suggestions. End of footnote. When Taylor observed this might be an advantage, Johnson replied, "No, sir, it would have come out with more bloom if it had not been seen before by anybody." The opinion conceived of it by another noble author appears from the following extract of a letter from the Earl of Orrery to Dr. Birch: Caledon, December 30th, 1747. I have just now seen the specimen of Mr. Johnson's dictionary, addressed to Lord Chesterfield. I am much pleased with the plan, and I think the specimen is one of the best that I have ever read. Most specimens disgust rather than prejudice in favour of the work to follow, but the language of Mr. Johnson's is good, and the arguments are properly and modestly expressed. However, some expressions may be cavilled at, but they are trifles. I'll mention one: the barren laurel. The laurel is not barren in any sense whatever. It bears fruit and flowers. Footnote: This poor piece of criticism confirms what Johnson said of Lord Orrery. He grasped stretched at more than his abilities could reach, tried to pass for a better talker, a better writer, and a better thinker than he was. Boswell's Hebrides, September the 22nd, 1773. See post under April the 7th, 1778. End of footnote. Sed hi sunt nugae, and I have great expectation from the performance. Footnote. Birch Manuscripts, British Museum, 4303, Boswell. End footnote. That he was fully aware of the arduous nature of the undertaking he acknowledges, and shows himself perfectly sensible of it in the conclusion of his plan. Footnote. When I survey the plan which I have laid before you, I cannot, my Lord, but confess that I am frighted at its extent, and, like the soldiers of Caesar, look on Britain as a new world, which it is almost madness to invade. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 21. End of footnote. But he had a noble consciousness of his own abilities, which enabled him to go on with undaunted spirit. Footnote. There might be applied to him what he said of Pope. Self-confidence is the first requisite to great undertakings. He, indeed, who forms his opinion of himself in solitude, without knowing the powers of other men, is very liable to error. But it was the felicity of Pope to rate himself at his real value. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 237, end of footnote. The Dictionary of the French Academy, Anno Domini 1748. Dr. Adams found him one day busy at his dictionary, when the following dialogue ensued. Adams. This is a great work, sir. How are you to get all the etymologies? Johnson. Why, sir, here is a shelf with Junius and Skinner. Footnote. For the Teutonic etymologies I am commonly indebted to Junius and Skinner. Junius appears to have excelled in extent of learning, and Skinner in rectitude of understanding. Skinner is often ignorant, but never ridiculous. Junius is always full of knowledge, but his variety distracts his judgment, and his learning is very frequently disgraced by his absurdities. Ibid, Volume 5, page 29. Francis Junius the Younger was born at Heidelberg in 1589, and died at Windsor, at the house of his nephew Isaac Bossius, in 1678. His Etymologicum Anglicanum was not published till 1743. Stephen Skinner, Doctor of Medicine, was born in 1623, and died in 1667. His Etymologicum Linguae Anglicanae was published in 1671. Knight's English Cyclopedia, end of footnote. And others. There is a Welsh gentleman who has published a collection of Welsh proverbs, who will help me with the Welsh. Footnote. Thomas Richards published in 1753 Antiqua Lingua Britannicae Thesaurus, to which is prefixed a Welsh grammar and a collection of British proverbs. End of footnote. Adams. But, sir, how can you do this in 3 years? Johnson. Sir, I have no doubt that I can do it in 3 years. Adams. But the French Academy, which consists of 40 members, took 40 years to compile their dictionary. Johnson. Sir, thus it is. This is the proportion. Let me see. 40 times 40 is 1600. As 3 to 1600, so is the proportion of an Englishman to a Frenchman. With so much ease and pleasantry could he talk of that prodigious labour which he had undertaken to execute. The public has had from another pen, footnote, see Sir John Hawkins's Life of Johnson, page 171, Boswell, end of footnote, a long detail of what had been done in this country by prior lexicographers, and no doubt Johnson was wise to avail himself of them so far as they went. But the learned yet judicious research of etymology, footnote, the faults of the book resolve themselves for the most part into one great fault. Johnson was a wretched etymologist. Macaulay's Miscellaneous Writings, page 382, see post May the 13th, 1778, for mention of Horne Tooke's criticism of Johnson's etymologies. End of footnote. The various yet accurate display of definition and the rich collection of authorities were reserved for the superior mind of our great philologist. Footnote. The etymology, so far as it is yet known, was easily found in the volumes where it is particularly and professedly delivered. But to collect the words of our language was a task of greater difficulty. The deficiency of dictionaries was immediately apparent, and when they were exhausted, what was yet wanting must be sought by fortuitous and unguided excursions into books, and gleaned as industry should find, or chance should offer it, in the boundless chaos of a living speech. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 31, end of footnote. Johnson's Amanuenses, Itart. 38. For the mechanical part he employed, as he told me, 6 amanuenses, and let it be remembered by the natives of North Britain, to whom he is supposed to have been so hostile, that 5 of them were of that country. There were 2 Messrs. Macbean, Mr. Shields, who we shall hereafter see partly wrote the Lives of the Poets, to which the name of Cibber is affixed, Mr. Stewart, son of Mr. George Stewart, bookseller of Edinburgh, and a Mr. Maitland. The 6th of these humble assistants was Mr. Peyton, who, I believe, taught French and published some elementary tracts. To all these painful labourers Johnson showed a never-ceasing kindness, so far as they stood in need of it. The elder Mr. Macbean had afterwards the honour of being librarian to Archibald, Duke of Argyll, for many years, but was left without a shilling. Johnson wrote for him a preface to a system of ancient geography, and by the favour of Lord Thurlow got him admitted a poor brother of the Charterhouse. Footnote. Mr. Macbean, said Johnson in 1775, is a man of great learning, and for his learning I respect him, and I wish to serve him. He knows many languages, and knows them well, but he knows nothing of life. I advised him to write a geographical dictionary, but I have lost all hopes of his ever doing anything properly, since I found he gave as much labour to Capua as to Rome. Madame D'Arblay's Diary, Volume 1, page 114, see post, beginning of 1773, and October the 24th, 1780, end of footnote. For Shields, who died of a consumption, he had much tenderness, and it has been thought that some choice sentences in the Lives of the Poets were supplied by him. Footnote. Boswell is speaking of the book published under the name of Cibber, mentioned above, but entirely compiled, according to Johnson, by Shields. See post, April 10th, 1776, end of footnote. Peyton, when reduced to penury, had frequent aid from the bounty of Johnson, who at last was at the expense of burying both him and his wife. Footnote. See Piozzi Letters, Volume 1, page 312, and post, May the 21st, 1775, note, end of footnote. The upper room in Gough Square, Anno Domini 1748, authors quoted in the dictionary Itart. 39. While the dictionary was going forward, Johnson lived part of the time in Holborn, part in Gough Square, Fleet Street, and he had an upper room fitted up like a counting house for the purpose, in which he gave to the copyists their several tasks. Footnote. We ourselves, not without labour and risk, lately discovered Gough Square, and on the second day of search the very house there, wherein the English dictionary was composed. It is the first or corner house on the right hand as you enter through the arched way from the northwest. It is a stout old-fashioned oak balustraded house. I have spent many a pound and penny on it since then, said the worthy landlord. Here, you see, this bedroom was the doctor's study. That was the garden, a plot of delved ground somewhat larger than the bed-quilt, where he walked for exercise. These 3 garret bedrooms, where his 3, in square brackets 6, copyists sat and wrote, were the place he kept his pupils in. Tempus edax rerum, yet verax also. For our friend now added, with a wistful look which strove to seem merely historical, I let it all in lodgings to respectable gentlemen by the quarter of the month. It's all one to me. To me also, whispered the ghost of Samuel, as we went pensively our ways. Carlyle's Miscellanies, edition of 1872, volume 4, page 112, end of footnote. The words, partly taken from other dictionaries and partly supplied by himself, having been first written down with spaces left between them, he delivered in writing their etymologies, definitions, and various significations. Footnote. Boswell's account of the manner in which Johnson compiled his dictionary is confused and erroneous. He began his task, as he himself expressly described to me, by devoting his first care to a diligent perusal of all such English writers as were most correct in their language, and under every sentence which he meant to quote, he drew a line, and noted in the margin the first letter of the word under which it was to occur. He then delivered these books to his clerks, who transcribed each sentence on a separate slip of paper, and arranged the same under the word referred to. By these means he collected these several words and their different significations, and when the whole arrangement was alphabetically formed, he gave the definitions of their meanings, and collected their etymologies from Skinner, Junius, and other writers on the subject. Percy. End of footnote. The authorities were copied from the books themselves, in which he had marked the passages with a black lead pencil, the traces of which could easily be effaced. Footnote. The books he used for this purpose were what he had in his own collection, a copious but a miserably ragged one, and all such as he could borrow, which latter, if ever they came back to those that lent them, were so defaced as to be scarce worth owning. And yet some of his friends were glad to receive and entertain them as curiosities. Hawkins, page 175, end of footnote. I have seen several of them in which that trouble had not been taken, so that they were just as when used by the copyists. Footnote. In the copy that he thus marked of Sir Matthew Hale's Primitive Origination of Mankind, opposite the passage where it is stated that Averroes says that if the world were not eternal, it could never have been at all, because an eternal duration must necessarily have anteceded the first production of the world, he has written, "This argument will hold good equally against the writing that I now write." End of footnote. It is remarkable that he was so attentive in the choice of the passages in which words were authorized, that one may read page after page of his dictionary with improvement and pleasure, and it should not pass unobserved that he has quoted no author whose writings had a tendency to hurt sound religion and morality. Footnote. Boswell must mean whose writings taken as a whole had a tendency, etc. Johnson quotes Dryden, and of Dryden he says, "Of a mind that can trade in corruption, and can deliberately pollute itself with ideal wickedness for the sake of spreading the contagion in society, I wish not to conceal or excuse the depravity. Such degradation of the dignity of genius, such abuse of superlative abilities, cannot be contemplated but with grief and indignation. What consolation can be had Dryden has afforded by living to repent and to testify his repentance. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 293. He quotes Congreve, and of Congreve he says, "It is acknowledged with universal conviction that the perusal of his works will make no man better, and that their ultimate effect is to represent pleasure in alliance with vice, and to relax those obligations by which life ought to be regulated." Ibid, Volume 8, page 28. He would not quote Dr. Clarke, much as he admired him, because he was not sound upon the doctrine of the Trinity. Post, December 1784, note, end of footnote. The necessary expense of preparing a work of such magnitude for the press must have been a considerable deduction from the price stipulated to be paid for the copyright. I understand that nothing was allowed by the booksellers on that account, and I remember his telling me that a large portion of it having, by mistake, been written upon both sides of the paper, so as to be inconvenient for the compositor, it cost him £20 to have it transcribed upon one side only. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ivy Lane Club, Anno Domini 1748, Mr. John Hawkins, an attorney, ITAR 39. He is now to be considered as tugging at his oar. Footnote. In the Plan to the Dictionary, written in 1747, he describes his task as one that may be successfully performed without any higher quality than that of bearing burdens with dull patience, and beating the track of the alphabet with sluggish resolution. Works, Volume 5, page 1. In 1751, in the Rambler, No. 141, he thus pleasantly touches on his work: "The task of every other slave, in square brackets, except the wit, has an end. The rower in time reaches the port. The lexicographer at last finds the conclusion of his alphabet." On April 15, 1755, he writes to his friend Hector, "I wish, come of wishes what will, that my work may please you as much as it now and then pleased me, for I did not find dictionary making so very unpleasant as it may be thought." Notes and Queries, 6th Series, 111, 301. He told Dr. Blacklock that it was easier to him to write poetry than to compose his dictionary. His mind was less on the stretch in doing the one than the other. Boswell's Hebrides, August 17, 1773, end of footnote. As engaged in a steady, continued course of occupation, sufficient to employ all his time for some years, and which was the best preventive of that constitutional melancholy which was ever lurking about him, ready to trouble his quiet. But his enlarged and lively mind could not be satisfied without more diversity of employment, and the pleasure of animated relaxation. Footnote. The well-known picture of the company at Tunbridge Wells in August 1748, with the references in Richardson's own writing, is given as a frontispiece to Volume 3 of Richardson's correspondence. There can be no doubt that the figure marked by Richardson as Dr. Johnson is not Samuel Johnson, who did not receive a doctor's degree till more than 4 years after Richardson's death. End of footnote. He therefore not only exerted his talents in occasional composition very different from lexicography, but formed a club in Ivy Lane, Paternoster Row, with a view to enjoy literary discussion and amuse his evening hours. The members associated with him in this little society were his beloved friend Dr. Richard Bathurst, footnote. Johnson hardly ever spoke of Bathurst without tears in his eyes. Murphy's Johnson, page 56. Mrs. Piozzi, after recording an anecdote that he had related to her of his childhood, continues, "I cannot imagine," said he, "what makes me talk of myself to you so, for I really never mentioned this foolish story to anybody except Dr. Taylor, not even to my dear, dear Bathurst, whom I loved better than ever I loved any human creature. But poor Bathurst is dead." Here a long pause and a few tears ensued. Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 18. Another day he said to her, "Dear Bathurst was a man to my very heart's content. He hated a fool, and he hated a rogue, and he hated a Whig. He was a very good hater." Ibid, page 83. In his Meditations on Easter Day, 1764, he records, "After sermon I recommended Tetty in a prayer by herself, and my father, mother, brother, and Bathurst in another." Prayers and Meditations, page 54. See also Post under March the 18th, 1752 and 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection. End of footnote. Mr. Hawkesworth, afterwards well known by his writings, footnote. Of Hawkesworth, Johnson thus wrote, "An account of Dr. Swift has been already collected with great diligence and acuteness by Dr. Hawkesworth, according to a scheme which I laid before him in the intimacy of our friendship. I cannot, therefore, be expected to say much of a life concerning which I had long since communicated my thoughts to a man capable of dignifying his narrations with so much elegance of language and force of sentiment." Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 192. Hawkesworth was an imitator of Johnson's style. Post under January the 1st, 1753, end of footnote. Mr. John Hawkins, an attorney, footnote. He was afterwards for several years chairman of the Middlesex Justices, and upon occasion of presenting an address to the King accepted the usual offer of knighthood. He is author of A History of Music in 5 volumes in quarto. By assiduous attendance upon Johnson in his last illness, he obtained the office of one of his executors, in consequence of which the booksellers of London employed him to publish an edition of Dr. Johnson's works, and to write his life. Boswell. This description of Hawkins as Mr. John Hawkins, an attorney, is a reply to his description of Boswell as Mr. James Boswell, a native of Scotland. Hawkins's Johnson, page 472. According to Miss Hawkins, Boswell complained to her father of the manner in which he was described. Where was the offence? It was one of those which a complainant hardly dares to embody in words. He would only repeat, "Well, but Mr. James Boswell, surely, Mr. James Boswell." Miss Hawkins' Memoirs, Volume 1, page 235. Boswell, in thus styling Hawkins, remembered no doubt Johnson's sarcasm against attorneys. See Post 1770 in Dr. Maxwell's Collectanea. Hawkins's edition of Johnson's works was published in 1787-9 in 13 volumes octavo, the last 2 volumes being edited by Stockdale. In volume 11 is a collection of Johnson's sayings under the name of apothegms, many of which I quote in my notes. End of footnote. And a few others of different professions. Footnote. Boswell, it is clear, has taken his account of the club from Hawkins, who writes, "Johnson had, in the winter of 1749, formed a club that met weekly at the King's Head, a famous beefsteak house in Ivy Lane, near St. Paul's, every Tuesday evening. Thither he constantly resorted with a disposition to please and be pleased. Our conversations seldom began till after a supper so very solid and substantial as led us to think that with him it was a dinner. By the help of this refection, and no other incentive to hilarity than lemonade, Johnson was, in a short time after our assembling, transformed into a new creature. His habitual melancholy and lassitude of spirit gave way. His countenance brightened. Hawkins's Johnson, pages 219–250. Other parts of Hawkins's account do not agree with passages in Johnson's letters to Mrs. Thrale, written in 1783–4. I dined about a fortnight ago with 3 old friends, in square brackets Hawkins, Ryland, and Payne. We had not met together for 30 years. In the 30 years, 2 of our set have died. Piozzi Letters, Volume 2, page 339. We used to meet weekly about the year 50. Ibid, page 361. The people whom I mentioned in my letter are the remnant of a little club that used to meet in Ivy Lane about 33 years ago, out of which we have lost Hawkesworth and Dyer. The rest are yet on this side of the grave. Ibid, page 363. Hawkins says that the club broke up about 1756. Life, page 361. Johnson, in the first of the passages, says that they had not met at all for 30 years, that is to say, not since 1753, while in the last 2 passages he implies that their weekly meetings came to an end about 1751. I cannot understand, moreover, how, if Bathurst, his beloved friend, belonged to the club, Johnson should have forgotten it. Bathurst died in the expedition to the Havana about 1762. 2 others of those given in Hawkins's list were certainly dead by 1783. Magee, who died while the club existed, Ibid, page 361, and Dr. Salter. A writer in The Builder, December 1884, says, "The King's Head was burnt down 25 years ago, but the cellarage remains, beneath number 4, Aldous' dining rooms, on the eastern side." End of footnote. The Vision of Theodore, Anno Domini 1749. In the Gentleman's Magazine for May of this year he wrote a Life of Roscommon, * with notes, which he afterwards much improved, indented the notes into the text, and inserted it among his Lives of the English Poets. Mr. Dodsley this year brought out his Preceptor, one of the most valuable books for the improvement of young minds that has appeared in any language, and to this meritorious work Johnson furnished the preface * containing a general sketch of the book, with a short and perspicuous recommendation of each article, as also the Vision of Theodore the Hermit, found in his cell *, a most beautiful allegory of human life under the figure of ascending the mountain of existence. The Bishop of Dromore heard Johnson say that he thought this was the best thing he ever wrote. Footnote. Tom Tyers said that Johnson in one night composed, after finishing an evening in Holborn, his Hermit of Teneriffe. Gentleman's Magazine for 1784, page 901. The high value that he set on this piece may be accounted for in his own words. Many causes may vitiate a writer's judgment of his own works. What has been produced without toilsome efforts is considered with delight, as a proof of vigorous faculties and fertile invention. Johnson's Works, volume 7, page 110. He had said much the same 30 years earlier in The Rambler, No. 21. End of footnote. 1749, Ætat 40. In January 1749 he published The Vanity of Human Wishes, being the 10th satire of Juvenal imitated. Footnote. On January the 9th was published Long Wished, another satire from Juvenal by the author of London. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 18, pages 598 and 9, end of footnote. He, I believe, composed it the preceding year, footnote. Sir John Hawkins, with solemn inaccuracy, represents this poem as a consequence of the indifferent reception of his tragedy. But the fact is that the poem was published on the 9th of January, and the tragedy was not acted till the 6th of the February following. Boswell. Hawkins perhaps implies what Boswell says that he represents. But if so, he implies it by denying it. Hawkins's Johnson, page 201, end of footnote. Mrs. Johnson, for the sake of country air, had lodgings at Hampstead, to which he resorted occasionally, and there the greatest part, if not the whole, of this imitation was written. Footnote. I wrote, he said, the first 70 lines in the Vanity of Human Wishes in the course of one morning in that small house beyond the church at Hampstead. Work 1787, volume 11, page 212, end of footnote. The fervid rapidity with which it was produced is scarcely credible. I have heard him say that he composed 70 lines of it in one day, without putting one of them upon paper till they were finished. Footnote. See post under February the 15th, 1766. That Johnson did not think that in hasty composition there is any great merit is shown by The Rambler, No. 169, entitled Labour, Necessary to Excellence. There he describes pride and indigence as the two great hasteners of modern poems. He continues that no other method of attaining lasting praise, in square brackets, than multa dies et multa litura, has been yet discovered, may be conjectured from the blotted manuscripts of Milton now remaining, and from the tardy omission of Pope's compositions. He made many corrections for the later edition of his poem. End of footnote. I remember when I once regretted to him that he had not given us more of Juvenal's satires. He said he probably should give more, for he had them all in his head, by which I understood that he had the originals and correspondent allusions floating in his mind, which he could, when he pleased, embody and render permanent without much labour. Some of them, however, he observed were too gross for imitation. The payment of poets. The profits of a single poem, however excellent, appear to have been very small in the last reign, compared with what a publication of the same size has since been known to yield. I have mentioned upon Johnson's own authority that for his London he had only 10 guineas, and now, after his fame was established, he got for his Vanity of Human Wishes but 5 guineas more, as is proved by an authentic document in my possession. Footnote. November the 25th, 1748. I received of Mr. Dodsley 15 guineas, for which assigned to him the right of copy of an imitation of the 10th satire of Juvenal, written by me, reserving to myself the right of printing one edition. Samuel Johnson. London, 29th of June, 1786. A true copy from the original in Dr. Johnson's handwriting. James Dodsley, Boswell. London was sold at a shilling a copy. Johnson was paid at the rate of about 9d. halfpenny a line for this poem. For the Vanity of Human Wishes at the rate of about 10d. a line. Dryden, by his engagement with Jacob Tonson, see Johnson's Works, volume 7, page 298, undertook to furnish 10,000 verses at a little over 6d. a verse. Goldsmith was paid for The Traveller £21, or about 11d. halfpenny a line. End of footnote. It will be observed that he reserves to himself the right of printing one edition of this satire, which was his practice upon occasion of the sale of all his writings, it being his fixed intention to publish at some period for his own profit a complete collection of his works. Footnote: he never published it. See post under December 9th, 1784. End of footnote. His Vanity of Human Wishes has less of common life, but more of a philosophic dignity than his London. More readers, therefore, will be delighted with the pointed spirit of London than with the profound reflection of the Vanity of Human Wishes. Footnote. January 9th, 1821. Read Johnson's Vanity of Human Wishes. All the examples and mode of giving them sublime, as well as the latter part, with the exception of an occasional couplet. I do not so much admire the opening. The first line, let observation, etc., is certainly heavy and useless, but 'tis a grand poem, and so true, true as the 10th of Juvenal himself. The lapse of ages changes all things, time, language, the earth, the bounds of the sea, the stars of the sky, and everything about, around, and underneath man, except man himself. The infinite variety of lives conduct but to death, and the infinity of wishes lead but to disappointment. Byron, Volume 5, page 66, right. Sir Walter Scott said that he had more pleasure in reading London and the Vanity of Human Wishes than any other poetical composition he could mention. Lockhart, Scott, Volume 3, page 269. Mr. Lockhart adds that the last line of manuscript that Scott sent to the press was a quotation from the Vanity of Human Wishes. Of the first lines, let observation with extensive views survey mankind from China to Peru, De Quincey quotes the criticism of some writer who contends with some reason that this is saying in effect, let observation with extensive observation observe mankind extensively. De Quincey's Works, Volume 10, page 72, end of footnote. Garrick, for instance, observed in his sprightly manner with more vivacity than regard to just discrimination, as is usual with wits, when Johnson lived much with the Harveys and saw a good deal of what was passing in life, he wrote his London, which is lively and easy. When he became more retired, he gave us his Vanity of Human Wishes, which is as hard as Greek. Had he gone on to imitate another satire, it would have been as hard as Hebrew. Footnote from Mr. Langton, Boswell, end of footnote. Lydiat's Life, Anno Domini 1749. But the Vanity of Human Wishes is, in the opinion of the best judges, as high an effort of ethic poetry as any language can show. The instances of variety of disappointment are chosen so judiciously and painted so strongly that the moment they are read, they bring conviction to every thinking mind. That of the scholar must have depressed the too sanguine expectations of many an ambitious student. Footnote. In this poem, one of the instances mentioned of unfortunate learned men is Lydiat. Here Lydiat's life and Galileo's end. The history of Lydiat being little known, the following account of him may be acceptable to many of my readers. It appeared as a note in the supplement to the Gentleman's Magazine for 1748, in which some passages extracted from Johnson's poem were inserted, and it should have been added in the subsequent editions. A very learned divine and mathematician, Fellow of New College, Oxford, and Rector of Ockerton, near Banbury. He wrote, among many others, a Latin treatise De Natura Caeli, etc., in which he attacked sentiments of Scaliger and Aristotle, not bearing to hear it urged that some things are true in philosophy and false in divinity. He made above 600 sermons on the harmony of the evangelists. Being unsuccessful in publishing his works, he lay in the prison of Bocardo at Oxford and in the King's Bench till Bishop Usher, Dr. Lord, Sir William Boswell, and Dr. Pink released him by paying his debts. He petitioned King Charles I to be sent into Ethiopia, etc., to procure manuscripts. Having spoken in favour of monarchy and bishops, he was plundered by the Parliament forces, and twice carried away prisoner from his rectory, and afterwards had not a shirt to shift him in 3 months, without he borrowed it, and died very poor in 1646. Boswell. End of footnote. That of the warrior, Charles of Sweden, is, I think, as highly finished a picture as can possibly be conceived. The conclusion of Johnson's poem, Ætat 40. Were all the other excellencies of this poem annihilated, it must ever have our grateful reverence from its noble conclusion, in which we are consoled with the assurance that happiness may be obtained if we apply our hearts to piety. Footnote, Psalm 90, verse 12, end of footnote. Where then shall hope and fear their objects find? Shall dull suspense corrupt the stagnant mind? Must helpless man in ignorance sedate roll darkling down the torrent of his fate? Shall no dislike alarm, no wishes rise, no cries attempt the mercy of the skies? Enthusiast, cease. In the original, inquirer, cease. End of footnote. Petitions yet remain which heaven may hear, nor deem religion vain. Still raise for good the supplicating voice, but leave to heaven the measure and the choice. Safe in his hand, whose eye discerns afar the secret ambush of a specious prayer, implore his aid, in his decisions rest, secure, whate'er he gives the best. Yet when the sense of sacred presence fires, and strong devotion to the skies aspires, pour forth thy fervours for a healthful mind, obedient passions, and a will resigned, for love, which scarce collective man can fill, for patience, sovereign o'er transmuted ill, for faith, which panting for a happier seat, counts death kind nature's signal for retreat. These goods for man the laws of heaven ordain, these goods he grants who grants the power to gain, with these celestial wisdom calms the mind, and makes the happiness she does not find. Irene on the stage, Anno Domini 1749. Garrick being now vested with theatrical power by being manager of Drury Lane Theatre, he kindly and generously made use of it to bring out Johnson's tragedy, which had been long kept back for want of encouragement. But in this benevolent purpose he met with no small difficulty from the temper of Johnson, which could not brook that a drama which he had formed with much study, and been obliged to keep more than the 9 years of Horace, footnote, non numque prematur in annum, Horace Ars Poetica, Book 1, line 388, end of footnote, should be revised and altered at the pleasure of an actor. Footnote, of all authors, wrote Johnson, those are the most wretched who exhibit their productions on the theatre, and who are to propitiate first the manager and then the public. Many an humble visitant have I followed to the doors of these lords of the drama, seen him touch the knocker with a shaking hand, and after long deliberation adventure to solicit entrance by a single knock. Works, Volume 5, page 360, end of footnote. Yet Garrick knew well that without some alterations it would not be fit for the stage. A violent dispute having ensued between them, Garrick applied to the Reverend Dr. Taylor to interpose. Johnson was at first very obstinate. "Sir," said he, "the fellow wants me to make Mahomet run mad, that he may have an opportunity of tossing his hands and kicking his heels." Footnote: Mahomet was in fact played by Mr. Barry, and Demetrius by Mr. Garrick, but probably at this time the parts were not yet cast. Boswell, end of footnote. He was, however, at last, with difficulty, prevailed on to comply with Garrick's wishes, so as to allow of some changes, but still there were not enough. The Epilogue to Irene, Itart 40. Dr. Adams was present the first night of the representation of Irene, and gave me the following account. Before the curtain drew up, there were catcalls whistling, which alarmed Johnson's friends. The prologue, which was written by himself in a manly strain, soothed the audience. Footnote: the expression used by Dr. Adams was soothed. I should rather think the audience was awed by the extraordinary spirit and dignity of the following lines. Be this at least his praise, be this his pride, to force applause no modern arts are tried. Should partial catcalls all his hopes confound, he bids no trumpet quell the fatal sound. Should welcome sleep relieve the weary wit, he rolls no thunders o'er the drowsy pit. No snares to captivate the judgment spreads, nor bribes your eyes to prejudice your heads. Unmoved, though witlings sneer and rivals rail, studious to please, yet not ashamed to fail, he scorns the meek address, the suppliant strain, with merit needless, and without it vain. In reason, nature, truth, he dares to trust. Ye fops, be silent, and ye wits, be just. Boswell. End of footnote. And the play went off tolerably till it came to the conclusion, where Mrs. Pritchard, footnote, Johnson said of Mrs. Pritchard's playing in general that it was quite mechanical. Post April 7, 1775. See also post under September 30th, 1783. End of footnote. The heroine of the piece was to be strangled upon the stage, and was to speak 2 lines with the bowstring round her neck. The audience cried out, "Murder! Murder!" Footnote: the strangling of Irene in the view of the audience was suggested by Mr. Garrick. Davies's Garrick, Volume 1, page 128. Dryden, in his Essay of Dramatic Poesy, edition 1701, Volume 1, page 13, says, "I have observed that in all our tragedies the audience cannot forbear laughing when the actors are to die. 'Tis the most comic part of the whole play." Suppose your piece admitted, acted, one single ill-natured jest from the pit is sufficient to cancel all your labours. Goldsmith's Present State of Polite Learning, chapter 10, end of footnote. She several times attempted to speak, but in vain. At last she was obliged to go off the stage alive. This passage was afterwards struck out, and she was carried off to be put to death behind the scenes, as the play now has it. Footnote: in her last speech 2 of the 7 lines are very bad. Guilt and despair, pale spectres, grin around me, and stun me with the yellings of damnation. End of footnote. The epilogue, as Johnson informed me, was written by Sir William Young. Footnote. Murphy, referring to Boswell's statement, says, "The epilogue, we are told in a late publication, was written by Sir William Young. This is a new discovery, but by no means probable. When the appendages to a dramatic performance are not assigned to a friend or an unknown hand, or a person of fashion, they are always supposed to be written by the author of the play." Murphy's Johnson, page 154. He overlooks altogether the statement in the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 19, page 85, that the epilogue is by another hand. Mr. Croker points out that the words, "as Johnson informed me," first appear in the second edition. The wonder is that Johnson accepted this epilogue, which is a little coarse and a little profane. Young was Secretary at War in Walpole's ministry. Walpole said of him that nothing but Young's character could keep down his parts, and nothing but his parts support his character. Horace Walpole's Letters, volume 1, page 98, note, end of footnote. I know not how his play came to be thus graced by the pen of a person then so eminent in the political world. Notwithstanding all the support of such performers as Garrick, Barry, Mrs. Cibber, Mrs. Pritchard, and every advantage of dress and decoration, the tragedy of Irene did not please the public. Note. I know not what Sir John Hawkins means by the cold reception of Irene. See note, page 192. I was at the first representation and most of the subsequent. It was much applauded the first night, particularly the speech on Tomorrow, Act 3, Scene 2. It ran 9 nights at least. It did not indeed become a stock play, but there was not the least opposition during the representation, except the first night in the last act, where Irene was to be strangled on stage, which John could not bear. Though a dramatic poet may stab or slay by hundreds, the bowstring was not a Christian nor an ancient Greek or Roman death. But this offence was removed after the first night, and Irene went off the stage to be strangled. Burney, end of footnote. Mr. Garrick's zeal carried it through for 9 nights. Footnote. According to the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 19, page 76, it was acted from Monday, February the 6th to Monday, February the 20th, inclusive. A letter in the Garrick Correspondence, volume 1, page 32, dated April the 3rd, 1745, seems to show that so long a run was uncommon. The writer, addressing Garrick, says, "You have now performed it, Tancred, for 9 nights. Consider the part, and whether nature can well support the frequent repetition of such shocks. Permit me to advise you to resolve not to act upon any account above 3 times a week." Yet against this may be said the following passage in the Rambler, number 123. At last, a malignant author, whose performance I had persecuted through the 9 nights, wrote an epigram upon Tape the Critic, which drove me from the pit forever. Murphy, writing in 1792, said that Irene had not been exhibited on any stage since its first representation. Murphy's Johnson, page 52, end of footnote. Mr. Garrick's zeal carried it through for 9 nights, so that the author had his 3 nights' profits. And from a receipt signed by him, now in the hands of Mr. James Dodsley, it appears that his friend Mr. Robert Dodsley gave him £100 for the copy, with his usual reservation of the right of 1 edition. Footnote. Mr. Croker says that it appears by a manuscript note in Isaac Reed's copy of Murphy's Life that the receipts of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th nights, after deducting 60 guineas a night for the expenses of the house, amounted to £195 17s. Johnson cleared, therefore, with the copyright, very nearly £300. Irene was sold at the price of 1 6d. a copy, Gentleman's Magazine, volume 19, page 96, so that Dodsley must have looked for a very large sale. End of footnote. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Irene as a poem, Anno Domini 1749. Johnson no tragedy writer, Itart 40. Irene, considered as a poem, is entitled to the praise of superior excellence. Footnote. See post 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection for Johnson's estimate of Irene in later life. End of footnote. Analysed into parts, it will furnish a rich store of noble sentiments, fine imagery, and beautiful language. But it is deficient in pathos, in that delicate power of touching the human feelings, which is the principal end of the drama. Footnote. Aaron Hill, volume 2, page 355, in a letter to Mr. Mallet, gives the following account of Irene after having seen it. I was at the anomalous Mr. Johnson's benefit, and found the play his proper representative, strong sense ungraced by sweetness or decorum. Boswell. End of footnote. Indeed, Garrick has complained to me that Johnson not only had not the faculty of producing the impressions of tragedy, but that he had not the sensibility to perceive them. His great friend Mr. Walmsley's prediction that he would turn out a fine tragedy writer was therefore ill-founded. Johnson was wise enough to be convinced that he had not the talents necessary to write successfully for the stage, and never made another attempt in that species of composition. Footnote. Murphy, Life, page 53, says that some years afterwards, when he knew Johnson to be in distress, he asked Garrick why he did not produce another tragedy for his Lichfield friend. Garrick's answer was remarkable. When Johnson writes tragedy, declamation roars and passion sleeps. When Shakespeare wrote, he dipped his pen in his own heart. Johnson was perhaps aware of the causes of his failure as a tragedy writer. In his criticism of Addison's Cato, he says, of Cato it has been not unjustly determined that it is rather a poem in dialogue than a drama, rather a succession of just sentiments in elegant language than a representation of natural affections, or any state probable or possible in human life. The events are expected without solicitude, and are remembered without joy or sorrow. Its success has introduced or confirmed among us the use of dialogue too declamatory, of unaffecting elegance and chill philosophy. Works, volume 7, page 456. Johnson thought Cato the best model of tragedy we had, yet he used to say, of all things the most ridiculous would be to see a girl cry at a representation of it. Johnson's Works, 1787, volume 11, page 207. Cato, if neglected, has added at least 8 habitual quotations to the language. See Thackeray's English Humorists, page 98. Irene has perhaps not added a single one. It has nevertheless some quotable lines, such as, crowds that hide a monarch from himself, Act 1, Scene 4. To cant of reason to a lover, Act 3, Scene 1. When e'en as love was breaking off from wonder, and tender accents quivered on my lips, Ibid. And fate lies crowded in a narrow space, Act 3, Scene 6. reflect that life and death, affecting sounds, are only buried modes of endless being, Act 2, Scene 8. Directs the planets with a careless nod, Ibid. Bar as futurity's untravelled waste, Act 4, Scene 1. And wake from ignorance the Western world, Act 4, Scene 2. Through hissing ages, a proverbial coward, the tale of women and the scorn of fools, Act 4, Scene 3. No records but the records of the sky, Ibid. Thou art sunk beneath reproach, Act 5, Scene 2. O hide me from myself, Act 5, Scene 3. Deference for the general opinion, Anno Domini 1749. When asked how he felt upon the ill success of his tragedy, he replied, like the monument. Footnote. Johnson wrote of Milton, I cannot but conceive him calm and confident, little disappointed, not at all dejected, relying on his own merit with steady consciousness, and waiting without impatience the vicissitudes of opinion and the impartiality of a future generation. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 108, end of footnote. Meaning that he continued firm and unmoved as that column. And let it be remembered as an admonition to the genus irritabile, footnote, genus irritabile vatum, the fretful tribe of rival poets, Francis Horace, Book 2, Epistle 2, line 102, end of footnote, of dramatic writers, that this great man, instead of peevishly complaining of the bad taste of the town, submitted to its decision without a murmur. He had indeed upon all occasions a great deference for the general opinion, footnote. This deference he enforces in many passages in his writings, as, for instance, Dryden might have observed that what is good only because it pleases cannot be pronounced good till it has been found to please. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 252. The authority of Addison is great, yet the voice of the people, when to please the people is the purpose, deserves regard. Ibid, page 376. About things on which the public thinks long, it commonly attains to think right. Ibid, page 456. These apologies are always useless. De gustibus non est disputandum. Men may be convinced, but they cannot be pleased against their will. Ibid, volume 8, page 26. Of things that terminate in human life, the world is the proper judge. To despise its sentence, if it were possible, is not just. And if it were just, it is not possible. Ibid, volume 8, page 316. Lord Chesterfield, in writing to his son about his first appearance in the world, said, "You will be tried and judged there, not as a boy, but as a man. And from that moment there is no appeal for character." Lord Chesterfield's Letters, volume 3, page 324. Addison, in The Guardian, number 98, had said that men of the best sense are always diffident of their private judgment till it receives a sanction from the public. Provoco ad populum, I appeal to the people, was the usual saying of a very excellent dramatic poet when he had any disputes with particular persons about the justness and regularity of his productions. See Post, March the 23rd, 1783, and a footnote. A man, said he, who writes a book thinks himself wiser or wittier than the rest of mankind. He supposes that he can instruct or amuse them, and the public to whom he appeals must, after all, be the judges of his pretensions. Johnson in the Green Room, I type 41. On occasion of his play being brought upon the stage, Johnson had a fancy that, as a dramatic author, his dress should be more gay than what he ordinarily wore. He therefore appeared behind the scenes, and even in one of the side boxes, in a scarlet waistcoat with rich gold lace and a gold-laced hat. Footnote. Were I, he said, to wear a laced or embroidered waistcoat, it should be very rich. I had once a very rich laced waistcoat, which I wore the first night of my tragedy. Boswell's Hebrides, October 27, 1773, end of footnote. He humorously observed to Mr. Langton that, when in that dress, he could not treat people with the same ease as when in his usual plain clothes. Footnote. Topham Beauclerk used to give a pleasant description of this green room finery, as related by the author himself. But, said Johnson with great gravity, I soon laid aside my gold-laced hat, lest it should make me proud. Murphy's Johnson, page 52. In The Idler, No. 62, we have an account of a man who had longed to issue forth in all the splendour of embroidery. When his fine clothes were brought, I felt myself obstructed, he wrote, in the common intercourse of civility, by an uneasy consciousness of my new appearance. As I thought myself more observed, I was more anxious about my mien and behaviour, and the mien which is formed by care is commonly ridiculous. End of footnote. Dress, indeed, we must allow, has more effect even upon strong minds than one should suppose without having had the experience of it. His necessary attendance while his play was in rehearsal and during its performance brought him acquainted with many of the performers of both sexes, which produced a more favourable opinion of their profession than he had harshly expressed in his Life of Savage. With some of them he kept up an acquaintance as long as he and they lived, and was ever ready to show them acts of kindness. He for a considerable time used to frequent the Green Room, and seemed to take delight in dissipating his gloom by mixing in the sprightly chit-chat of the motley circle then to be found there. Mr. David Hume related to me from Mr. Garrick that Johnson at last denied himself this amusement from considerations of rigid virtue, saying, I'll come no more behind your scenes, David, for the silk stockings and white bosoms of your actresses excite my amorous propensities. The Rambler, Anno Domini 1750, I type 41. In 1750 he came forth in the character for which he was eminently qualified, a majestic teacher of moral and religious wisdom. The vehicle which he chose was that of a periodical paper, which he knew had been upon former occasions employed with great success. The Tatler, Spectator, and Guardian were the last of the kind published in England, which had stood the test of a long trial. Footnote. The Tatler came to an end on January 2nd, 1710-11, the first series of the Spectator on December 6, 1712, and the second series of the Spectator on December 20th, 1714, end of footnote. And such an interval had now elapsed since their publication as made him justly think that to many of his readers this form of instruction would in some degree have the advantage of novelty. A few days before the first of his essays came out, there started another competitor for fame in the same form, under the title of The Tatler Revived. Footnote. 2 new designs have appeared about the middle of this month, March 1750, one entitled The Tatler Revived, or The Christian Philosopher and Politician, half a sheet, price 2d stamped, the other The Rambler, 3 half sheets unstamped, price 2d. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 22, page 126, end of footnote. which I believe was born but to die. Footnote, Pope's Essay on Man, Volume 2, page 10, end of footnote. Johnson was, I think, not very happy in the choice of his title, The Rambler, which certainly is not suited to a series of grave and moral discourses, which the Italians have literally, but ludicrously, translated by Il Vagabondo, and which has been lately assumed as the denomination of a vehicle of licentious tales, The Rambler's Magazine. He gave Sir Joshua Reynolds the following account of its getting this name. "What must be done, sir, will be done. When I was to begin publishing that paper, I was at a loss how to name it. I sat down at night upon my bedside, and resolved that I would not go to sleep till I had fixed its title. The Rambler seemed the best that occurred, and I took it." Footnote. I have heard Dr. Warton mention that he was at Mr. Robert Dodsley's with the late Mr. Moore and several of his friends, considering what should be the name of the periodical paper which Moore had undertaken. Garrick proposed The Salad, which, by a curious coincidence, was afterwards applied to himself by Goldsmith. "Our Garrick's a salad, for in him we see oil, vinegars, sugar, and saltness agree." Retaliation, line 11. At last, the company having separated without anything of which they approved having been offered, Dodsley himself thought of The World. Boswell, end of footnote. With what devout and conscientious sentiments this paper was undertaken is evidenced by the following prayer, which he composed and offered up on the occasion. "Almighty God, the giver of all good things, without whose help all labour is ineffectual, and without whose grace all wisdom is folly, grant, I beseech thee, that in this undertaking," footnote, in the original manuscript, "in this my undertaking," and below, "the salvation both of myself and others," end of footnote, "the Holy Spirit may not be withheld from me, but that I may promote thy glory and the salvation of myself and others. Grant this, O Lord, for the sake of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen." Footnote. Prayers and Meditations, page 9, Boswell, end of footnote. Revision of the Rambler, I-type 41. The first paper of the Rambler was published on Tuesday, the 20th of March, 1750, and its author was enabled to continue it without interruption every Tuesday and Friday till Saturday, the 17th of March, 1752, on which day it closed. Footnote. In the original folio edition of the Rambler, the concluding paper is dated Saturday, March the 17th, but Saturday was in fact March the 14th. This circumstance is worth notice, for Mrs. Johnson died on the 17th, Malone, end of footnote. There is a strong confirmation of the truth of a remark of his, which I have had occasion to quote elsewhere, that a man may write at any time, if he will set himself doggedly to it. Footnote. Gray had a notion, not very peculiar, that he could not write but at certain times, or at happy moments. A fantastic foppery, to which my kindness for a man of learning and virtue wishes him to have been superior. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 482, see post under April 15, 1758, end of footnote. For notwithstanding his constitutional indolence, his depression of spirits, and his labour in carrying on his dictionary, he answered the stated calls of the press twice a week from the stores of his mind during all that time, having received no assistance except 4 billets in number 10 by Miss Mulso, now Mrs. Chapone, footnote, her correspondence with Richardson and Mrs. Carter was published in 1807, end of footnote. Number 30 by Mrs. Catherine Talbot, footnote, the correspondence between her and Mrs. Carter was published in 1808, end of footnote. Number 97 by Mr. Samuel Richardson, whom he describes in an introductory note as an author who has enlarged the knowledge of human nature and taught the passions to move at the command of virtue, and numbers 44 and 100 by Mrs. Elizabeth Carter. Johnson's rapid composition, Anno Domini 1750. Posterity will be astonished when they are told, upon the authority of Johnson himself, that many of these discourses, which we should suppose have been laboured with all the slow attention of literary leisure, were written in haste as the moment pressed, without even being read over by him before they were printed. Footnote. Dr. Birch says, the proprietor of the Rambler Cave told me that copy was seldom sent to the press till late in the night before the day of publication. Croker's Boswell, page 121, note. See post April 12, 1776, and beginning of 1781. Johnson carefully revised the Ramblers for the collected edition. The editor of the Oxford edition of Johnson's work states, volume 2, page 10, that the alterations exceeded 6,000. The following passage from the last number affords a good instance of this revision. First edition. I have never complied with temporary curiosity, nor furnished my readers with abilities to discuss the topic of the day. I have seldom exemplified my assertions by living characters. From my papers, therefore, no man could hope either censures of his enemies or praises of himself, and they only could be expected to peruse them whose passions left them leisure for the contemplation of abstracted truth, and whom virtue could please by her native dignity without the assistance of modish ornaments. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 22, page 117. Revised edition. I have never complied with temporary curiosity, nor enabled my readers to discuss the topic of the day. I have rarely exemplified my assertions by living characters. In my papers no man could look for censures of his enemies or praises of himself, and they only were expected to peruse them whose passions left them leisure for abstracted truth, and whom virtue could please by its naked dignity. Johnson's Works, volume 3, page 462, end of footnote. It can be accounted for only in this way, that by reading and meditation and a very close inspection of life, he had accumulated a great fund of miscellaneous knowledge, which, by a peculiar promptitude of mind, was ever ready at his call, and which he had constantly accustomed himself to clothe in the most apt and energetic expression. Sir Joshua Reynolds once asked him by what means he had attained this extraordinary accuracy and flow of language. He told him that he had early on laid it down as a fixed rule to do his best on every occasion and in every company, to impart whatever he knew in the most forcible language he could put it in, and that by constant practice, and never suffering any careless expressions to escape him, or attempting to deliver his thoughts without arranging them in the clearest manner, it became habitual to him. Footnote. Such relics, in square brackets, Milton's early manuscripts, show how excellence is acquired. What we hope ever to do with ease, we must learn first to do with diligence. Johnson's Works, volume 7, page 119. End of footnote. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hints for The Rambler, Itart 42, Anno Domini 1750. Yet he was not altogether unprepared as a periodical writer, for I have in my possession a small 12º volume, in which he has written, in the form of Mr. Locke's commonplace book, a variety of hints for essays on different subjects. He has marked upon the first blank leaf of it to the 128th page collections for The Rambler, and in another place, in 52 there were 17 provided, in 97, 21, in 190, 25. At a subsequent period, probably after the work was finished, he added, in all, taken of provided materials, 30. Footnote: of the first 52 Ramblers, 49 were wholly by Johnson; of the last 156, 154. He seems to say that in the first 49, 17 were written from notes, and in the last 154, only 13. End footnote. Sir John Hawkins, who was unlucky upon all occasions, tells us that this method of accumulating intelligence had been practised by Mr. Addison, and is humorously described in one of the Spectators, footnote number 46, end footnote, wherein he feigns to have dropped his paper of notanda, consisting of a diverting medley of broken sentences and loose hints, which he tells us he had collected and meant to make use of, much of the same kind as Johnson's Adversaria. Footnote: Hawkins's Life of Johnson, page 268, in square brackets, page 265, Boswell. End footnote. But the truth is that there is no resemblance at all between them. Addison's note was a fiction, in which unconnected fragments of his lucubrations were purposely jumbled together in as odd a manner as he could, in order to produce a laughable effect. Whereas Johnson's abbreviations are all distinct, and applicable to each subject of which the head is mentioned. For instance, there is the following specimen: Youth's Entry, etc. Baxter's account of things in which he had changed his mind as he grew up. Voluminous. No wonder. If every man was to tell or mark on how many subjects he has changed, it would make volumes. But the change is not always observed by man's self. From pleasure to business, to quiet, from thoughtfulness to reflect to piety, from dissipation to domestic, by impercept grade, but the change is certain. Dial. Footnote: the sly shadow steals away upon the dial, and the quickest eye can distinguish no more than that it is gone. Glanville, quoted in Johnson's Dictionary, end of footnote. Non progredi progressesse conspicimus. Look back, consider what was thought at some dist period. Hope predom in youth. Mind not willingly indulges unpleasing thoughts. The world lies all enamelled before him as a distant prospect sun-gilt. Footnote: this most beautiful image of the enchanting delusion of youthful prospect has not been used in any of Johnson's essays. Boswell, end of footnote. Inequality is only found by coming to it. Love is to be all joy, children excellent, fame to be constant, caresses of the great, applauses of the learned, smiles of beauty. Fear of disgrace, bashfulness, finds things of less importance. Miscarriages forgot, like excellencies. If remembered, of no import. Danger of sinking into negligence of reputation, lest the fear of disgrace destroy activity. Confidence in himself, long tract of life before him. No thought of sickness, embarrassment of affairs, distraction of family, public calamities. No sense of the prevalence of bad habits, negligent of time, ready to undertake, careless to pursue, all changed by time. Confident of others, unsuspecting as unexperienced, imagining himself secure against neglect, never imagines they will venture to treat him ill, ready to trust, expecting to be trusted, convinced by time of the selfishness, the meanness, the cowardice, the treachery of men. Youth ambitious, as thinking honours easy to be had. Different kinds of praise pursued at different periods. Of the gay in youth, danger, hurt, etc. despised. Of the fancy in manhood, ambish, stocks, bargains. Of the wise and sober in old age, seriousness, formality, maxims, but general, only of the rich. Otherwise age is happy, but at last everything referred to riches. No having fame, honour, influence, without subjection to caprice. Horace. Footnote. From Horace, Ars Poetica, Book 1, line 175, he takes his motto for the number: multa ferunt anni venientes commoda secum, multa recedentes adimunt. The blessings flowing in with life's full tide, down with our ebb of life decreasing glide. Francis. End of footnote. Hard it would be if men entered life with the same views with which they leave it, or left as they enter it. No hope, no undertaking, no regard to benevolence, no fear of disgrace, etc. Youth to be taught the piety of age, age to retain the honour of youth. This, it will be observed, is the sketch of number 196 of The Rambler. I shall gratify my readers with another specimen. Hints for the Rambler, Itart 41, Confederacies difficult, why? Seldom in war a match for single persons, nor in peace. Therefore kings make themselves absolute. Confederacies in learning, every great work the work of one. Preux. Scholars' friendship like ladies. Scribebamus, etc. Ma. Footnote. Book 12, line 96, in square brackets 95. In tucam aemulam omnium suorum studiorum. Malone. End of footnote. The apple of discord, the laurel of discord, the poverty of criticism. Swift's opinion of the power of 6 geniuses united. Footnote. There never appear, says Swift, more than 5 or 6 men of genius in an age, but if they were united, the world could not stand before them. Johnson's Works, Volume 4, page 18. End of footnote. That union scarce possible. His remarks just, man a social, not steady nature. Drawn to man by words, repelled by passions. Orb, drawn by attraction, in square brackets repelled, by centrifugal. Common danger unites by crushing other passions, but they return. Equality hinders compliance. Superiority produces insolence and envy. Too much regard in each to private interest, too little. The mischiefs of private and exclusive societies. The fitness of social attraction diffused through the whole. The mischiefs of too partial love of our country. Contraction of moral duties. Oi philoi omphalos. Footnote. In the first edition this is printed O philoi omphalos. In the second, O philoi omphalos. In the corrections to the second we find, for O, read Oi. In the third it is printed as above. In 3 editions we have therefore 5 readings of the first word. See Post, April 15, 1778, where Johnson says, "An old Greek said, he that has friends has no friend." And April 24, 1779, where he says, "Garrick had friends, but no friend." End of footnote. Every man moves upon his own centre, and therefore repels others from too near a contact, though he may comply with some general laws. Of confederacy with superiors everyone knows the inconvenience. With equals no authority. Every man his own opinion, his own interest. Man and wife hardly united, scarce ever without children. Computation. If 2 to 1 against 2, how many against 5? If confederacies were easy, useless. Many oppressors, many. If possible only to some, dangerous. Principum amicitias. Footnote. Gravesque principium amicitias. And fatal friendships of the guilty great. Francis Horace Odes, Book 2, Ode 1, line 4, end of footnote. Here we see the embryo of number 45 of The Adventurer, and it is a confirmation of what I shall presently have occasion to mention, that the papers in that collection marked T were written by Johnson. Footnote, Post, under January 1st, 1753, end of footnote. The Rambler's Slow Sail, Anno Domini 1750. This scanty preparation of materials will not, however, much diminish our wonder at the extraordinary fertility of his mind. For the proportion which they bear to the number of essays which he wrote is very small, and it is remarkable that those for which he had made no preparation are as rich and as highly finished as those for which the hints were lying by him. It is also to be observed that the papers formed from his hints are worked up with such strength and elegance that we almost lose sight of the hints, which become like drops in the bucket. Indeed, in several instances he has made a very slender use of them, so that many of them remain still unapplied. Footnote. Sir John Hawkins has selected from this little collection of materials what he calls the rudiments of 2 of the papers of the Rambler. But he has not been able to read the manuscript distinctly. Thus he writes, page 266, "Sailor's fate any mansion," whereas the original is, "Sailor's life my aversion." He has also transcribed the unappropriated hints on writers for bread, in which he deciphers these notable passages, one in Latin, "Fatui non famae," instead of "Fami non famae," Johnson having in his mind what Tuanus says of the learned German antiquary and linguist Xylander, who, he tells us, lived in such poverty that he was supposed "Fami non famae scribere," and another in French, "Des gens tifat," in square brackets fatu, et affamé à agent, instead of "dégoûté de femme an old word for renommé, est affamé d'argent. The manuscript, being written in an exceedingly small hand, is indeed very hard to read, but it would have been better to have left blanks than to write nonsense. Boswell. End of footnote. As the Rambler was entirely the work of one man, there was of course such a uniformity in its texture as very much to exclude the charm of variety. Footnote. When we know that of the 208 Ramblers all but 5 were written by Johnson, it is amusing to read a passage in one of Miss Talbot's letters to Mrs. Carter, dated October the 20th, 1750. Mr. Johnson would, I fear, be mortified to hear that people know a paper of his own by the sure mark of somewhat a little excessive, a little exaggerated in the expression. Carter Correspondence, Book 1, page 357, end of footnote. And the grave and often solemn cast of thinking which distinguished it from other periodical papers made it for some time not generally liked. So slowly did this excellent work, of which 12 editions have now issued from the press, gain upon the world at large, that even in the closing number the author says, "I have never been much a favourite of the public." Footnote. The Ramblers certainly were little noticed at first. Smart the poet first mentioned them to me as excellent papers before I had heard anyone else speak of them. When I went into Norfolk in the autumn of 1751, I found but one person, the Reverend Mr. Squires, a man of learning and a general purchaser of new books, who knew anything of them. Before I left Norfolk in the year 1760, the Ramblers were in high favour among persons of learning and good taste. Others there were, devoid of both, who said that the hard words in the Rambler were used by the author to render his dictionary indispensably necessary. Burney. We have notices of the Rambler in the Carter Correspondence. May 28, 1750. The author ought to be cautioned not to use over many hard words. In yesterday's paper, a very pretty one indeed, we had equiponderant, and another so hard I cannot remember it, in square brackets, adcititious, both in one sentence. December the 17th, 1750. Mr. Cave complains of him for not admitting correspondence. This does mischief. In the main, I think he is to be applauded for it. But why then does he not write now and then on the living manners of the times? In writing on April the 22nd, 1752, just after the Rambler had come to an end, Miss Talbot says, "Indeed, 'tis a sad thing that such a paper should have met with discouragement from wise and learned and good people too. Many are the disputes it has cost me, and not once did I come off triumphant." Mrs. Carter replied, "Many a battle have I too fought for him in the country, but with little success." Murphy says, "Of this excellent production, the number sold on each day did not amount to 500. Of course the bookseller, who paid the author 4 guineas a week, did not carry on a successful trade." Murphy's Johnson, page 59, end of footnote. George II, not an Augustus, Itat 41. Yet very soon after its commencement there were who felt and acknowledged its uncommon excellence. Verses in its praise appeared in the newspapers, and the editor of the Gentleman's Magazine mentions in October his having received several letters to the same purpose from the learned. Footnote. Richardson wrote to Cave on August the 9th, 1750, after 41 numbers had appeared, "I hope the world tastes them. For its own sake I hope the world tastes them. The author I can only guess at. There is but one man, I think, that could write them. Richardson's Correspondence, Volume 1, page 165. Cave replied, "Mr. Johnson is the great Rambler, being, as you observe, the only man who can furnish 2 such papers in a week, besides his other great business." He mentioned the recommendation it received from high quarters, and continued, "Notwithstanding, whether the price of 2d. or the unfavourable season of their first publication hinders the demand, no boast can be made of it." Johnson had not wished his name to be known. Cave says that Mr. Carrick and others, who knew the author's powers and style from the first, unadvisedly asserting their suspicions, overturned the scheme of secrecy. Ibid, pages 168 to 170. End of footnote. The Student, or Oxford and Cambridge Miscellany, in which Mr. Bonnell Thornton and Mr. Coleman were the principal writers, describes it as "a work that exceeds anything of the kind ever published in this kingdom, some of the Spectators excepted, if indeed they may be excepted." And afterwards, "May the public favours crown his merits, and may not the English, under the auspicious reign of George II, neglect a man who, had he lived in the 1st century, would have been one of the greatest favourites of Augustus." This flattery of the monarch had no effect. It is too well known that the 2nd George never was an Augustus to learning or genius. Footnote. Horace Walpole, while justifying George II against bookish men who have censured his neglect of literature, says, "In truth, I believe King George would have preferred a guinea to a composition as perfect as Alexander's Feast." Reign of George II, Volume 3, page 304. End of footnote. Mrs. Johnson's praise of the Rambler, Anno Domini 1750. "Johnson told me with an amiable fondness a little pleasing circumstance relative to this work. Mrs. Johnson, in whose judgment and taste he had great confidence, said to him after a few numbers of the Rambler had come out, 'I thought very well of you before, but I did not imagine you could have written anything equal to this.'" Footnote. Dr. Johnson said to an acquaintance of mine, "My other works are wine and water, but my Rambler is pure wine." Rogers' Table Talk, page 10. End of footnote. Distant praise from whatever quarter is not so delightful as that of a wife whom a man loves and esteems. Her approbation may be said to come home to his bosom, and being so near, its effect is most sensible and permanent. Mr. James Elphinston. Footnote. See post April 5th, 1772, April 19th, 1773, and April 9th, 1778. End of footnote. Who has since published various works, and who was ever esteemed by Johnson as a worthy man, happened to be in Scotland while the Rambler was coming out in single papers at London. With a laudable zeal at once for the improvement of his countrymen and the reputation of his friend, he suggested and took the charge of an edition of those essays at Edinburgh, which followed progressively the London publication. Footnote. It was executed in the printing office of Sands, Murray and Cochrane with uncommon elegance upon writing paper of a duodecimus size, and with the greatest correctness. And Mr. Elphinston enriched it with translations of the mottos. When completed, it made 8 handsome volumes. It is unquestionably the most accurate and beautiful edition of this work, and there being but a small impression, it has now become scarce and sells at a very high price. Boswell. End of footnote. The following letter, written at this time, though not dated, will show how much pleased Johnson was with this publication, and what kindness and regard he had for Mr. Elphinston. Letters to Mr. Elphinston, ITART 41. To Mr. James Elphinston, no date, dear Sir. I cannot but confess the failures of my correspondence, but hope the same regard which you express for me on every other occasion will incline you to forgive me. I am often, very often, ill, and when I am well I am obliged to work, and indeed have never much used myself to punctuality. You are, however, not to make unkind inferences when I forbear to reply to your kindness, for be assured I never receive a letter from you without great pleasure, and a very warm sense of your generosity and friendship, which I heartily blame myself for not cultivating with more care. In this, as in many other cases, I go wrong, in opposition to conviction. For I think scarce any temporal good equally to be desired with the regard and familiarity of worthy men. I hope we shall be some time nearer to each other, and have a more ready way of pouring out our hearts. I am glad that you still find encouragement to proceed in your publication, and shall beg the favour of 6 more volumes to add to my former 6, when you can, with any convenience, send them me. Please to present a set in my name to Mr. Ruddiman, of whom I hear that his learning is not his highest excellence. Footnote. Mr. Thomas Ruddiman, the learned grammarian of Scotland, well known for his various excellent works, and for his accurate editions of several authors. He was also a man of a most worthy private character. His zeal for the royal house of Stuart did not render him less estimable in Dr. Johnson's eye. Boswell. End of footnote. I have transcribed the mottos and returned them, I hope not too late, of which I think many very happily performed. Mr. Cave has put the last in the magazine. Footnote. In the Gentleman's Magazine for September 1750 and for October 1752, translations of many of the mottos were given, but in each number there are several of Elphinston's. Johnson seems to speak of only one. End of footnote. In which I think he did well. I beg of you to write soon, and to write often, and to write long letters, which I hope in time to repay you, but you must be a patient creditor. I have, however, this of gratitude, that I think of you with regard, when I do not perhaps give the proofs which I ought of being so your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. This year he wrote to the same gentleman another letter upon a mournful occasion, the death of a mother, Anno Domini 1750. To Mr. James Elphinston, September the 25th, 1750, dear Sir. You have, as I find by every kind of evidence, lost an excellent mother, and I hope you will not think me incapable of partaking of your grief. I have a mother now 82 years of age, whom therefore I must soon lose, unless it please God that she rather should mourn for me. Footnote. Writing to Miss Porter on July the 12th, 1749, he said, I was afraid your letter had brought me ill news of my mother, whose death is one of the few calamities on which I think with terror. Croker's Boswell, page 62, end of footnote. I read the letters in which you relate your mother's death to Mrs. Strahan. Footnote. Mr. Strahan was Elphinston's brother-in-law, post April the 9th, 1778, end of footnote. And I think I do myself honour when I tell you that I read them with tears. But tears are neither to you nor to me of any further use when once the tribute of nature has been paid. The business of life summons us away from useless grief, and calls us to the exercise of those virtues of which we are lamenting our deprivation. The greatest benefit which one friend can confer upon another is to guard and excite and elevate his virtues. This your mother will still perform if you diligently preserve the memory of her life and of her death. A life, so far as I can learn, useful, wise, and innocent, and a death resigned, peaceful, and holy. I cannot forbear to mention that neither reason nor revelation denies you to hope that you may increase her happiness by obeying her precepts, and that she may in her present state look with pleasure upon every act of virtue to which her instructions or example have contributed. Whether this be more than a pleasing dream, or a just opinion of separate spirits, is indeed of no great importance to us when we consider ourselves as acting under the eye of God. Yet surely there is something pleasing in the belief that our separation from those whom we love is merely corporeal, and it may be a great incitement to virtuous friendship if it can be made probable that that union that has received the divine approbation shall continue to eternity. There is one expedient by which you may in some degree continue her presence. If you write down minutely what you remember of her from your earliest years, you will read it with great pleasure, and receive from it many hints of soothing recollection, when time shall remove her yet farther from you, and your grief shall be matured to veneration. To this, however painful for the present, I cannot but advise you as to a source of comfort and satisfaction in the time to come. For all comfort and all satisfaction is sincerely wished you by, dear Sir, your most obliged, most obedient, and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. End of Section 23. Section 24 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rambler has increased in fame as in age. Soon after its first folio edition was concluded, it was published in 6 12mo volumes. Footnote: in the Gentleman's Magazine for January 1752, in the list of books published, is a correct and beautiful edition of the Rambler in 4 volumes in 12mo, price 12 shillings. The Rambler was not concluded till the following March. The remaining 2 volumes were published in July. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 22, page 338, end of footnote. And its author lived to see 10 numerous editions of it in London, beside those of Ireland and Scotland. Footnote: according to Hawkins' Life, page 269, each edition consisted of 1,250 copies. End of footnote. I profess myself to have ever entertained a profound veneration for the astonishing force and vivacity of mind which the Rambler exhibits. That Johnson had penetration enough to see, and seeing would not disguise the general misery of man in this state of being, may have given rise to the superficial notion of his being too stern a philosopher. But men of reflection will be sensible that he has given a true representation of human existence, and that he has at the same time, with a generous benevolence, displayed every consolation which our state affords us, not only those arising from the hopes of futurity, but such as may be attained in the immediate progress through life. He has not depressed the soul to despondency and indifference. He has everywhere inculcated study, labour, and exertion. Nay, he has shown in a very odious light a man whose practice it is to go about darkening the views of others by perpetual complaints of evil, and awakening those considerations of danger and distress which are for the most part lulled into a quiet oblivion. This he has done very strongly in his character of Suspirius. Footnote, number 55, 59, Boswell, end of footnote. from which Goldsmith took that of Croker in his comedy of The Good-Natured Man, as Johnson told me he acknowledged to him, and which is indeed very obvious. Footnotes. Miss Burney records in her diary that one day at Streatham, while she and Mrs. Thrale were reading this Rambler, Dr. Johnson came in. We told him what we were about. "Ah, madam," cried he, "Goldsmith was not scrupulous. But he would have been a great man had he known the real value of his own internal resources." Madame D'Arblay's Diary, Volume 1, page 83, see post beginning of 1768. It is possible that Mrs. Hardcastle's drive in She Stoops to Conquer was suggested by the Rambler, No. 34. In it, a young gentleman describes a lady's terror on a coach journey. Our whole conversation passed in dangers and cares, and fears and consolations, and stories of ladies dragged in the mire, forced to spend all night on the heath, drowned in rivers, or burnt with lightning. We had now a new scene of terror. Every man we saw was a robber, and we were ordered sometimes to drive hard, lest the traveller whom we saw behind should overtake us, and sometimes to stop, lest we should come up to him who was passing before us. She alarmed many an honest man by begging him to spare her life as he passed by the coach. End of footnotes. The Beauties of Dr. Johnson, Anno Domini 1750. To point out the numerous subjects which the Rambler treats, with the dignity and perspicuity which are there united in a manner which we shall in vain look for anywhere else, would take up too large a portion of my book, and would, I trust, be superfluous, considering how universally those volumes are now disseminated. Even the most condensed and brilliant sentences which they contain, and which have very properly been selected under the name of Beauties, are of considerable bulk. Footnote. Dr. Johnson was gratified by seeing this selection, and wrote to Mr. Kearsley, bookseller in Fleet Street, the following note: "Mr. Johnson sends compliments to Mr. Kearsley, and begs the favour of seeing him as soon as he can. Mr. Kearsley is desired to bring with him the last edition of what he has honoured with the name of Beauties, May 20th, 1782, Boswell." The correspondence, post May 15th, 1782, shows that Johnson sent for this book not because he was gratified, but because he was accused, on the strength of one of the Beauties, of recommending suicide. On that day, being in the country, he wrote, "I never saw the book but by casual inspection, and considered myself as utterly disengaged from its consequences." He adds, "I hope sometime in the next week to have all rectified." The letter of May 20th shows that on his return to town he lost little time, if any, in sending for Kearsley. End of footnote. But I may shortly observe that the Rambler furnishes such an assemblage of discourses on practical religion and moral duty, of critical investigations and allegorical and oriental tales, that no mind can be thought very deficient that has, by constant study and meditation, assimilated to itself all that may be found there. No. 7, written in Passion Week, on abstraction and self-examination, and No. 110, on penitence and the placability of the divine nature, cannot be too often read. No. 54, on the effect which the death of a friend should have upon us, though rather too dispiriting, may be occasionally very medicinal to the mind. Every one must suppose the writer to have been deeply impressed by a real scene, but he told me that was not the case, which shows how well his fancy could conduct him to the house of mourning. Footnote, Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 4, end of footnote. Some of these more solemn papers, I doubt not, particularly attracted the notice of Dr. Young, the author of the Night Thoughts, of whom my estimation is such as to reckon his applause and honour even to Johnson. I have seen some volumes of Dr. Young's copy of the Rambler, in which he has marked the passages which he thought particularly excellent by folding down a corner of the page, and such as he rated in a supereminent degree are marked by double folds. I am sorry that some of the volumes are lost. Johnson was pleased when told of the minute attention with which Young had signified his approbation of his essays. A Club in Essex, Itart 41. I will venture to say that in no writings whatever can be found more bark and steel for the mind, if I may use the expression, more that can brace and invigorate every manly and noble sentiment. Number 32, on Patience even under extreme misery, is wonderfully lofty, and as much above the rant of Stoicism as the sun of revelation is brighter than the twilight of pagan philosophy. I never read the following sentence without feeling my frame thrill. I think there is some reason for questioning whether the body and mind are not so proportioned that the one can bear all which can be inflicted on the other, whether virtue cannot stand its ground as long as life, and whether a soul well principled will not be sooner separated than subdued. Footnote. In the original, separated sooner than subdued. Johnson acted up to what he said. When he was close on his end, all who saw him beheld and acknowledged the invictum animum Catonis. Talking of his illness, he said, I will be conquered, I will not capitulate. See post October 1784, end of footnote. The character of Prospero, Anno Domini 1750, the style of the Rambler, Itart 41. Though instruction be the predominant purpose of the Rambler, yet it is enlivened with a considerable portion of amusement. Nothing can be more erroneous than the notion which some persons have entertained, that Johnson was then a retired author, ignorant of the world, and of consequence that he wrote only from his imagination when he described characters and manners. He said to me that before he wrote that work he had been running about the world, as he expressed it, more than almost anybody. And I have heard him relate with much satisfaction that several of the characters in the Rambler were drawn so naturally that, when it first circulated in numbers, a club in one of the towns in Essex imagined themselves to be severally exhibited in it, and were much incensed against a person who, they suspected, had thus made them objects of public notice. Nor were they quieted till authentic assurance was given them that the Rambler was written by a person who had never heard of any one of them. Footnote. In the Spectator, number 568, Addison tells of a village in which there arose a current report that somebody had written a book against the squire and the whole parish. The book was The Whole Duty of Man. End of footnote. Some of the characters are believed to have been actually drawn from life, particularly that of Prospero from Garrick, who never entirely forgave its pointed satire. Footnote. The character of Prospero was beyond all question occasioned by Garrick's ostentatious display of furniture and Dresden china. Murphy's Johnson, page 144. If Garrick was aimed at, it is surprising that the severity of the satire did not bring to an end not only all friendship, but even any acquaintance between the two men. The writer describes how he and Prospero had set out in the world together, and how for a long time they had assisted each other, till his friend had been lately raised to wealth by a lucky project. I felt at his sudden shoot of success an honest and disinterested joy. Prospero reproached him with his neglect to visit him at his new house. When, however, he went to see him, he found that his friend's impatience arose not from any desire to communicate his happiness, but to enjoy his superiority. He was kept waiting at the door, and when at length he was shown upstairs, he found the staircase carefully secured by mats from the pollution of his feet. Prospero led him into a back room, where he told him he always breakfasted when he had not great company. After the visitor had endured one act of insolence after another, he says, I left him without any intention of seeing him again, unless some misfortune should restore his understanding. Rambler, No. 200, Sea Post, May 15, 1776, where Johnson, speaking of the charge of meanness brought against Garrick, said, he might have been much better attacked for living with more splendour than is suitable to a player. In C. Greville's Journal, Volume 2, page 316, we have an instance of how stories about Johnson grew. He writes, Lord Holland told some stories of Johnson and Garrick, which he had heard from Kemble. When Garrick was in the zenith of his popularity and grown rich and lived with the great, and while Johnson was yet obscure, the doctor used to drink tea with him, and he would say, Davy, I do not envy you your money, nor your fine acquaintance, but I envy you your power of drinking such tea as this. Yes, said Garrick, it is very good tea, but it is not my best, nor that which I give to my lord this, and says somebody t'other. There can be little doubt that the whole story is founded on the following passage in the character of Prospero. Breakfast was at last set, and as I was not willing to indulge the peevishness that began to seize me, I commended the tea. Prospero then told me that another time I should taste his finest sort, but that he had only a very small quantity remaining, and reserved it for those whom he thought himself obliged to treat with particular respect. See Post, April 10, 1778, where Johnson maintained that Garrick bore his good fortune with modesty. End of footnote. For instances of fertility of fancy and accurate description of real life, I appeal to No. 19, a man who wanders from one profession to another with most plausible reasons for every change. No. 34, female fastidiousness and timorous refinement. No. 82, a virtuoso who has collected curiosities. No. 88, footnote No. 98, end of footnote, petty modes of entertaining a company and conciliating kindness. No. 182, fortune hunting. No. 194-95, a tutor's account of the follies of his pupil. No. 197-198, legacy hunting. He has given a specimen of his nice observation of the mere external appearances of life in the following passage in No. 179 against affectation, that frequent and most disgusting quality. He that stands to contemplate the crowds that fill the streets of a popular city will see many passengers whose air and motion it will be difficult to behold without contempt and laughter. But if he examine what are the appearances that thus powerfully excite his risibility, he will find among them neither poverty nor disease, nor any involuntary or painful defect. The disposition to derision and insult is awakened by the softness of foppery, the swell of insolence, the liveliness of levity, or the solemnity of grandeur, by the sprightly trip, the stately stalk, the formal strut, and the lofty mien, by gestures intended to catch the eye, and by looks elaborately formed as evidences of importance. Every page of the Rambler shows a mind teeming with classical allusion and poetical imagery. Illustrations from other writers are upon all occasions so ready, and mingle so easily in his periods, that the whole appears of one uniform vivid texture. Johnson's Masters in Style, Anno Domini 1750. A Great Personage, Itart 41. The style of this work has been censured by some shallow critics as involved and turgid, and abounding with antiquated and hard words. So ill-founded is the first part of this objection, that I will challenge all who may honour this book with a perusal to point out any English writer whose language conveys his meaning with equal force and perspicuity. It must indeed be allowed that the structure of his sentences is expanded, and often has somewhat of the inversion of Latin, and that he delighted to express familiar thoughts in philosophical language, being in this the reverse of Socrates, who, it was said, reduced philosophy to the simplicity of common life. But let us attend to what he himself says in his concluding paper. When common words were less pleasing to the ear, or less distinct in their signification, I have familiarized the terms of philosophy by applying them to popular ideas. Footnote: Yet his style did not escape the harmless shafts of pleasant humour, for the ingenious Bonnell Thornton published a mock rambler in the Drury Lane Journal. Boswell. Murphy, Life, page 157, criticizing the above quotation from Johnson, says, "He forgot the observation of Dryden. If too many foreign words are poured in upon us, it looks as if they were designed not to assist the natives, but to conquer them." End of footnote. And as to the second part of this objection, upon a late careful revision of the work, I can with confidence say that it is amazing how few of those words, for which it has been unjustly characterized, are actually to be found in it. I am sure not the proportion of one to each paper. This idle charge has been echoed from one babbler to another, who have confounded Johnson's Essays with Johnson's Dictionary, and because he thought it right in a lexicon of our language to collect many words which had fallen into disuse but were supported by great authorities, it has been imagined that all of these have been interwoven into his own compositions. That some of them have been adopted by him unnecessarily may perhaps be allowed, but in general they are evidently an advantage, for without them his stately ideas would be confined and cramped. He that thinks with more extent than another will want words of larger meaning. Footnote: Idler, No. 70, Boswell. In the same number Johnson writes, "Few faults of style, whether real or imaginary, excite the malignity of a more numerous class of readers than the use of hard words. But words are hard only to those who do not understand them, and the critic ought always to inquire whether he is incommoded by the fault of the writer or by his own. Every author does not write for every reader." See post September 19, 1777, where Johnson says, "If Robertson's style be faulty, he owes it to me, that is, having too many words, and those too big ones." End of footnote. He once told me that he had formed his style upon that of Sir William Temple. Footnote: The following passages in Temple's writings show that a likeness may be discovered between his style and Johnson's. "There may be firmness and constancy of courage from tradition as well as of belief, nor methinks should any man know how to be a coward that is brought up with the opinion that all of his nation or city have ever been valiant." Temple's Works, Volume 1, page 167. This is a disease too refined for this country and people, who are well when they are not ill, and pleased when they are not troubled, are content because they think little of it, and seek their happiness in the common eases and commodities of life, or the increase of riches, not amusing themselves with the more speculative contrivances of passion or refinements of pleasure. Ibid, page 170. They send abroad the best of their own butter into all parts, and buy the cheapest out of Ireland or the north of England for their own use. In short, they furnish infinite luxury which they never practice, and traffic in pleasures which they never taste. Ibid, page 195. See post April 9, 1778, where Johnson says, "Temple was the first writer who gave cadence to English prose." End of footnote. And he had formed his style upon Chambers' proposal for his dictionary. Footnote. Dean Stanley calls Ephraim Chambers the father of cyclopedias. Memorials of Westminster Abbey, page 299, note. The epitaph which Chambers wrote for himself the Dean gives as multis pervulgatus, paucis notus, qui vitam inter lucem et umbram, nec eruditus, nec idioticus literis deditus transegit. In the Gentleman's Magazine for 1740, page 262, the last line is given, no doubt correctly, as nec eruditus, nec idiota literis deditus. The second edition of Chambers' Cyclopedia was published in 1738. There is no copy of his proposal in the British Museum or Bodleian. The resemblance between his style and Johnson's is not great. The following passage is the most Johnsonian that I could find. None of my predecessors can blame me for the use I have made of them, since it is their own avowed practice. It is a kind of privilege attached to the office of lexicographer, if not by any formal grant, yet by connivance at least. I have already assumed the B for my device, and whoever brought an action of trover or trespass against that avowed freebooter? 'Tis vain to pretend anything of property in things of this nature. To offer our thoughts to the public, and yet pretend a right to reserve therein to oneself, if it be not absurd, yet it is sordid. The words we speak, nay, the breath we emit, is not more vague and common than our thoughts, when divulged in print. Chambers' Preface, page 23, end of footnote. He certainly was mistaken, or if he imagined at first that he was imitating Temple, he was very unsuccessful, for nothing can be more unlike than the simplicity of Temple and the richness of Johnson. Their styles differ as plain cloth and brocade. Temple, indeed, seems equally erroneous in supposing that he himself had formed his style upon Sand's view of the state of religion in the western parts of the world. The style of Johnson was undoubtedly much formed upon that of the great writers in the last century, Hooker, Bacon, Sanderson, Hakewell, and others, those giants. Footnote. There were giants in the earth in those days. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, end of footnote. As they were well characterized by a great personage. Footnote. A great personage first appears in the second edition. In the first edition we merely find by one whose authority, etc. Boswell, in his Hebrides, August 8, 1773, speaks of George III as a great personage. In his letter to the people of Scotland, page 90, he thus introduces an anecdote about the king and Paoli. I have one other circumstance to communicate, but it is of the highest value. I communicate it with a mixture of awe and fondness. That great personage who was allowed by all to have the best memory of any man born a Briton, etc. In the probationary odes for the laureateship, published a few months after Boswell's letter, a great personage is ludicrously introduced, pages 30 and 63, end of footnote, whose authority, were I to name him, would stamp a reverence on the opinion. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The motto to the dictionary, Anno Domini 1750. We may with the utmost propriety apply to his learned style that passage of Horace, a part of which he has taken as the motto to his dictionary. Footnote, the first 9 lines form the motto. End of footnote. Cum tabulus animum sensorus sumat honesti audebit, quacumque parum splendores habebunt, et sine pondere erunt, et honore indigna ferentur, verbo movere loco, quam bis in vita recedant, et vesento ad hoc intrapenetralia vestae. Obscurata du populo bonus eruit, atque proferet in lucem speciosa vocabula rerum, quae priscis memorato cartonibus, atque cetegis, nunc sitis informis premit et deserta vetustas. Adscisit nova, quae genito produxerit usus. Vehemens et liquidus poroque similimus amni fundet opes, legiumque beabit divite lingua. Footnote, Horace, Epistles, Book 2, Epistle 2, lines 1 to 10, Boswell. But how severely with themselves proceed the men who write such verse as we can read. Their own strict judges, not a word they spare that wants or force or light or weight or care, however unwillingly it quits its place, nay, though at court perhaps it may find grace. Such they'll degrade, and sometimes in its stead, in downright charity, revive the dead. Mark where a bold expressive phrase appears bright through the rubbish of some 100 years. Command old words that long have slept to wake, words that wise Bacon or brave Raleigh spake, or bid the new be English ages hence, for use will father what's begot by sense. Pour the full tide of eloquence along, serenely pure, and yet divinely strong, rich with the treasures of each foreign tongue. Pope, Imitations of Horace, Book 2, Epistle 2, 157, end of footnote. Johnson, not a coiner of words, Itart 41. To so great a master of thinking, to one of such vast and various knowledge as Johnson, might have been allowed a liberal indulgence of that license which Horace claims in another place. Si fortene cesse est indicius mostrare recentibus abdita rerum fingere, quintutus non exaudita cetecis, continget habituque licentia sumpta pudenter, et nova ficta quae nuper habebunt verba fidem si Graeco fonte cadant, parce de tota. Quid autem Cecilio Plautoque David Romanus ad temptem vigilio varioque, ego cur acquirere paucus possum in video, cum lingua Catonis et Enni sermonum patrium ditaverit, et nova rerum nomina protulerit, liquid semperque licebit, signatum presente nota producere nomen. Footnote. Horace De Arte Poetica, 1 line 48, Boswell, end of footnote. Yet Johnson assured me that he had not taken upon him to add more than 4 or 5 words to the English language of his own formation. Footnote. See Boswell's Hebrides, August 29, 1773, where Boswell says that up to that date he had twice heard Johnson coin words, peregrinity and depeditation. End of footnote. And he was very much offended at the general license, by no means modestly taken, in his time not only to coin new words, but to use many words in senses quite different from their established meaning, and those frequently very fantastical. Footnote. The words which our authors have introduced by their knowledge of foreign languages, or ignorance of their own, by vanity or wantonness, by compliance with fashion, or lust of innovation, I have registered as they occurred, though commonly only to censure them and to warn others against the folly of naturalizing useless foreigners to the injury of the natives. Our language for almost a century has, by the concurrence of many causes, been gradually departing from its original Teutonic character, and deviating towards a Gallic structure and phraseology, from which it ought to be our endeavour to recall it by making our ancient volumes the groundwork of style. From the authors which rose in the time of Elizabeth, the speech might be formed adequate to all the purposes of use and elegance. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, pages 31-39, see post, May 12, 1778, end of footnote. Johnson's influence on style, Anno Domini 1750. Sir Thomas Browne, footnote. If Johnson sometimes indulged his Brownism, see post, beginning of 1756, yet he saw much to censure in Browne's style. His style is indeed a tissue of many languages, a mixture of heterogeneous words brought together from distant regions, with terms originally appropriated to one art and drawn by violence into the service of another. He must, however, be confessed to have augmented our philosophical diction. His innovations are sometimes pleasing, and his temerities happy. Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 500. It is remarkable that the pomp of diction which has been objected to Johnson was first assumed in the Rambler. His dictionary was going on at the same time, and in the course of that work, as he grew familiar with technical and scholastic words, he thought that the bulk of his readers were equally learned, or at least would admire the splendour and dignity of the style. Murphy's Johnson, page 156. The observation of his having imitated Sir Thomas Browne has been made by many people, and lately it has been insisted on and illustrated by a variety of quotations from Browne in one of the popular essays written by the Reverend Mr. Knox. The essay is number 22 of Winter Evenings, Knox's Works, Volume 2, page 397, Master of Tunbridge School, whom I have set down in my list of those who have sometimes not unsuccessfully imitated Dr. Johnson's style. Post under December 6, 1784, Boswell. End of footnote. Sir Thomas Browne, whose life Johnson wrote, was remarkably fond of Anglo-Latin diction, and to his example we are to ascribe Johnson's sometime indulging himself in this kind of phraseology. Johnson's comprehension of mind was the mould for his language. Had his conceptions been narrower, his expression would have been easier. His sentences have a dignified march, and it is certain that his example has given a general elevation to the language of his country, for many of our best writers have approached very near to him, and from the influence which he has had upon our composition, scarcely anything is written now that is not better expressed than was usual before he appeared to lead the national taste. Courtney's lines on Johnson's school, ITART 41. This circumstance, the truth of which must strike every critical reader, has been so happily enforced by Mr. Courtney in his moral and literary character of Dr. Johnson, that I cannot prevail on myself to withhold it, notwithstanding his perhaps too great partiality for one of his friends. By nature's gifts ordained mankind to rule, he, like a Titian, formed his brilliant school, and taught congenial spirits to excel, while from his lips impressive wisdom fell. Our boasted Goldsmith felt the sovereign sway, from him derived the sweet yet nervous lay. To fame's proud cliff he bade our Raphael rise, hence Reynolds' pen with Reynolds' pencil vies. With Johnson's flame melodious Burney glows, while the grand strain in smoother cadence flows. And you Malone, to critic learning dear, correct and elegant, refined though clear, by studying him acquired that classic taste, which high in Shakespeare's fane thy statue placed. Near Johnson Stevens stands on scenic ground, acute, laborious, fertile, and profound. Ingenious Hawkesworth to this school we owe, and scarce the pupil from the tutor know. Here early parts accomplished Jones sublimes, and science blends with Asia's lofty rhymes. Harmonious Jones, who in this splendid strain sings Camdeo sports on Agra's flowery plains in Hindu fictions, while we fondly trace Love and the Muses decked with Attic grace. Amid these names can Boswell be forgot, scarce by North Britons now esteemed a Scot. Footnote: the following observation in Mr. Boswell's Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, page 9, may sufficiently account for that gentleman's being now scarcely esteemed a Scot by many of his countrymen. If he, Dr. Johnson, was particularly prejudiced against the Scots, it was because they were more in his way, because he thought their success in England rather exceeded the due proportion of their real merit, and because he could not but see in them that nationality which, I believe, no liberal-minded Scotchman will deny. Mr. Boswell, indeed, is so free from national prejudices that he might, with equal propriety, have been described as scarce by South Britons now esteemed a Scot. Courtney, Boswell. End of footnote. Who to the sage, devoted from his youth, imbibed from him the sacred love of truth, the keen research, the exercise of mind, and that best art, the art to know mankind. Nor was his energy confined alone to friends around his philosophic throne. Its influence wide improved our lettered isle, and lucid vigour marked the general style. As Nile's proud waves, swoln from their oozy bed, first o'er the neighbouring meads majestic spread, till, gathering force, they more and more expand, and with new virtue fertilize the land. Johnson's language, however, must be allowed to be too masculine for the delicate gentleness of female writing. His ladies, therefore, seem strangely formal, even to ridicule, and are well denominated by the names which he has given them, as Mizella, Zosima, Properantia, Rhodoclea. Footnote. Malone says that Baretti used sometimes to walk with Johnson through the streets at night, and occasionally entered into conversation with the unfortunate women who frequent them, for the sake of hearing their stories. It was from a history of one of these, which a girl told under a tree in the King's Bench Walk in the Temple to Baretti and Johnson, that he formed the story of Mozilla in the Rambler, numbers 170 and 171, Prior's Malone, page 161. Of one, in square brackets, of these women, who was very handsome, he asked for what she thought God had given her so much beauty. She answered, to please gentlemen. Hawkins's Johnson, page 321. See also post under December the 2nd, 1784, end of footnote. The Styles of Addison and Johnson, Anno Domini 1750. It has of late been the fashion to compare the style of Addison and Johnson, and to depreciate, I think very unjustly, the style of Addison as nerveless and feeble, because it has not the strength and energy of that of Johnson. Footnote: Hawkins' Life, page 270, had said that the characteristics of Addison's style are feebleness and inanity. He was thus happily ridiculed by Pawson. Soon after the publication of Sir John's book, a parcel of Eton boys, not having the fear of God before their eyes, etc., instead of playing truant, robbing orchards, annoying poultry, or performing any other part of their school exercise, fell foul in print, see the Microcosm, number 36, upon his worship's censure of Addison's middling style. But what can you expect, as Lord Keynes justly observes, from a school where boys are taught to rob on the highway? Pawson Tracts, page 339, end of footnote. Their prose may be balanced, like the poetry of Dryden and Pope. Both are excellent, though in different ways. Addison writes with the ease of a gentleman. His readers fancy that a wise and accomplished companion is talking to them, so that he insinuates his sentiments and taste into their minds by an imperceptible influence. Johnson writes like a teacher. He dictates to his readers as if from an academical chair. They attend with awe and admiration, and his precepts are impressed upon them by his commanding eloquence. Addison's style, like a light wine, pleases everybody from the first. Johnson's, like a liquor of more body, seems too strong at first, but by degrees is highly relished. And such is the melody of his period, so much do they captivate the ear and seize upon the attention, that there is scarcely any writer, however inconsiderable, who does not aim in some degree at the same species of excellence. But let us not ungratefully undervalue that beautiful style which has pleasingly conveyed to us much instruction and entertainment. Though comparatively weak, opposed to Johnson's Herculean vigour, let us not call it positively feeble. Let us remember the character of his style as given by Johnson himself. Footnote: Works, volume 7, page 473, end of footnote. What he attempted, he performed. He is never feeble, and he did not wish to be energetic. He is never rapid, and he never stagnates. His sentences have neither studied amplitude nor affected brevity. His periods, though not diligently rounded, are voluble and easy. Footnote: When Johnson showed me a proof sheet of the character of Addison, in which he so highly extols his style, I could not help observing that it had not been his own model, as no two styles could differ more from each other. So Addison had his style, and I have mine. When I ventured to ask him whether the difference did not consist in this, that Addison's style was full of idioms, colloquial phrases, and proverbs, and his own more strictly grammatical and free from such phraseology and modes of speech as can never be literally translated or understood by foreigners. He allowed the discrimination to be just. Let anyone who doubts it try to translate one of Addison's Spectators into Latin, French, or Italian. And though so easy, familiar, and elegant to an Englishman as to give the intellect no trouble, yet he would find the transfusion into another language extremely difficult, if not impossible. But a rambler, adventurer, or idler of Johnson would fall into any classical or European language as easily as if it had been originally conceived in it. Burney. Mrs. Piozzi, Anecdotes, page 125, recounts how Johnson recommended Addison's works as a model for imitation to Mr. Woodhouse, a poetical shoemaker. "Give nights and days, sir," said he, "to the study of Addison, if you mean to be either a good writer, or, what is more worth, an honest man." When I saw something like the same expression in his criticism on that author, I put him in mind of his past injunctions to the young poet, to which he replied, that he wished the shoemaker might have remembered them as well. Yet he says in his Life of Pope, Works, Volume 8, page 284, "He that has once studiously formed a style rarely writes afterwards with complete ease." End of footnote. Whoever wishes to attain an English style, familiar but not coarse, and elegant but not ostentatious, must give his days and nights to the volumes of Addison. Footnote. I shall probably in another work maintain the merit of Addison's poetry, which has been very unjustly depreciated. Boswell. He proposed also to publish an edition of Johnson's poems, ante page 16, an account of his own travels post April 17, 1778, a collection with notes of old tenures and charters of Scotland post October 27, 1779, and a history of James IV. Of Scotland, the patron, as he said, of my family. Boswell's Hebrides, August 23, 1773, end of footnote. The last Rambler, Anno Domini 1750. Though the Rambler was not concluded till the year 1752, I shall under this year say all that I have to observe upon it. Some of the translations of the mottos by himself are admirably done. He acknowledges to have received elegant translations of many of them from Mr. James Elphinston, and some are very happily translated by Mr. F. Lewis. Footnote. Lewis thus happily translates the lines in Martial: "Diligat illa senem quondam, sed ipsa marito tunquoque fuerit non videator annus." Wrinkled with age, may mutual love and truth to their dim eyes recall the bloom of youth. Rambler No. 167. Some of Johnson's own translations are happy, as "Quam juvat imites ventos audire cubantem aut gelidas hibernas aquas cum fuderit oster securum somnos imbre juvante sequi." How sweet in sleep to pass the careless hours, lulled by the beating winds and dashing showers. Ibid, No. 117, end of footnote. Mr. F. Lewis, of whom I never heard more except that Johnson thus described him to Mr. Malone. So he lived in London and hung loose upon society. The concluding paper of his Rambler is at once dignified and pathetic. I cannot, however, but wish that he had not ended it with an unnecessary verse, translated also into an English couplet. Footnote. ogon ek makaron antaxios iai amoibe. Celestial powers that piety regard, from you my labours wait their last reward. A modification of the Greek line is engraved on the scroll in Johnson's monument in St. Paul's, post December 1784. End of footnote. It is too much like the conceit of those dramatic poets who used to conclude each act with a rhyme, and the expression in the first line of his couplet, celestial powers, though proper in pagan poetry, is ill suited to Christianity, with a conformity to which he consoles himself. Footnote. The essay is professedly serious, if I have been able to execute my own intentions, will be found exactly conformable to the precepts of Christianity. I therefore look back on this part of my work with pleasure which no blame or praise of man shall diminish or augment. Rambler, No. 208, end of footnote. How much better would it have been to have ended with the prose sentence, I shall never envy the honours which wit and learning obtain in any other cause, if I can be numbered among the writers who have given ardour to virtue and confidence to truth. Footnote. I have little doubt that this attack on the concluding verse is an indirect blow at Hawkins, who had quoted the whole passage and had clearly thought it the more awful on account of the couplet. See Hawkins's Johnson, page 291, end of footnote. His friend Dr. Birch being now engaged in preparing an edition of Raleigh's smaller pieces, Dr. Johnson wrote the following letter to that gentleman. To Dr. Birch, Gough Square, May 12, 1750, Sir. Knowing that you are now preparing to favour the public with a new edition of Raleigh's miscellaneous pieces, I have taken the liberty to send you a manuscript which fell by chance within my notice. I perceive no proofs of forgery in my examination of it, and the owner tells me that, as he has heard, the handwriting is Sir Walter's. If you should find reason to conclude it genuine, it will be a kindness to the owner, a blind person. Footnote. Mrs. Williams is probably the person meant. Boswell. End of footnote. To recommend it to the booksellers. I am, sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. End of section 25.